Hello, hello. Calling, testing, testing. Anyone hear us around the ground?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. There may not be anybody listening just at the moment, Brad. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Interesting.
Good morning, one and all, and once again, a very warm welcome to the county ground here at Hove, in home of Sussex cricket. If I may draw your attention to the northwest area of the stadium and towards the indoor cricket school, where the players, match officials, support staff, and ground staff are assembled. Before play begins today, we wish to take a moment to remember and celebrate the lives of 3 individuals who have made a lasting contribution to Sussex cricket. Tony Highlight, Norman Gifford, and Arnold Long. We also take this opportunity to remember vice presidents and members of the club who have sadly passed away and whose contribution and support remain an important part of our history. Tony Highlight was a proud Sussex cricketer representing the county with distinction as a right-arm fast bowler. Playing in the early 1980s, Tony was known for his commitment, competitive spirit, and professionalism on the field. Beyond his playing career, Tony played a pivotal role in the club's history, notably as a key figure in the extraordinary general meeting of 1997, which led to the introduction of a new ball and helped shape the future direction of Sussex cricket. That period of change laid an important foundation for future success, including the club's historic county championship victory in 2003. He remained a valued member of the cricketing community, widely respected for his warmth and passion for the game. We are pleased to welcome members of Tony's family to our match today, and we thank them for joining us as we honour his life. We also remember Norman Gifford, a former England international and highly respected figure in county cricket. A skillful left-arm spinner, Norman enjoyed a distinguished playing career with Worcestershire. Following his playing days, he went on to serve Sussex cricket with great dedication as a coach, sharing his knowledge and experience with future generations of cricketers. As a vice president of Sussex cricket, he remained a loyal and supportive presence around the club. Finally, we pay tribute to Arnold Long, a devoted vice president whose association with Sussex cricket spans many years. Arnold captained Sussex from 1978 to 1980, including leading the side to victory in the Gillette Cup in 1978. He was a passionate supporter of the club, known for his unwavering commitment, generosity of spirit, and deep love of the game. He was a familiar and much valued figure within the Sussex cricketing family. Each of these individuals has left a lasting legacy of Sussex cricket, and they will be greatly missed. If you are able, please be upstanding as we now invite you all to join us in minutes of applause to honour their lives and their contribution to our club. Thank you very much.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove for the first day of county cricket here at the county ground. I don't know if you can hear us if you're listening on the headsets around the ground. We can indeed. Wonderful. I'm just so pleased that all the technicals are working here, and thank you very much for joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC WM. I'm Adrian Harms. I'll be joined by Richard Wilford from BBC WM West Midlands in a few moments' time in the commentary box. If you're just joining us, we left the effects microphone on so you could hear a very poignant tribute played to Norman Gifford, Arnold Long and Tony Pygott, beautifully read out by the Sussex scorer Graham Irwin, and followed by a minute's applause. And we understand some of the representatives of the families are here today, and we hope they have a lovely day, and we remember those three gentlemen fondly here at Sussex Cricket. The two umpires are just making their way out to the middle, Graham Lloyd and Russ Warren. The news from the middle this morning is that Warwickshire have won the toss and they are going to bat first, and it really does feel like almost like the first day of the season. I know it was the first game last weekend, but coming into a ground today with everything that has happened here at Sussex Cricket over the winter months, everyone just seemed really pleased that we're here, that we're playing cricket, and there was an air of excitement around the ground as Sussex make their way out to the middle. Ollie Robinson is all stripped off and ready to go, and will be underway shortly. So just the team news from the middle is that Sussex are unchanged from a very good win last week up at Leicestershire, a game they won by 222 runs. As for Warwickshire, they just have the one change. Michael Booth has come in to their side. Richard Wilford will run through their side in a few moments' time. But basically, Warwickshire won the toss. It looks like a really good service. Warwickshire lining up with Alex Davis, Rob Yates, Dan Molesley, Sam Hain, Ed Barnard, Kai Smith, Bo Webster, Chris Wokes, Jordan Thompson, Ethan Bamber and Michael Booth. Sussex as they were last week. Tom Haynes will open the batting alongside Dan Hughes. Tom Clark, James Coles, Jack Leaning, John Simpson, Tom Price, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Jack Carson, Ollie Robinson and Henry Crocombe, fresh from his 9 wickets last week at Grace Road. Your commentary team this week, myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Richard Wilford and Nicky Chowdhury, and they'll all be with us shortly as here comes Ollie Robinson to bowl the first ball of the new season at Hove, comes in and bowls and let go by Rob Yates outside of the off stump, taken by John Simpson, and there is no run. Our emails are up and running, I'm pleased to say. Sussex Sport, not Sussex Cricket anymore, Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk. It'd be great to hear from you throughout the game. And to the field, well, there are 1, 2, 3 slips and a gully. Difficult to see where I am. The wicket is cut a little bit away towards the Spen Karma side of the ground. That's the members' pavilion here at Hove, as Ollie Robinson is in. Around the wicket, bowls and forward comes Yates and plays defensively onto the onside, and there is no run. So certainly 3 slips. It might be 4 slips or 3 slips in a gully. Either way, there's a backward point, an extra cover come mid-off. There's also a leg slip in place, a mid-on and a fine leg just down in front of us, who is Finn Hudson-Prentice. The ground looks an absolute picture. I'm not sure there's a better outfield anywhere in the country than Hove. It really is magnificent as Robinson runs down the hill. The newly appointed Sussex skipper for this season, he's in and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Yates, and again it goes through to John Simpson, and there is no run. The wicket I went out for the toss looks an excellent one. I'm not surprised that, having won the toss, that Ed Barnard decided to bat first. It looks hard. It's a nice brown colour. Whereas up at Leicestershire last week there was a tinge of green. There's no hint of green about this. It just looks a very good wicket here at Hove this week, as Robinson again is on his way around the wicket, bowls and reaching for that. Well, it's going to be the first runs of the day. Curious shot by Rob Yates, almost sort of scooping that one over the slip cordon, and the ball runs away down to third man for the first boundary of the match. Not a particularly confident shot, nonetheless. Picks up a boundary, and Warwickshire are on their way 4 without loss. At the slip cordon, James Cole's at first, Tom Clark at second, Jack Leaning at third. I think we could say Tom Haynes is at fourth. So as opposed to, definitely 4 slips. Then at leg slip, Jack Carson, Finn Hudson-Prentice at fine leg, as Robinson is in again around the wicket, bowls, and Yates is forward a little uncertainly, played down to mid-on. There is no run, fielded by Daniel Hughes. Tom Price fielding at backward point, the first time he's played here at Hove, for Sussex that is. Very impressive last week on his debut. And mid-off is Henry Crocombe. Robinson wanders back to his mark at the far end of the ground. That's the Cromwell Road end, and races in again, bowls and clipped away. Nice looking shot. That's a very authoritative shot by Yates. I don't think it's going to get all the way to the boundary. Finn Hudson-Prentice is in hot pursuit. He gets to the ball and does well. Does Hudson-Prentice, prevents a third run being taken. So 2 runs to Rob Yates, 6 off of the opening over. And just to reiterate for those just joining us here on the BBC, that Warwickshire won the toss this morning and elected to bat first. The Warwickshire side: Alex Davis, Rob Yates, Dan Molesley, Sam Hain, Ed Barnard, Kai Smith, Bo Webster, Chris Wokes, Jordan Thompson, Ethan Bamber and Michael Booth. And to open the bowling from this, the C end of the ground, it looks like it's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice. So Henry Crocombe, who took 9 wickets last week in the game up at Leicestershire, is going to have to wait for his turn, but it's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice who's going to open proceedings. Some sort of lowish cloud around, and when it went out for the toss a little earlier, there was a little bit of sunshine. That seems to have melted away, but the forecast for today is good. And I'm delighted to be joined by my colleague from BBC WM, Richard Wilford. Lovely to see you, Richard.
Very good morning to you, Adrian. Lovely to be back down at Hove. I only get to do it every 3 or 4 years, and when I do, it's a treat. So, set fair for some good cricket, I think, for the next few days as well.
Well, I hope so. It's certainly, today is dry. I think tomorrow a bit of rain around, and Monday is a bit iffy, but let's hope we get a substantial amount of play. It's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice who's running in up the hill to bowl to the right-handed Alex Davis. He bowls and Davis lets that go. There's a howl from the slips, which suggests perhaps that didn't miss the off stump by that much. And there is no run. I was just running through the Warwickshire side. Is that just the one change, Richard, from last week?
Yeah, they've got quite a few seam bowlers available this year, so it was expected that they'd rest one. Nathan Gilchrist it is who drops out. Michael Booth, who comes in, he did very well at the start and the end of last season. He got an injury in the middle, which cost him. Otherwise, I think he would have had a real breakthrough yet. And he's qualified as an English player now as well, fully, Michael Booth.
Hudson-Prentice in again, bowls, let go outside. Off stump by Davis, no run.
They've got Keith Barker, just not quite fit at the moment, back at the county this year. And then you've got Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who's down at Lord's playing for Worcestershire just at the moment. So quite a deep bowling attack, potentially, for the Bears, but some veterans that are going to need some looking after over the course of the year. And of course the massive bonus, the fact that Chris Wokes is available for the entire campaign, so he's relishing getting back playing as a Bear.
Hudson Prentice in bowls, clipped away by Davis down to finally. Just see if he did clip that or whether that came off the pad. We'll just wait for the umpire's signal, and indeed it did come off the bat. So 7 without loss. I have to say, Richard, just looking down the Warwickshire side, a player as good as Jordan Thompson, who's come down from Yorkshire, batting at 9, Ethan Bamber batting at. This is a very strong Warwickshire batting lineup.
Yeah, I mean, look, Ethan probably is a 10 or 11, despite the fact he made a rather good 100 as a night watchman at Essex against Essex at Chelmsford last year. It was a remarkable innings. In the end, he got jaded, which is the main reason he got out on a very flat wicket.
Round the wicket comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Yates, who's fought a ball of good length, punches it into the covers, fielded by Carson, and there is no run.
Is it me, or has Finn Hudson Prentice extended his run up in the last year or two?
Perhaps slightly. I mean, I do like the way he sort of seems to glide in, Finn Hudson Prentice. Like he's I'm not sure that he. I mean, what he has done is he's had his hair cut, Finn. Where, if you remember, he used to.
There is that. Yeah. But I thought he was going to tread on our toes at one point when he's on the advertising section that they've got, which is quite a long way back.
Oh, that's a good spot. We'll have to ask him. He comes around the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Yates, plays it down the onside, fielded by Robinson, and there is no run. And a draw in their first outing, Warwickshire last week against Surrey. Were you at the game?
I wasn't, but I mean, look, they had Surrey in real trouble on the first morning when the ball was doing a bit. They bowled really well. Bamber and Wokes were in the wickets. Then Surrey, as Surrey do, find a couple of batters who were going to make runs, one of whom was Ben Folkes, who's got a habit of scoring runs against Warwickshire. And after that, it went very, very flat, which often happens early in the season at Edgbaston.
Hudson Prentice is in around the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Yates, plays that to backward point. There is no run. Nice and tidy from Finn Hudson Prentice. Warwickshire 7 without loss. Yates is on 6, Davis on 1. Listening to live cricket on the BBC, Adrian Harms and Richard Wilford. I'm told on good authority that Rob Key is here today.
Okay.
And I did see Jeff Arnold around as well. So clearly a few. I think he still does a bit of work around for England, Jeff Arnold. So
watching county cricket.
Well, there we are.
It's a novelty, isn't it?
Well, there we go.
Wow.
So there we go. So he got that on good authority. So they did say they were going to come and watch some county cricket. So it may be good to their word, Richard.
Well, look, there's some really interesting players to watch in this match as well, on both sides as well. You're looking for new players to replenish the stock that they've got, and there are players in both of these teams that made a case last week.
Yes, they were.
Which is really encouraging. Over the wicket now for Ollie Robinson, because he's bowling to the right-handed Davis. 4 slips, but not a leg slip for Davis, but it's into his pads and goes down the leg side. But you look at young players who wanted to make an impression, whether it be Tom Clark with his 100 last week. Dan Mosley made his first championship 100 last week for Warwickshire, both very positive batters as well. So look at characters like that. You look at Ollie Robinson wanting to prove his case, and I think what's really been unfortunate for Ollie Robinson is that when he has had fitness issues, it's been when he's around the England squad. His durability for Sussex has been really good. As he charges in once more to bowl, he's driven very nicely by Davis, but that's a good stop, which will keep them down to 1. Daniel Hughes diving to his right at mid-off, and it's quite a short mid-off where he is. Prevents that going to the boundary. Just a single to Davis, takes the score to 8 without loss.
There was just there was a really nice buzz around Hove this morning. I mean, it's been an awful winter down here, let's be honest, with all the financial problems at the club and people rightly quite angry about what's happened. But this morning, people just seemed glad to be here to see a game of cricket, and there was just a nice buzz around the ground this morning. We're talking about cricket and not about balance sheets, which is good.
Yeah, this is the bit of it that we all love. The other bit we wish wasn't around. As forward comes Yates. To the first ball he's received this over, defends into the leg side. Racing in comes Carson to pick up. At a time when significant wealth is coming into the game, then it just has to be shared about better, doesn't it? It really does. And if you look at competitions like the 100, you look at the future of the Blast, if you don't have sufficient functioning counties for that and to serve the England team, you just can't produce the talent. So the sport needs to look after itself. Robinson approaches once again. It's forward in defence from Yates. Plays it back, flicked up off his foot into his hand by Ollie Robinson.
As I went out for the toss. As I walked off, someone went, "Oh, hello, Adrian." I thought, "Who's that?" And it was George Garton.
Oh yeah.
So it's nice to see George, ex Sussex, of course, who still got a property here around the ground, and nice to see George. He's primarily playing white ball, but I think he's keen to try and play some red ball.
Well, it's highly significant that he was named in the squad for this game. That's the first time since he joined Warwickshire. As Robinson is in, left alone outside off stump by Yates. But because of ill health, he's been seen only as a white ball player for the last couple of years, and when Mark Robinson was still up at Warwickshire, he was very, very protective of George. He's such an explosive cricketer, isn't he, in the T20?
Yep.
He's also a great bloke to talk to. Had him in for the Bears pod blast last year, and he's very, very eager to do well for the county, and I think he is ready, as you say, to play red ball cricket again. Which
he certainly said that. I said, I was in the squad. So.
And again comes Robinson, clipped off his pads by Yates, should only be a single. Running around to do the fielding is Hughes. So second single of the over takes the score to 9 without loss. Warwickshire after 3 with Yates on 7 and Davis on 2. What I would say is if George Garton did play a significant amount of red ball cricket this year and next year and went well, left armour, pace, you never know, do you? You never know.
He's also very good in the field, Richard. I'm sure you've seen that in T20s. Saves, a lot of runs racing around the boundary. And it was good to see George. So he's on the ground. And Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to carry on from the C end of the ground. He's bowling with 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As in comes Hudson-Prentice, a glimmer of sunshine across the ground. In a bowls, that's a good delivery. And he beats Yates outside the off stump, drew him forward. He's bowling with good pace here, Finn Hudson-Prentice, as he did last week up at Grace Road. I've got to say thank you to you, Richard, because we had a few technical issues this morning, and without your help, we probably wouldn't have got on air this morning.
We calmly went about our business because we're a team. you, me and Nicky, we are a team this week.
You were very calm, I have to say.
You know.
So thank you. As Hudson-Prentice wheels around, number 33 on the back of his shirt, runs away from us, in and bowls, and hit on the thigh pad. The ball bounces in front of Yates, and again there is no run.
I had an inauspicious start to my day, so things had to pick up, to be honest with you.
Go on.
Walked across my bedroom in the hotel I'm staying in the centre of Brighton, went to open the curtain, it landed on my feet.
What, you pulled it off the rail?
Well, I mean,
you hooligan.
I didn't took it particularly hard. So hopefully by the time I get back this evening, whether it be straight after play or whether I divert elsewhere, but I might have full curtainage again. That would be nice. I mean, the room had been very comfortable.
And what was breakfast like?
It's not included in my deal.
Right.
You know how it is with BBC.
Yes, I do
travel.
know.
I'm not charging the licence fee payers for my breakfast.
Comes Hudson-Prentice around the wicket, bowls, good delivery, and he beats Yates again outside the off stump. This is a good spell by Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's bowling a decent lick here, you know, Richard.
He is. Well, whether he's extended his run up or not, I tell you what he does. He does look really fit.
Yes.
He looks really, really sharp.
Yep.
And he's bowling with a bit of pace. The wicket looks like almost like a dune surface. It's got a lovely colour to it, very straw-coloured wicket, and he's hitting the deck fairly hard, getting it past the shoulder of the bat. In good rhythm.
No, really good rhythm. He turns again. Around the wicket, bowls, and Yates works this one again to backward point, and again there is no run, and again fielded by Henry Crocombe. He has been troubled by a slight ankle injury over the last couple of seasons, Finn Hudson-Prentice, and occasionally you'd see him deliver the ball and just sort of almost pull up, but he looks, as you say, he looks in really good rhythm, and he bowled really well last week. In fact, up at Leicester last week, just when Sussex needed a wicket, on the final day it was Hudson Prentice who came up with the goods. And he's on his way. Final ball of the 4th over of the morning. He's in and bowls, and Yates is solidly forward to ball. A good length, plays it down the onside. Made over from Finn Hudson Prentice. That gets a nice round of applause here at the County Ground at home, where Warwickshire are 9 without loss, having won the toss and elected to bat Yates on 7, Davis on 2.
So, in the interest of full disclosure here, so I don't like to hold anything back, I preempted the fact that I didn't have a breakfast at the hotel. I did at least have a kettle, so I knew I could have a cup of something, and using all of your little things of milk in one drink and then having none left, because that's the only way to get it anything other than black. But there we go. I did last night go to a supermarket and purchase a couple of cinnamon buns. So that was breakfast.
That was breakfast.
Whereas I'll be walking to the ground in future days, which gives me a lot of options. Here's Ollie Robinson continuing into Davis, clipped off his pads just to the man in front of square leg, and there's no run.
Well, you better be careful on Sunday you don't get caught up with the marathon.
Yeah,
Richard.
So many metal gates out at the moment on fences. You can see them, because I'm presuming a lot of the route is along the front,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'll have to walk along the back to get in on Sunday.
Well, you could probably walk along the front. You just have to make sure you're on the right side of the road, so you don't sort of have to walk sort of miles to cross.
I shall look up the route online so I don't get myself into a bit of bother. Robinson this time just outside off, and pushing forward in defence is Davis, up to Hughes at mid-on. The far end of the ground, remind me what the name of the end of the...
Cromwell Road.
Cromwell Road end. You did tell me earlier, and then I've forgotten. Because of the curtain trauma. It's not looking quite at its best at the moment, unless you're really into your scaffolding.
Yeah.
There is a lot of scaffolding on the flats behind the sight screen. Not a lot of activity, but a lot of scaffolding. Robinson beats the bat here.
Good ball.
Pushing forward was Davis, and he holds the pose for a considerable period of time. That's a lovely line from Ollie Robinson.
Beautiful delivery. Just left him a shade, and it's going to be hard work here this week. Bowlers are going to have to work hard for their wickets, which is the way it should be. But it looks like there's good pace and good carry in the pitch. Looks like a typical Hove pitch.
Sussex with 2 frontline spinners, Warwickshire with 2 part-time spinners, which is an interesting contrast in the 2 selections. Robinson once more. Davis is sturdily in behind that one. Up to mid-on this occasion. 1 ball left in the over. But you look at Jack Carson and James Coles, both available to Sussex for Warwickshire. Rob Yates bowled a fair number of overs against Surrey last week. Bo Webster, of course, is the dual threat with the ball, and he'll bowl a bit of seam up, and then he'll bowl some off spin. And Dan Mosley did bowl 8 overs last week, but as a championship bowler yet to blossom. Much more a dart thrower in T20. That's the style of bowling that's been very effective, as this is straight onto the pads, and Alex Davis will feel that he's missed out there as he looked to flick it in front of mid-wicket, and it's a diving stop to his left by... is it Coles?
I think it was Finn Hudson Prentice.
Oh no, actually it was Coles at first. So no, I was surprised that it was Hudson Prentice, but I know I'm looking down at...
We got Jack Carson here at Backwell Point.
His number begins with 3, that's for sure.
Well, it might have been Tom Price, actually.
And leanings in the slips, and I'm running out of possibilities. As that one lifts. Now that's interesting. That ball was not short by much. It was quite close to being a good length. And that has gone flying past the shoulder of the bat. And Alex Davis goes to inspect where that pitched, because that was a little bit more alarming if you're a batter right now. And we get into that sort of towards that sweet spot now where the ball might do a little bit more, get the lacquer off it. 5 overs gone. Warwickshire 9 without loss.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC WM. Adrian Harms, Richard Wilford and Nikki Chowdhury will be joining us in 10 minutes or so's time. A couple of emails have come in on sussexsport@bbc.co.uk. Hi, Adrian, Richard and Nikki. Coming through loud and clear on the stream. Looking forward to another 4 days of real cricket at Hove. From a Sussex point of view, another win would be great. Have a great weekend, says John Malone, as Finn Hudson Prentice around the wicket, in and bowls to Yates, who clips this nicely away off his legs down to fine leg, fielded way down in the distance by, I think that's Tom Price all the way down there, gets in the throw. Yates goes to 8, and Warwickshire into double figures. They're 10 without loss.
I will keep a close eye on the washing, by the way, on the flats to our right. I'm always interested by the washing lines.
Yeah, you can see some. You got various towels over there.
That looks like it's been a towel wash just behind the scoreboard.
Yeah, pink.
The last time I came, there was somebody left their washing up for 3 days solid. I mean, and it would have been pretty solid by the time they took them down.
Hudson Prentice on his way again. Bowls let go outside the off stump by Davis, and there is no. Actually, it's always that particular balcony, Richard, where there is washing. None of the others seem to. But I don't know. Perhaps the others have got tumble dryers. I don't know.
Could be a part-time job. Take people's washing in. Do a bit of ironing.
Maybe.
There are people that do that for a living, aren't there?
There is.
I prefer to look crumpled, but
Yeah, or get non-iron clothes.
yeah. Oh well.
The sun is coming out, which is good news. And Hudson Prentice glides in from the CN bowls. Oh, he took a hand off the bat there, did Alex Davis. He's meant to get the ball down to a fine leg, but it was a curious shot. Nonetheless, he picks up another run and goes to 3, and Warwickshire to 11 without loss. Steve Oxford's been in touch. Hello, Steve. I got your message. Thank you for getting in touch. I know there's all sorts of new cameras planned. The ones that arrived at Grace Road last week, where the quality of the pictures, I have to say, was excellent. I don't know if that's an ECB backed proposal. As in comes Hudson Prentice bowls, forward comes Yates, plays to square leg fielded by Carson, and there is no run.
Very much the inside half of his bat there. That's why there were some oohs and ahs. Very much squirted it, didn't he?
Now, for the benefit of our Sussex listeners, Richard, I know you spend a lot of your time in the winter commentating on football, and I saw you from a distance. I went with my son-in-law to Loftus Road back in December.
Oh.
And we watched the game between Queen's Park Rangers and Birmingham. I was looking along the stand wondering where the radio was, and I thought I could see you through sort of I couldn't get to you. You were, behind the crowd. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, let go by Yates outside the off stump, and there is no run. But it was you at that game.
Yeah, there's sort of, on the opposite side from the press box, there's this sort of lower section under the TV gantry where they put some radio.
Yes.
And then you get surrounded by dads and kids from the QPR Academy come and sit in that bit of press box.
Right.
Which isn't great. It's not a fond memory, that game, because Blues did equalise late on, but then still managed to concede a winner.
They
It was
did.
It was a good winner.
Yes.
I liked it. It's a great ground to watch football, though.
Yeah.
So tight.
Yes,
isn't
it is. Yeah. Hudson Prentice around the wicket bowls, and Yates is forward. Again works it to backward point, and again there is no run. And this is nice and tidy from Sussex this morning. Just the 2 runs coming off the over. Hudson Prentice 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 3. Warwickshire, having won the toss this morning, are 11 without loss. Rob Yates is on 8. Alex Davis is on 3.
Most interesting early score in Division 1, Notts 21 for 2 against Glamorgan. Hasib Hamid out to the first ball of the day, to Van der Hoogten, and then Slater also out for a duck. Ben Duckett is batting at the moment on 14 not out. So the wickets fall in there. Essex steady, 14 without loss in the 7th against Somerset. Surrey 17 for 1 against Leicestershire. Dom Sibley going to Josh Hull for 4. Be interesting to see Hull playing some cricket.
Yeah.
There's a big tall man, Ollie Robinson, in past a rather smaller umpire. Oh, there's what looked like an edge, but actually I think it's come off the front pad of Alex Davis and then bounced a couple of times before it reached Jack Leaning. It was one of those where it tricks the eye. It just looked like it was going to be a routine slip catch, but then you realise the ball had been deadened by whatever surface it had hit.
No, I agree. Yeah, Josh Hull actually was up at Grace Road earlier on this week. He was going through some pretty rigorous warm-ups on the outfield, and they were fairly sure that he would play at the Oval. So.
Yeah. I mean, look, exposed too early to international cricket.
Yeah, I would agree. No, I agree.
But a super talent. Robinson in again, back of a length, forced out into the offside by Davis with no timing, so Hughes has to come in a while to throw. Pick up and throw to John Simpson.
Good cricket, this, isn't it? It's, Sussex, I think, are bowling really well this morning, and Yates and Davis having to be very watchful.
Proper cricket.
Yeah, it is.
And a proper cricket ground as well. That's just one of those great places to come, isn't it? To come down to Hove. Days of watching the Sunday League on BBC Two, Hove was one of the grounds that you craved the chance to come to. Robinson down the leg side and trying to swing it behind square was Alex Davis. Gets nothing on it. Looks at the umpire as if he wants a leg side wide out of it. That's not going to happen. Not in the opening morning of a championship game. Does score a lot of his runs behind square, Alex Davis, as is often the case with batters who are shorter of stature.
He was at Lancashire, was that right?
Yeah, he came through at Lancashire.
Yeah.
And very quickly worked his way up to being captain at Warwickshire, then surprisingly gave that away at the start of this season. As he waits for Robinson now and pushes forward up towards mid-off. Had a half century in the opening game against Surrey last week in Warwickshire's sole innings. The top five all got going last week.
I mean, I've got to say, it's a really strong Warwickshire batting lineup.
Potentially, I think potentially it's about consistency, isn't it? And you know, certainly for the top three, Davis, Yates, and Mosley, can any of them go on to have 1,000-run years this year? And that would make a big difference. Potential of Jacob Bethel to play some cricket at some point to strengthen it further. Robinson, has he got an edge this time? He has. It's a little nick through for Alex Davis, and it's pouched comfortably by John Simpson. That has been the nagging line that Robinson has been trying to exploit. And the first Warwickshire wicket goes down with the score on 11. Davis caught by Simpson off the bowling of Robinson. He goes for 3.
Well, I think Hudson Prentice and Robinson have been excellent this morning. I mean, one of the features of the new ball is that you want to make the batsman play at every delivery. And there haven't been too many deliveries that Davis and Yates have been able to let go. And Ollie Robinson, who started the season well last week up at Leicestershire, is really running, and he's got into his groove, and that was a lovely delivery. And the breakthrough for Sussex, and a straightforward, well, nothing is straightforward, but snaffled by Simpson behind. And the early breakthrough for Sussex.
Yeah, I don't think Alex Davis was in any doubt of his fate there.
No.
So the breakthrough, I think this time of year it's always interesting. You make your decision to bat first. The overhead conditions will have an effect, and it is overcast. It's not a particularly heavy day or anything like that. It's perfectly pleasant. And although there's a lot of cloud cover, it's high cloud cover. But if anybody is going to exploit those conditions this morning, it will be Ollie Robinson.
Yes, it will. Yeah. I say the sun is sort of threatening to come through, isn't it? I mean, the clouds are really quite high. You can just see the sorts of the shadows of the players on the outfield. So the new skipper picks up a wicket in his fourth over of the morning.
Yeah. It's an interesting choices, skipper Robinson. It's clearly he's something of a senior cricketer in this side.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. I always thought, having watched a lot of Ollie's career here, that he was one of those cricketers. He generally fields at mid-off, and when he hasn't been captain, he always seems to have ideas about where he wants the field to be, or giving advice, or suggesting things. So I think it's a good appointment for Ollie Robinson.
He wants some more now. The ball to the new batsman Dan Mosley is immediately off the mark with a clip behind square. They think about 2, but it's just a single, and that will be the end of the over. It's 12 for 1. I tell you what, I think this might be as good a time as any for me to make way and Nicky Chowdhury to join in.
Wonderful. Richard, thanks very much. Richard back with us just after 12. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC WM, Adrian Harms, Richard Wilford and Nicky Chowdhury, your commentary team. If you'd like to send us an email through the match, please do so at sussexsport@bbc.co.uk. Be lovely to hear from you, whatever you want to talk about. Primarily cricket, but we're open to any discussion at all over the next 4 days here at Hove. Finn Hudson Prentice is going to carry on from the sea end of the ground, and it's a very good morning and a good new season to Nicky. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Adrian. How are you? Did you winter well?
I did winter well. Yeah, I had a lovely winter. Thank you.
Good to be back, though, isn't it?
It's great, isn't it? And actually, it was good to get 4 days in last week at Leicester, and now dry day today.
Here's Hudson Prentice from the sea end, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Mosley. Yeah, decent crowd and turnout actually you've had today as well. As I was driving in, it was quite busy.
Well, I think so, and I think people in Sussex are just glad to see some cricket, Nikki. It's been such a disappointing winter with all the financial issues off the field. People are really quite down about what the future is, but you know, now cricket is here. I think everyone just wants to concentrate on the cricket and let the off-field matters resolve themselves.
Yeah, everyone wants to focus on the on-field matters now, as in comes Hudson Prentice. This is nicked and taken. It is!
That's
Taken that third slip. And Mosley just flirting with the ball outside off stump and gets a fine tickle on it, and it's a brilliant take.
I think that is Jack leading in there at third slip. We'll wait for confirmation of that, but Dan Mosley made a very good 100, and this is terrific from Sussex this morning on a really good pitch. They picked up a couple of wickets this morning, and Sussex will be absolutely delighted. We'll wait to see on this. Oh, it's Tom Clark. Difficult to see from this angle, but it's Tom Clark who took the catch, low down to his left-hand side. Dan Mosley, who, as I say, made 100 last week in the game up at Edgbaston, is on his way. And I think that's good reward for Sussex. I think they bowled excellently here this morning. They barely wasted a ball. And they've asked to bowl first here. And it really has been excellent stuff from the Sussex openers. There will be an update coming shortly, Nikki, but I'll let you chat away.
As soon as I hear the music, I know what to do.
Yes. And what about yourself? Have you been watching cricket during the winter, or?
What have I been doing? I was out of the country until January, chasing the sun, and then I've been here actually.
Right.
Yeah, I haven't travelled much. Yeah, I've been in the UK enjoying.
So when you say chasing the sun, where have you been?
Oh, mainly in India actually. So
right, okay.
yeah, I was out there back end of last year. I think when the season wrapped up, I was out there September, October.
Okay.
Then I went to Hong Kong to commentate on the Hong Kong Sixers. Do you remember that?
I do.
Yeah, so I went out there for literally 4 days. It was a very long way to go for 4 days. But yeah, good fun. And then I spent Christmas, December, Jan in India, and then I came back.
And whereabouts in India did you go?
Oh, where was I? Oh, I went everywhere actually. I'll tell you about it in a second. Just having a look at the field here for Hayne. So now we've got 3 slips and a leg slip for the right-handed Hayne. As Hudson Prentice comes right arm over the wicket, and this one's left alone quite extravagantly by Hayne. Goes through to the gloves of Simpson. So I started off that India trip actually, went to Delhi, then I went into Punjab, I went to a town called Chandigarh, then from there I went to my hometown where I was born in Calcutta. And then I went and had a couple of weeks in Mumbai. I was working on something out there. And then from there I went to Goa with my parents for Christmas.
Wow, wow.
Yeah, I had Christmas in Goa, and then went back to Calcutta, and I had a couple of weddings to attend. So
lovely. So you had a very busy time.
Oh, it was very busy. Lots of fun. Had some Prentice in again, and just pulls out of this one as he approaches the crease.
Yes. I don't know whether that was Sam Hayne who just pulled out that. Ollie Robinson just having a natter away to the umpire. I don't know whether something was moving behind the bowler's arm or whether Finn Hudson Prentice just got his run up slightly wrong.
Making his way back to the top of his mark. He'll have to go again. As Hayne taps his bat and looks up. Hudson Prentice in this one, left alone outside of the stump. Outside of off stump, and it stays pretty low as it goes through to Simpson as well. I noticed you and Rich mentioned that earlier in the opening few overs that a couple of deliveries did just stay a little low.
But I think Sussex bowling has been excellent. I think they've bowled a very good line and length. They've made the openers and play it pretty much every delivery. They've really got their reward for an excellent opening spell here.
Hudson Prentice in, short ball, and this time Hayne is ducking under, goes through to Simpson. A bit more zip there from Hudson Prentice.
I think he's bowling with excellent pace, Finn Hudson Prentice here this morning. What's in his 4th over, figures so far of 1 for 3, and so far this is a wicket maiden.
If I'm not mistaken, Sussex were out in South Africa for a pre-season tour, were they?
Well, some of the players went out there because of the financial situation at the club.
Right, okay.
There was no official pre-season tour, but some of the players... I just break off.
Hudson Prentice in. This is fuller and straighter, and he looks to work this into the leg side. He gets stopped at mid-wicket, and that will conclude the over from Finn Hudson Prentice. Wicket maiden for him. And Warwickshire are 12 for 2.
Well, another excellent over from Finn Hudson Prentice, and a big, 2 big wickets they picked up this morning. Alex Davis and Dan Molesley. You listen to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC WM. Adrian Harms, Nicky Chowdhury and Richard Wilford, your commentary team. Finn Hudson Prentice takes his cap and wanders down here to the fine leg boundary. Gets a nice ripple of applause as he does so. He's picked up a wicket, so has Ollie Robinson. And it's going to be Robinson who's going to come in again from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's in around the wicket and bowls and let go by Yates outside of the off stump, taken by keeper Simpson, and there is no run. Yes, so some of the players did go out for a week or so in March to South Africa for some warm weather training. Oh, here we go. We're up on radio update coming in a few moments' time. Still those 4 slips in place. There's a point, mid-off come extra cover, mid-on mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Robinson wheels around at the far end of the ground. And he's on his way again. Around the wicket, bowls and let go by Yates outside of the off stump, taken by John Simpson, and there is no run. As Nicky was saying, there's a decent crowd in at Hove this morning. Well, a very pleasant day for watching cricket, actually. It was last week up at Leicester. It was cold, but it was also really windy, but it's very still here today. The flags are slightly fluttering on the scoreboard away to our right-hand side.
Well, let's bring you the latest cricket now with Adrian Harms, who is in Hove for us today.
I am, Sarah, and an excellent start for Sussex here in this county championship match against Warwickshire. Warwickshire winning the toss and electing to bat first on what looks a very good batting surface, but Sussex have already picked up a couple of wickets. Alex Davis caught by John Simpson off the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 3, and then Dan Molesley, who got a very good 100 last week, he was really well caught by Tom Clark at second slip off the bowling of Finn Hudson Prentice for a single. So Warwickshire here are 14 for 2. Meanwhile at the Oval, Surrey playing Leicestershire. Leicestershire winning the toss, asking Surrey to bat first. Surrey are 31 for 1. The man out, Dom Sibley, who was out for just 4. Rory Burns, the skipper, is on 17. Robinson in and bowls, let go outside the off stump by Yates, and there is no run. So 4 slips in place, a backward point, extra cover come mid-off, mid-on. Now Jack Carson has gone more to sort of a deep backward square leg. So just the one man in front of square on the leg side, who's Daniel Hughes, the Australian, clapping his hands. In fact, they've changed the field again now, and that mid-off fielder has now come across to mid-wicket. So obviously got a plan here for Rob Yates, who's 10 not out. Robinson down the hill, bowls, pulls, short delivery, and it's going to pull out towards the leg side boundary. Didn't get all of that, did Yates, and Jack Carson is quickly round the leg side boundary to field, but it's 2 more to the Warwickshire opener. He goes to 12, and Warwickshire to 16 for 2. Emails welcomed. Sussex Sport, not Sussex Cricket this season, Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk. I don't know why they've changed that, but it obviously was a short delivery from Robinson, which is perhaps the reason for bringing in that fielder to mid-wicket. Robinson again. Already 1 wicket to his name to add to the 5 last week at Leicester. He's in and bowls and dabbed into the onside by Yates. A well taken single. He goes to 13. It's the end of Ollie Robinson's 5th over of the morning. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. Warwickshire, having won the toss, are 17 for 2. Yates is on 13. I went to India for the first time over winter.
Oh, where did you go?
I went to what they call the Golden Triangle.
Oh, so that's Delhi, Agra, Jaipur?
Yes,
Okay, nice. How did you find that experience?
I loved it.
Okay, great.
I really thoroughly enjoyed it. It's a relatively short tour around the Golden Triangle. It was only 10 days, but we're absolutely, I mean, it's such an interesting country. Delhi was just
Chaos.
total chaos. I'll come back to it in a minute.
Hudson Prentice from the C end, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who's forward and lets this one go through to Simpson with the gloves, and the ball gets passed through the slip cordon.
I mean, clearly it's quite difficult to see because a lot of the people clearly live in poverty. A lot of people living on the street, which is, it's never nice to see. But you talk about chaotic traffic in England. Well, I mean, there seemed to be sort of vehicles going around the roundabout in opposite directions. I mean, it was just, but it was fascinating.
Yeah, I find it that when we complain about the traffic or the driving here in the UK, and then I take a trip to India and I come back and I realise that actually I'm in a very good position here, as Hudson Prentice is in, and Yates is forward and just defends this slightly uppishly. Hudson Prentice has a very long follow through, nearly ended up right in front of Yates. Literally a couple of steps away from him.
I mean, I'd love to have seen some cricket out there. We saw lots of cricket being played on sort of bits of waste ground, and
There's cricket played around like every corner you go to, isn't there? What time of the year did you go then?
November.
Oh, okay. Hudson Prentice in wide of the crease this time, and Yates is forward, solid in defence. Goes to mid-on, where Robinson fields. What was your favourite part? Standout moment of the trip.
Well, I guess the Taj Mahal is incredible, and we went there on a beautiful day, and what an incredible sight that is. But the whole thing was I really enjoyed it. It was something on a bucket list I've always wanted to do.
Hudson Prentice in again. This one's slightly straighter delivery, and Yates looks to work that off the back foot off his hips. It gets stopped at mid-wicket.
And of course the IPL is in full flow now, isn't it?
It is, and it's already the end of the second week of all that action. It's
Right.
crazy how quickly it's going by as well, and
would that completely consume India? I mean,
it does consume India.
right.
I've got friends here who are so consumed by it as well. Like, they plan their week according to what match is going on if their favourite franchise team is playing. As Hudson Prentice is in, and this one is outside the off stump. Yates plays and is happy to get beaten by this delivery.
This is an excellent spell by both Finn Hudson Prentice and from Ollie Robinson. They're asking a lot of questions of these Warwickshire openers, and I think this looks a good pitch, Nicky. It's for an early season pitch, generally you'd expect to see maybe a tinge of green, but this, as Richard was saying, it looks like a pitch in June. I mean, it's a beautiful brown colour. It's got a good carry, and I think Sussex have bowled really well this morning.
Hudson Prentice in again in this one, left alone outside the off stump by Yates, and it carries through rather low to John Simpson. That will conclude the end of the over. A maiden over for Finn Hudson Prentice, and Warwickshire 17 for 2 after 10.
Well, terrific figures from Finn Hudson Prentice.
Ideal, right?
Yeah, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 3. Ollie Robinson is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. His figures 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. Richard just ran through some of the scores in the other matches in Division 1 of the County Championship, so I'll just run through those. Essex with a very good win last week down at the Aegeus Bowl, but things not going quite as well for them this week at Chelmsford. They're 18 for 2 against Somerset. Notts, the county champions, in all sorts of trouble at Trent Bridge against Glamorgan, as Robinson is in, 4 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and Hayne is forward. Not yet off the mark, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Notts 42 for 3 against Glamorgan. 2 wickets there for Tim van der Hookten. Ben Duckett, one of the men out for 25. At the Oval, Surrey 35 for 1 against Leicestershire. Dom Sibley, the man out for 4. Rory Burns is 21 not out. And at Headingley, Hampshire, who lost heavily last week to Essex, as in comes Robinson over the wicket bowls. And, well, it's edged. It's not a chance. He's going to run away for 4 runs just down in front of us. James Coles and Jack Leaning in hot pursuit. Tom Clark has hurt his right hand. Let's hope that's nothing too serious. Oh, ouch. Yes, that hurt.
It looked quite painful.
Yes, it did. He's just surveying the finger on his right hand. But it was an involuntary shot from Sam Hain. He's edged the ball into the slip cordon. Clark got down quickly. It's probably caught him on the end of the finger. Let's hope that's okay.
He's shaking his right hand.
Yes, he is.
In pain right now. And
yeah, in fact, some of the players look just making sure he's okay. I'm sure if he wasn't okay, he wouldn't continue to field in the slips. But I don't think it was a chance.
No, it landed short of him.
We haven't got the benefit of action replays in the box at the minute. Once the television is set up, then we'll have that benefit. As in comes Robinson again. Bowls, Hain defends. Hain sprawls across to his right hand side and fields. Hain on 4. Yates on 13. Warwickshire 21 for 2.
I guess there's one way of keeping his hands warm there for Tom Clark.
Well, yeah, so Hampshire 18 for 1 up at Headingley against Yorkshire. The second division, Durham 54 without loss at Bristol against Gloucester. Northants 57 without loss. Crumbs at Canterbury against Kent. Robinson in again. Bowls let go by Hain outside the off stump. An exaggerated leave taken by Simpson, no run. Lancashire 31 for 2 against Derbyshire. Luke Wells, formerly of Sussex, one of the men out for 4. And Worcestershire 28 for 1 at Lords against Middlesex. Meanwhile, you're listening to live cricket from the county ground at Hove, where Sussex have made an excellent start. Asked to bat first this morning against Warwickshire. Warwickshire have lost Alex Davis for 3, caught behind off the bowling of Ollie Robinson. Dan Molesley, who was very well caught by Tom Clark low down in the slips off the bowling of Finn Hudson-Prentice for 1. Lots of journalists here today. Lizzie Hammond just put her face into the commentary box. Nice to see Lizzie. Writes for the Times. So we're told Rob Key is here today, and certainly Jeff Arnold here. So people getting around to watch county cricket. Good news. Robinson in bowls. Oh, he's bothering Hain then, who was forward. I thought for a minute the ball had breached his defences. But there is no run.
It is quite refreshing, actually, though, to see red ball cricket back in action. There's been so much white ball cricket over the last few months that it all got a little bit repetitive, and you were just like, actually, I fancy a change. And then right in time, the county championship begins.
Absolutely. It's the format of the cricket that most of us like the best. As Robinson is in and bowls. Hain again is forward. Wrapped on the foot either way. Robinson and Hudson-Prentice are asking plenty of questions of these Warwickshire batters this morning. Robinson 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. Warwickshire, having won the toss, are 21 for 2. Yates is on 13. Hain is on 4. The only question here is how long Ollie Robinson will keep bowling for. It was a question I asked him at the media day before the season, and he said, well, we've got a good quartet of quick bowlers. There'll be Finn Hudson-Prentice, obviously, who's open to the bowling, Henry Crocombe, and Tom Price, who's the new signing from Gloucestershire, who bowled really well as well up at Leicester last week. So we'll just have to see how long Ollie keeps himself going. I suspect we might get another over, but in the meantime, it's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice who's going to carry on.
Here he comes, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who's off the back foot, tries to work that into the leg side, but ball just gets slightly high on him. Ends up just dropping dead in front of.
Just actually, I think Ollie Robinson might have just gestured there to Henry Crocombe to get himself warmed up. Yeah, you see Henry Crocombe, he's fielding there at mid-off. I just saw Ollie Robinson point in his direction, so I just wonder whether that was the... Sorry, he's not at mid-off at all, no, I'm talking about, he's at backward point. As to whether he might be coming on to bowl next. We shall see.
Hudson-Prentice in, and Yates forward in defence. This goes to mid-off.
We've had some emails come in, which is good to see. Mark in Cotteridge in Birmingham says, good morning gentlemen, and lady I'm sure. Thank you for the commentary. My first viewing cricket on YouTube. It's a bit grainy but looks nice and green. I love this fixture as a martlet in Birmingham. I can't lose, says Mark in Cotteridge. I'll have to ask...
Where's Cotteridge?
I don't know.
I like the name though. That's quite
quite
a snazzy name. I'd quite like to say I'm from Cotteridge.
Yeah.
Hudson Prentice in now. And Yates again, forward in defence this time. Ball trickles down this line of the wicket, and Hudson Prentice collects on his follow through, and it does look like I think Ollie Robinson might be thinking of his plans from the Cromwell Road end.
Yes.
Just has a natter with Hudson Prentice as well.
Yes, I know Birmingham quite well, but I don't know where Cotteridge is, so we shall ask Richard when he comes back into the commentary box.
Hudson Prentice in, and this one's left alone by Yates outside the off stump, and by the reaction of the slip cord in, it looked slightly close.
Yes, I think that was far away from the off stump. Tim Broadbent has been in touch. He says, morning Adrian, thoroughly enjoying the new season, now back in France after my stint in Kazakhstan. Amusing to hear Richard talk about limited BBC expensive with no breakfast. In my distant youth I used to write and perform a weekly topical song on Radio Sussex for a children's show called Cabbages and Kings. After about 18 months I got a very official letter from the BBC saying my fee was beyond their means.
Hudson Prentice in now, and this one a straighter line. Yates works that to mid-wicket.
And he says his fee was £2 in those days. So anyway, thanks for getting in touch, Tim. Lovely to hear from you.
You have a very global listening audience.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. There's always someone listening from Thailand. I remember this. I'm always down at home, and someone will email.
Yeah, we do get people listening from all parts, which is terrific. And I'll read out a couple of other emails at the end of the over.
Hudson Prentice into Yates, who's forward, thickish inside edge down towards fine leg. Will take the single and keep strike, as well as we conclude the end of the over. 1 run from it, and Warwickshire are 22 for 2 after 12.
Well, I have to say, this is an excellent, really excellent bowling performance by Sussex this morning. Finn Hudson-Prentice and Ollie Robinson have both asked plenty of questions of the Warwickshire batters. I think Finn Hudson-Prentice is now coming out of the attack. He waved in the direction of the dressing room, and it just sort of the pats on the back suggested to me that would be his last over. What a spell of bowling, those 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 4 for Finn Hudson-Prentice. And as we suspected, Ollie Robinson is indeed coming out of the attack, and he's going to be replaced by Henry Crocombe, who picked up 9 wickets at Leicestershire last week and bowled with really good pace. So let's see how Henry goes. A nice email has come in from Chris Bradley, who says, hi Adrian, after growing up in Sussex but now living in Warwickshire for a long time, I always look forward to this game with a foot in both camps. I've noticed over the years the well-trodden path for players between the 2 counties, Ambrose, Briggs, Garton, to name a few, but my favourite was Michael Burgess, great glove man and fantastic attacking batter with the ability to dig in and play the situation. Here comes Crocombe around the wicket. Bowls up on his toes is Yates, defends into the offside. There is no run. I remember him batting for both counties. Was disappointed when he decided to retire early, by the sounds of it, because he was just ready to start the next stage of his life. Have I got any favourites who played for both counties? And he says, enjoy the 4 days. Thank you, Chris, for getting in touch. Yes, fine cricketer, Michael Burgess, as indeed all those you mentioned, Danny Briggs and George Garton, Tim Ambrose. Crocombe in again, bowls, and Yates defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. My good friend Julian has been in touch from the top deck of the Spen Karma Pavilion. He says, here I am to enjoy another season. If Sussex don't win the county championship season, who will? Says Julian. Great question. There's a drinks being brought out for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Crocombe is in again. Bowls up on his toes is Yates, steers that to mid-wicket. Well fielded by Jack Carson, and there is no run. Who will win the county championship, Julie? Well, I think you have to look at the counties that are strong every season. I mean, you're looking at Surrey. I think you're looking at Nottinghamshire. Somerset. All those counties are strong, aren't they? With plenty of depth. But wouldn't it be wonderful if? And I suddenly got my Sussex hat on here. If Sussex, with all the problems they've had this winter,
It would be quite nice, wouldn't it?
Well, it'd be amazing. Crocombe in bowls, up on his toes is Yates, plays into the offside, and there is no run. What Sussex can't afford is to pick up too many injuries, because with the ECB sanctions, etc. I spoke to Paul Farbrace last week about bringing in loan signings. Would that be possible if they picked up injuries? Because they have got 2 injuries. Dom Goodman, the new signing from Gloucestershire, is out for 3 months with a fractured rib, which is a massive blow for Sussex. Crocombe in again around the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Yates, plays onto the onside, there is no run. And Sean Hunt, who's had a lot of injuries over the last couple of seasons, we understand is undergoing some surgery on an elbow injury. So they are 2 seam bowlers. I'm sure in the next block of matches, Sussex have a week off next week, then they've got 4 weeks on the spin, and I'm sure they would have liked to have rotated some of the quicker bowlers, but I don't think they're going to have the opportunity to do that, and that's going to be difficult. Crocombe in bowls, up on his toes is Yates, played to mid-wicket. That's an excellent over by Henry Crocombe. I'm really impressed by the way Sussex have bowled here this morning, and interesting there with Henry Crocombe. He spoke to me last week about consistency, because Henry does have the ability to bowl quickly and pick up wickets, but occasionally his direction can waver and he gets picked off for a couple of boundaries in an over, but he was right on the money in that over. At the end of the over, 22 for 2. Yates, who's batting nicely, he's on 14. Hayne is on 4.
Yeah, definitely asking questions of Warwickshire here, this Sussex bowling attack, and it does quite set the tone when you start so strong.
Yeah, so it is a double change. Tom Price is going to come on. But Mark in Birmingham also says, talking about the IPL, Nicky, he says, who are you tipping? He's going for Royal Challengers Bangalore, because I believe Jofra Archer has signed. Yes, Jofra is... no, he's played for Rajasthan Royals, isn't he? Mm-hmm. Jofra?
He was with Rajasthan, yeah. Here's Price from the sea end. Back of a length, and Hayne is on his toes as that goes to point. He's got 3 slips in place here. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Good chirp around the ground as well. Price turns at the top of his mark, scurries in this initial few steps and sets off. This one left alone outside the off stump by Hayne.
Omkar has been in touch on Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk. He says, what a delight to have cricket back, particularly cricket played with a red ball where there are no limitations and 2 breaks for food. Speaking of which, I'm currently at home in West Hampstead. Well, that sounds rather nice. Preparing for a birthday and Grand National barbecue with my associate Maitland, a Somerset native, who now often blasts out Sussex by the Sea to start the day, much to the delight of the residents of NW6.
Price in now, a little bit of width and off the back, but this is punch, but straight to cover, and it's well stopped. I believe that's Tom Haynes. Maybe.
It is.
It is.
Yes. Tomorrow we'll have the Sussex stream on, and the racing will take the big projector screen and a couple of bottles of rosé. Very nice too. Wishing all the best for the season and looking forward to the commentary. Thank you, Onkar, for getting in touch. Yeah, Grand National tomorrow. It's a big weekend of sport with the Masters on as well this weekend.
Lots of sport as Price is in. Stays close to the stumps as this one's left alone by Hayne.
And we should say for our Sussex listeners, the football season continues apace, of course. The Albion, lots of Sussex supporters who'll be listening in are Albion fans. Albion with a trip to Burnley tomorrow. And that game will, of course, be live, as all the Albion games are, on BBC Radio Sussex. This is good from Price as well. Holding a good line and length.
Price in now, and this one's chopped back and bowled. And Sussex have another. Just stays off the ball there a little bit, does Hayne. He looks to be taken by surprise, jagging back. 3 down now here, Warwickshire.
Well done, Tom Price. That's his first wicket in Sussex colours. He batted beautifully last week up at Leicestershire, making 73 in the first innings, 73 in the second innings, 43 in the first innings, and he's followed that up with a wicket today. And Sussex will be absolutely thrilled to bits this morning on what looks a really good batting surface. They've earned those wickets. They've bowled a really good line and length. Sam Hain has gone. And Warwickshire in a spot of trouble here, 22 for 3.
Well, that's what happens when you've been bowling so well. It creates that pressure. It just seemed like Hain was trying to create a shot that wasn't really there.
I just think that they've just bowled consistently well this morning and made the batsmen play. And it's, as I would say, as a quartet of bowlers, and we've now got the fourth bowler on, I would say this is as well as I've seen Sussex bowl as a group for a long time. There's barely been a loose delivery. We've had we're in the 14th over, and there's barely been a loose ball been bowled. It really has been excellent stuff from Sussex this morning.
I think I saw maybe a couple of overs ago, a bit of width, and that was an attempted punch off the back foot, but went straight to cover as well, so wasn't any relief. Out comes Webster into the middle now.
They're actually making another change in the field.
Yeah, mid-wicket's gone out and gone into slip.
Just looking there, there's a replacement fielder on. There's Charlie Tier who's come on, so someone it might have been Hudson Prentice who's gone off.
Price in now, and this is a fuller delivery, which is
Shot.
Pushed through the covers, and that will go all the way for 4. It's a lovely picturesque drive there from Webster to get himself off the mark, and that will also conclude the over. Warwickshire 26 for 3.
Well, that was the most authoritative shot of the morning. Mm-hmm. Beautifully played, slightly over pitch by Tom Price, but James Kirtley, the bowling coach, and the rest of the coaching staff will be delighted. They're pitching the ball up, and they've bowled really, really well. I just need to see who's left the field here for Sussex.
You might be right. It could be Hudson Prentice.
I wonder if it's Tom Clark with that. No, Tom Clark's still. Is Tom Clark still out there?
He's still there. 27 still there. Yep.
I thought I saw Finn fielding in the covers. Either way, it's going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. Sussex have picked up their first bowling point of the match. Crocombe in, down the hill, bowls. Oof, I thought for a minute that was going to dribble onto the stumps from Rob Yates. Will trick us out into the offside, and there is no run. So the field for Yates. There are 2 slips now going to be joined by a third. There's a third man, a point mid-off, mid-on. 2 men set back on the leg side. I'm going to make way for Richard at the end of this over. There's Crocombe back to his mark. Wheels round at the far end of the ground. He is running into bowl. Around the wicket bowls, and lovely shot by Yates. Played out into the offside. Very good bit of fielding there at mid-off. Yes, Tom Price diving away prevents... was it Ollie Robinson? It was Ollie Robinson. So he's a little way away from us. We're commentating for about fine leg this week. The cut strip is probably about half a dozen tracks away from us. But a single to Yates, he goes to 15, the total to 27 for 3. So Charlie Tier is at backward point. So we've got Coles, Clark. I wonder if Tom Haynes is off the field. It might well be, actually.
By process of elimination at this point.
I think it's Tom Haynes who's off. We'll get confirmation in a moment. As in comes Crocombe over the wicket into bowl to Webster, who's forward and plays firmly to mid-on, fielded by Robinson. And there is no run. I have to say from Bo Webster, the first ball he received, he cracked through the covers for 4. That was a lovely on drive. Straight to Robinson at mid-on, and there is no run. Total remains on 27 for 3. A little bit of breeze across the ground. I can see the flags of both counties fluttering away on the clock tower scoreboard away to our right hand side as Crocombe in again, bowls on Webster, shoulders, arms. Let the pacey delivery go through outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson. And again, there is no run.
Wouldn't it have been nice if we had Wednesday's weather today? It was nice and warm on Wednesday,
yes.
wasn't it?
Yeah, although last week up at Leicestershire, I mean, we would have taken it because it was dry, but it was really cold last week, and it was really windy as well. If you remember, we had Storm Dave. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So we got sort of the remnants of Storm Dave in Leicestershire, but it was very blowy. Crocombe over the wicket, bowls. Oh, Webster falls over and playing the shot. I don't know if he was surprised of the pace of that delivery for Henry Crocombe. I was talking to Paul Farbrace last week and talking about the pace of the Sussex attack, and Crocombe is clearly the quickest of the Sussex bowlers. And also he's got the benefit, at the moment at least, of bowling down the hill. One more ball to come in this over, then I'll hand over to Richard as in comes Crocombe, bowls, and Webster up on his toes with a high left elbow, punches into the offside. There is no run. End of the over, and Warwickshire are 27 for 3 with Yates on 15, Webster on 4.
Yeah, just one run off that over there from Henry Crocombe. He's got a bit of zip, just as Adrian says. As both the Warwickshire batters have a bit of a natter out there in the middle. Have to dig deep here. 27 for 3. 15 overs gone since the start of play. And it is going to be Tom Price from the CN. Number 53 printed on his back. He's just got his first wicket in Sussex colours. The wicket of Hayne. Out bowled as Price sets off from the CN with 3 slips in place. Right arm over to the left-hander. And this one strays off the thigh pad. Oh, he's got some bat on it. It's been signalled 4 runs by the umpire. It's not the line he wants to be bowling. And welcome to Rich in the commentary box.
You're right. He's got a bit of history against Warwickshire as Tom Price. His career best figures came for Gloucestershire against Warwickshire. 8 for 27.
Oh, wow.
So that he should strike in his first over. Sam Hayne chopping on. Might be a moment of concern for those who played in that game. It was about 3-4 years ago during Warwickshire's relegation battling campaign when they survived in the final hour of the season. But yeah, he might fancy it today.
You'd hope from a Sussex's point of view he does, as he sets off again from the top of his mark. Into Yates, who's forward and looks to set off for a single, but then decides against it as the ball trickles into the leg side. But yeah, it's deciding to stay over the wicket to the left-hander, so he's got to get his line absolutely spot on here, otherwise you might just see a reoccurrence of what we saw in that first delivery of this over. Just a little tickle and it will run away for 4, because fine leg is very wide here as he's in again under the leg side. It's taken by Simpson.
Second slip had a good yell there, but there was no sign of a touch on the ball. The evidence of the work on that block of flats now is there, isn't it? We're hearing drilling. It's a bit like you're in the waiting room of the dentist.
There's so much scaffolding. I noticed that as I walked in, and there was some last year. I just feel like it's doubled. There's so much scaffolding. As Price makes his way in again, back of a length, and this time middle and off stump line, and it's defended by Yates.
I've just been looking at the map of road closures for Sunday.
Road closures on Sunday?
Brighton Marathon Sunday.
Oh,
yeah.
It's already Brighton Marathon.
Brighton Marathon on Sunday. So I've worked out my walking route from the hotel. That's all right.
Get your steps in for the day.
Yeah, well, I've got to do at least 5,000 every day, so that's all right.
That's good.
That's good.
That's good. Well, it's better to walk it than do the marathon, in my opinion. As Price sets off, change of angle now, round the wicket to the left-hander, who's forward and just closes his bat face, and this one goes just to wide of mid-on. Robinson fields. Robinson's got sunglasses on, although I don't see much sun around. I guess the optimism, hoping, manifesting the sunshine.
Hay fever season starting now as well, isn't it? So maybe Maybe he wants to protect himself from that. I don't think quite high pollen this week, despite the fact the temperatures have gone down.
Price around the wicket, wide of the crease this time, and this Yates is forward. Looks to set off for a single, but decides against it as the ball goes to square leg. That will conclude the end of the over there from Tom Price. Warwickshire 31 for 3 with Yates on 19, Webster on 4, and 16 overs have gone. Yeah. See, I'm lucky I don't suffer from hay fever.
Oh, I've had a tablet this morning because it is on the BBC app. It is pollen high, UV medium. Well, clearly UV's not exactly breaking through at the moment.
Like, what does it feel like to have hay fever? It's just
horrific. At its worst, it is awful because your eyes go and they're itchy and they're watering, and then your nose will bubble up, and it's
Isn't it frustrating though? Because you can't even enjoy the sunshine then, because you're outside and you want to be outdoors, and then you can't.
So if you get a pill, as Crocombe comes into Webster, who drives the ball up towards mid-on with no timing, it's a great excuse for not being a gardener.
Oh, that's true.
So, I can't be doing with gardening.
Sorry, it triggers my hay fever.
Exactly. I won't be able to breathe. I've been not used to anybody, which is probably true. But yeah. The tall man Crocombe gathers and bowls, and it gets an outside edge, but it bounces well in front of Leaning, who's at third slip. And Webster inevitably coming in with a bit of attacking and counter-attacking intent. That's the way that he wants to play, but since that 4 off the first ball, he's not looked any more comfortable than any of the other batters that have been out there so far.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot to get himself off the mark and make his presence felt as he walks out into the middle. But he hasn't played anything like that since.
Crocombe again whistles past the outside edge of Webster, who tries to convince us that he's dragged the bat inside the line of that, but I'm not entirely sure he had. Crocombe, one of these young bowlers that is catching the interest of England selectors because the way they want to develop players and get them within the lines quite early and work with them. I mean, you've got some real pace.
He's got some zip, doesn't he? He has a bit of a snappy finish to his action.
Yeah, I mentioned the gather because it's quite elaborate the way he picks his arm up, quite strong, as again walking forward is Webster, and he flicks it back down the wicket, half gathered with one hand by Crocombe, who then decides that the shining duty can be done by Daniel Hughes. Webster wants to come forward to him, but then the ball before is the one where he forces you back because he's got that length, that hard length. So,
but Bo Webster's pretty tall as well, so he gets that benefit that he can.
This one just back of a length, and again fielded in his follow through, rather more tidily this time by Crocombe. He's a good 6'5", Bo Webster.
My gosh, that would give me a neck ache. I'm 5'4", or just about.
It's alright, that's quite tall, 5'4". My mum's 4'10", so you know, you would tower over her.
Changing the field.
Yeah, sort of deep backward. He's going to be a more orthodox third by the time he stops skipping to his left. Out from point, so whether they're expecting Webster to try something big off this next delivery, but it's just back of a length. Good line that from Crocombe, who bowls the second maiden of his 3 overs so far. 3 overs, none for 1. He'll be delighted with that. The only one of the 3 seamers not to have taken a wicket, but he's played his part in what has been a build-up of pressure throughout this first session.
Yeah, sometimes it's quite frustrating, isn't it, as a bowler? You might not be able to contribute in the wickets column, but the way you've bowled has set up the situation for your peers who've been bowling from the other end, and you might not have a wicket to your name, but you would have contributed to building that pressure and creating that situation that perhaps a batter gets frustrated and then decides to play at one which they would normally leave, or whatever the situation. As Tom Price is in, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who's forward and defends the ball to cover. It's picked up by Tom Haynes.
From the Bears' perspective, Yates has got to try and set out to bat all day. It's no fluency about his innings, but he looks slightly less edgy than the 3 batters that were dismissed. So it just needs to hold this together. Made runs last week, 70 against Surrey.
Pricing again. Oh, beautiful delivery. A play and a miss from Yates. Goes into the gloves of Simpson. So we've got 2 slips and a leg slip now in place. So 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a long leg and a leg slip. The field now for Tom Price as he bowls to Yates. He's on 19.
It's another delivery that's pretty much gone past the shoulder of the bat as well.
And he comes again, and this one stays low as Yates is forward and defends. The ball squirts to point.
I wonder, I mean, we've only seen 1 shot timed properly in 75 minutes of cricket, which was Bo Webster's first ball. That's the only real shot of authority that we've seen.
It was also a much fuller delivery. It was.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether the surface might be a little bit too paced at this point. I don't know. But we're seeing 1 or 2 balls bounce a bit higher.
Price in now, and on off the back foot, Yates defends. Ball goes to point. Yeah, I think it could be. Because we haven't been able to see. It doesn't look like the Warwickshire batters have been able to trust the wicket so much.
Yeah, and Sussex has bowled really good lines and lengths.
Yeah.
So they've kept the pressure on. We keep asking the question. It's a good quartet, to be fair.
Price in again. Yates forward in defence, gets his head right over his front knee like you see in the coaching manuals. Top ball so far. On track for another maiden. We've just been handed our lunch vouchers.
Choice of venue, apparently. Have to see.
Price into Yates as he shuffles across and off his back foot. Just opens the blade, drops this between point and cover, and will come back for a couple of runs. It's well run, and that will also conclude the end of the over. 2 runs from it. Warwickshire are 33 for 3, with Yates moving on to 21. Webster on 4 after 18 overs.
That sounds like a small aeroplane, doesn't it?
There it is. Hey.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, just coming from over the sea and heading up, I guess, towards Gatwick and that sort of area. It's quite a small plane. 33 for 3. Ollie Robinson's going to come and have another go here. I think he just senses that there's a real opportunity. He's only had a break of 3 overs, but Sussex will feel there's a real chance here to wrestle Warwickshire out for a low total. And if they can take advantage of that situation, so he'll come back for what will be his 7th over of the morning. 3 slips in place, comes into Bo Webster, who gets that off the inside edge of the bat down towards fine leg for a single. 34 for 3.
There's been a lot of oohs and ahs today, just seeing that first delivery there from Robinson.
Well, that one's just really on an off stump line, and it's the inner half of the bat. And Ollie Robinson puts his head briefly in his hands, because he'll view that as a false shot. Puts the left-hander Yates back on strike.
Tom Price in front of us down at fine leg.
It's always interesting when 2 brothers come through at a county and then one of them moves on. As, this is nudged out into the offside by Yates, and there's no run, but Ollie Price still at Gloucestershire, Tom Price down here. Ethan Brooks stayed at Warwickshire longer than Henry Brooks, but Henry at Middlesex, although now on loan at Gloucestershire, not playing this week. Ethan at Worcestershire. And then the Overtons splitting ways a few years back, wasn't it, when Jamie headed from Somerset to Surrey. So that's at least 3 pairs of brothers playing at different counties. Robinson in onto the pads of Yates, can't get that round mid-wicket, picked up by Haynes.
You can feel the frustration out there in the middle between these two, not able to get it away.
Well, they're looking at their bats, they're looking at everything, but it is difficult in that when Yates has played shots that look a little bit more authoritative, they've barely been getting 2/3 of the way to the fence.
Also, the leg side is very, very big here
Yeah.
because we're slightly on the further left-hand side with where our wicket is placed.
Robinson to Yates, defends back down the trap, picked up by Robinson in his follow-through. I mean, it's good for where the majority of the crowd are over.
They feel
this
closer
side
to
of
the
pavilion.
action.
They are close there.
Mm-hmm.
If any of the hitters in this game catch one, they may get scattered. A few people are in the seats away to our right by the bar area.
The hospitality section
Yeah.
gets a bit noisy after lunch down there.
Does it?
It does.
I don't know whether they've got much by way of hospitality guests today. I'm sceptical. Looking at who's sitting there. So he comes forward, Yates, to this next ball, pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run. 34 for 3. An attritional morning for Warwickshire. Really good bowling from the home side, buoyed by that victory over Leicestershire. Confidence, isn't it? It's everything. You can hear them chirping as well. Sussex at the moment.
Yeah, they'll feel like they're right here, right in this moment.
Robinson to Yates, goes past the outside edge again. Kind of looks like he's around the shoulder of the bat height once more, and that's at length that they found consistently so far in this morning session. Just taking a second look at it, see what height it does go past the bat. Yeah, that one's wide and going wider. I think we can say that Yates did play inside the line of it, but 34 for 3, 19 overs, so it's been tortoise-like in terms of run rate. 19 overs gone, and Sussex very much with their sitting on the body of Warwickshire and trying to get a submission. That shows how little I know about wrestling, really. That wasn't convincing at all, was it?
Well, you could have said anything and it beats all my knowledge of wrestling put together, so...
I know it exists, but beyond that, no. Interesting for Bo Webster, they've got a deep mid-wicket here now.
They have 2 out on the leg side as Price sets up. And off the back foot, wow, really gives this one a swing, does Webster, but it goes under the bat and through to Simpson.
He could have swung himself off his feet there. He's gone for everything with a back foot drive. He's gone with the full windmill of the bat. He's already been down once when he was hit on the pad by Crocombe. And I don't think he's got terribly close to it, to be honest with you.
No, he didn't, but he really shaped up to go all guns blazing through it. This Price is in now, and this one straight to delivery, clipped off the legs and down towards fine leg. Will take the single. Yeah, the way Bo Webster shaped himself up for that back foot punch, if you were at cover, you probably would have thought, ouch, this is coming my way, and then nothing. A sigh of relief, I guess, when it went into the gloves of John Simpson.
Didn't see it, skipper. It whistles past you about an inch to your left.
Oh, did that come my way? Price round the wicket now. It's the left-handed Yates, who's forward and plays this to mid-on. Robinson fields.
So even there, Yates is wanting to hit it considerably squarer than that. He's straightened up a bit by the delivery. It's difficult because Webster in particular, his natural instinct is to want to attack, and he doesn't want to curb it too much. But those are, kind of getting out shots, it seems, today. It's been very hard to be positive.
Price in now, and this time just pushed to cover by Yates. Doesn't get this one away.
It's quite a lush looking outfield as well, isn't it?
It is. I love the lines that you see on the outfield, like you get the patches of darker grass and then lighter grass and darker grass and then lighter grass. Looks very precise. As Price is in now, and off the back foot, the blade is opened by Yates, and it goes to backward point.
Again, if Yates is timing the ball, then that probably glides down to third, and there's a bit of a chase on it. The outfield does not look quick, so it probably wouldn't get there, but he ends up hitting it squarer than he wanted. Yates has faced 69 deliveries for his 21. That's fine in a situation like this, but you're right, you keep on saying they look frustrated. They do, don't they?
Price in now, straighter line, which is back of a length, and this is played off the back foot by Yates as he defends it, and that will also conclude the end of the over. Warwickshire 35 for 3 after 20 overs.
Ollie Robinson's going to continue. He's issuing a lot of instructions as to where he wants the field. He's pointing everywhere. A little bit like the frenetic Italian peaceman in the original version of The Italian Job, trying to direct the traffic. None of this sequel nonsense. We don't deal with sequels. He's bouncing up and down at mid-on. Does that imply a bowling change is imminent?
Is that a bowling change, or is that I'm just trying to keep it warm?
Having a stretch. Plenty of those jumpers on show today amongst the fielders. There's Webster here again looking to jab it straight off the back foot. Can't get clean contact on the ball, and it scuffs off him and rolls up towards Crocombe at mid-on. Yeah, I do wonder whether Crocombe might come back with a change of ends here and come on for Price. That could be what happens fairly imminently. That might be wise, but if he continues doing it for much of this over, then I think we'll get a stronger clue. Well, he's just standing with his hands on his hips for now at mid-on. 3 slips and a backward point close to the wicket. It's got a short mid-wicket as well. Another elaborate drive from Webster. Comes off a thick inside edge down to long leg for a single. He's to 7. He just ties another knot in his mind, and the score goes to 36 for 3.
Yeah, he looked to hit that in one direction, and the ball ended up going somewhere else. No control over that, but
and then of course you get all the oohs and ahs after that, and rightly so. He's used the inner half of his bat a few times. It's just that little bit there, and it's been exploited really well by the Sussex attack, as Yates is very watchful. Robinson picks it up and then flicks it with the outside of his right hand to Tom Haynes, who's fielding at mid-wicket, and he gets to do the shining this time. Pleasant chatter around the ground. First day of the cricketing summer for those who like to watch their cricket at Hove.
I've seen a few laptops in the stands as well. A bit of work from home going on.
This one beats the outside edge. Whether Yates played inside it or not, that was a bit quicker. Certainly it carried better through to John Simpson. Took it above hip height. So maybe a slightly sharper delivery, that one. So Adrian is getting himself poised for his return to action. He's limbering up more than Crocombe is, to be fair. Look at that. He limbers up by clicking his pen on and off using his left thumb. That's how he knows he's in good order. Robinson into Yates once more, dabbed into the offside. No prospect of a run now. Thought that was at the end of the over, but the umpires haven't switched. The scoreboard is very quick.
It is. It's very quick here at Sussex.
The one to the left is barely visible, I have to say, but
there's a reflection coming in on the...
There is, and the letters are all a little bit small over there. I'm getting old, clearly.
You got some binoculars with you?
No, that would be like feeling that I've been defeated. Robinson's complete his over. Yates with a good-looking drive, but it's fielded on the hop in the covers, and there's no run, and that just keeps the pressure on. It was Hudson Prentice with the stop. Nikki Chowdhury is off. She's off. She's going to take a meal ticket with her. Who knows what she's going to do with that? and she will be back after the lunch interval. Adrian Harms is back in position.
Hello, Richard.
Yeah, and Crocombe is coming with a change of ends to come on now from the C end, which we suspected he was.
As predicted by you. I think this is a decent batting service, actually. I think Sussex have just bowled really well this morning, Richard.
The only counter to that is I've only seen one shot timed.
Yeah.
So Sussex have definitely bowled really well.
Yes, they have.
So there's no debate about that. They've put the ball in the right sort of areas. They haven't given any freebies. But Bo Webster is the only person who's timed a ball, and that was once. And that's just my little curiosity is to whether it is a bit harder out there than we might have imagined.
Quite possibly. Henry Crocombe is going to come in from the C end. He's threatening to sort of brighten up. The light is excellent as Crocombe runs away from us in and bowls, and Webster plays into the slip cordon. It's fielded there by a diving Tom Clark, who's always very athletic around the slip cordon. And there is no run. Well, see Mike Atherton in the press box next door, Richard. So Rob Key here, Jeff Arnold here. I don't know. Perhaps it's the match of the weekend. I don't know.
It's the day. This is the big day where they all come here.
Crocombe in again, bowls, and Webster plays firmly down to deep backward point, fielded out in the distance by that's Tom Price all the way down. There is it Finn Hudson Prentice. It's a long way down. They've both got a 3 as the second digit. I think that's Finn Hudson Prentice actually. Total goes to 37 for 3.
But selectors need to see how Ollie Robinson is doing, because he's promised that he's going to deliver this year. They want to have a look at Crocombe and Coles.
Yeah.
They want to have a look at Dan Mosley potentially.
We had a couple of messages in from listeners up in the Midlands on sussexsport@bbc.co.uk, but I didn't know the answer to one of the questions, so I'm going to pose that to you, Richard. As in comes Crocombe around the wicket, bowls to Yates, who covers up, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. As to where is Cotteridge in Birmingham?
Cotteridge, it's in between Kings Norton and Bourneville, so not far from where the Cadbury factory is.
Right.
There's a notorious double roundabout on the Pershall Road in front of Kings Norton Fire Station. That's kind of where Cotteridge is.
Right. Well, there was a listener in Cotteridge. I know Birmingham quite well, because one of my daughters went to university there. I loved it. As in comes Crocombe, again bowls, Yates bowls. Sorry, Yates defends into the offside. I'm distracted, so I've got to do an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex and Surrey in a couple of moments' time. And in fact, Clive Walder, who's a listener up in Birmingham, has been in touch to tell me that it is he's another martlet living in Birmingham, another Sussex fan. So we've got a few.
So who's the person living in Cotteridge?
I'll tell you in a mo. In comes Crocombe bowl, cut away by Yates, nicely down to third man. Picks up a single. Total goes on to 38 for 3.
Let's see how things are going. Is it still cloudy in Hove, Adrian?
It is cloudy. There's just a hint of sunshine across the ground, and there's barely a breath of wind, so it's a lovely day for watching cricket. And Sussex are going along very nicely, Sarah. They lost the toss here this morning and were asked to bowl first, but they've already picked up 3 wickets of this very strong Warwickshire side. Warwickshire 38 for 3, a wicket apiece for Robinson, Finn Hudson Prentice and for Tom Price, and we've had 22 overs this morning. Meanwhile, up at the Oval, Surrey 79 for 2 against Leicestershire. Don Sibley out early for 4. Rory Burns, the skipper, also out for 24. Jamie Smith is still there. He's on 22, as is Ollie Pope, who's also 22 not out.
There we go. Service done.
Service done.
Update the fine people of the counties.
I'll tell you in a minute who that email was from. It was from Mark in Cotteridge in Birmingham. He says, I love this fixture. As a martlet in Birmingham, I can't lose, he says.
Ollie Robinson in to bowl to Yates, who defends it out into the offside. And there'll be no run. See, near Cottridge, you've got the up-and-coming bohemian suburb of Sturchley, which is now noted for its beer mile. Because there are 3 microbreweries,
Right.
all within a stretch of a mile.
Well, it's funny.
Splendid.
Well, it's funny you should mention that because Clive Walder, who's another exile living up in Birmingham, he picks up on that. I'll tell you in a minute what he says.
Ah. Robinson approaches once more, back of a length, guide into the leg side. Oh, they think about a quick single, and there's a shout of no from Webster, who realises that Robinson is to get to that ball very quickly. He goes down on his knees and throws at the stumps. Yates was back by then, but sharp piece of work at least by Robinson, and just keeps that pressure on at 39 for 3.
Yes, Clive says Cottridge is a southwestern suburb of Birmingham, which is getting a bit trendy now. It's next to the up-and-coming hipster suburb of Sturchley, which has had national press exposure for its craft beer and eating establishments. I used to live there when it was less fashionable, says Clive. So there we go.
Cottridge trendy is an interesting concept, but yes. As Ollie Robinson comes in and bowls just back of a length, guide into the leg side and fielded by Robinson. And there's no run. It's 39 for 3.
The sun keeps threatening to come out, Richard, doesn't it? It almost looks like it's there. Absorbing morning, though. It's been a terrific morning, particularly for Sussex.
In comes Robinson once more, pushed into the offside, up towards mid-off. And there's no run for Yates. The sun's leaving tiny shadows now, just tiny shadows by the players. I don't think it's ever going to be a particularly sunny afternoon, but there's almost a slightly blue hue that you can see in portions of the sky now.
Email from George Harris. He says he's running the Brighton Marathon this Sunday, fundraising for the Rocking Horse Children's Charity, and hope to celebrate with a beer, perhaps at the county ground. That'd be rather nice after running the marathon.
Yeah. As this ball back of a length from Robinson goes through the wicket-keeper. Nice pace about him.
I don't know the answer to this, George. He says, I'm curious to know your thoughts on Sussex announcing they've opted for a Kentish beer as their new supplier for the county ground. I was unaware of that. But thank you for getting in touch. Graham Barber, has been in touch. I'll read your email in a moment, Graham.
Robinson in once more, driven into the offside, up towards mid-off by Yates. Again, no timing, and doesn't beat the fielder. End of another over from Robinson. Is that a maiden?
Yes.
38 for 3. Pressure remains. 23 overs. The run rate is barely 1.5. I mean, just above 1.5. They've just given nothing away for free, which is the key to what they've done this morning.
No, I agree. There's barely been a wasted delivery. Graham says, do the financial restrictions mean that Sussex will not have Jayden Seales or Nathan McAndrew back this season? Is Jofra likely to play any red ball cricket? On today's and last week's performance, maybe they're not needed. Well, the answer to the Jofra question is, Jofra, as we all know, is centrally contracted. Paul Farbrace, when he was asked that question at the AGM, would Jofra play any cricket, he said probably no. I think he said no, actually. In comes Crocombe. Over the wicket bowls and defended by Webster into the offside, and there is no run. Last season Jofra played a 4-day game at Durham. I don't recall, I think he might have played one T20, but I think Sussex are planning that Jofra won't be any part of plans this season. And in terms of Jayden Seales or Nathan McAndrew, no, neither will be back. Sussex are now restricted in whom they can bring in. That's very much now controlled by the ECB. As Crocombe is over the wicket bowls, Webster defends into the covers, there is no run. So what they've got is what they'll remain with. So the overseas players this season will be Daniel Hughes, who will play all county championship and T20, and Jaydevan Nudkat, the Indian left arm seamer, who is coming for the last 8 county championship matches. But Sussex will not be able to sign any other players during the season, as in comes Crocombe. Up the hill, away from us, in and bowl, short. Webster goes to pull it and doesn't time it at all. The ball bounces down on the offside, which maybe makes Richard's point there about Warwickshire players have struggled to time the ball this morning.
Time flies, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
It really does.
Jane asked a similar question actually about overseas players, and so, as I say, just Jay Devon and Daniel Hughes. They're not allowed to bring anybody else in due to the restrictions placed on it by the ECB, as Crocombe in again. Bowls, Webster defends to mid-on, fielded by Daniel Hughes, and there is no run. Craig in my attendance game, I was going to mention that, yeah. Free to anyone on Sunday, if you coming up after the marathon maybe.
Yeah.
As in comes Crocombe. Bowls clipped away nicely by Webster down to deep mid-wicket. Jack Carson is very, very quick across the ground. He's got a good arm as well. Very good in the field. Got an excellent run out last week against Leicester. He threw down the stumps from third man to run out Rishi Patel. 1 to Webster. He goes to 9. And Warwickshire to 39 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex.
The finish line is not far from here from the marathon, is it?
No.
So Hove Gardens or whatever it is.
Oh right, okay. No, I didn't know that. Right? Sam Keir, who used to be the press officer here, is the PA man. He's here today, and I presumed it finished somewhere down near the pier. You know more than I do. Crocombe around the wicket, bowls to Yates, who struck on the thigh pad. The ball bounces out into the offside. There is no run. Henry Crocombe concludes his 5th over. He's bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, and taken no wicket for 4. Warwickshire are 39 for 3, with Yates on 22 and Webster on 9.
Preston Park was all being fenced off when I drove past yesterday, which is the start area. And a strict sign saying if you're not a competitor, don't come here on Sunday. Competitors only.
Right, okay.
So should be a really, really interesting day for everybody.
Yeah, so they get a decent day for it. I mean, you don't want it too hot, do you, on marathon day, but you don't want it raining either.
It's interesting, for all that the seamers have had real control. We are just over a quarter of an hour before lunch, and we're going to see James Coles, who didn't bowl in the first innings at Leicester, but did take a couple of wickets in the second.
Yep.
And it's interesting to see that he's come on at this point. So, see what impact he might have. And there might be, as much as anything, a bit of a tempter here for Bo Webster, because he will want to get on. So, slow left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Webster. Mid on and mid off have got a bit deeper. He's dragged that down the leg side, so Webster gets nothing on it. So, just moving. Square leg, a bit squarer, deep square leg. Hudson Prentice in front of a staircase. This is off the back foot from Webster, and he hits that firmly through the offside, and that might beat Price, who was covering the boundary over on the cover side of the ground, but that has been timed by Webster. His second boundary, he goes to 13. It's 43 for 3, and that was one of the first times of the day that something rather juicy has been offered. That was something of a long hop outside off stump.
Poor delivery, wasn't it?
This one off the back foot again. Will find Price this time. Single, 44 for 3.
Yeah, all he wants to just have a couple of overs of spin before lunch just to see if there's anything in the pitch, but he'll be very keen to keep the shackles on here. He won't want to give away any easy runs, having bowled so well this morning.
Yeah, the pressure has been pretty insistent.
Yeah.
This one's dragged down a bit outside off stump, but Yates pushes it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. You wouldn't expect to see much by way of turn at this point.
No.
First day surface. Yates off the back foot clips the ball through square leg for a single, so half a dozen runs so far off this over with one more ball to go. Yates up to 23. These two have now more than doubled the score. They came together at 22 for 3. They've, to use the old hardened phrase, nudged and nurdled their way somewhat to 45 for 3. Jack Carlson doing some stretching now. This is down the leg side, and it's going to go very fine. It'll go down to the boundary for 4, almost at where Longstop would be, off the pads of Webster, and side of the control. Those are the first extras of the day. 4 to add to the total. 49 for 3. Warwickshire 10 runs off that over, and the shackles were slightly broken.
Yes, they were. Interesting bit of skippering there from Ollie Robbins. I'm just wondering, perhaps giving a couple of overs to James. A little surprised maybe that Coles has bowled ahead of Jack Carson, but I'm sure there is a plan. Now, interesting, we are going to get spin from both ends because we are going to get Jack Carson, who's going to come in from the C end of the ground. Hugely popular figure around Hove is Jack Carson. Not least, he's a very fine cricketer, but he's so enthusiastic, Jack Carson. He runs around the field. He's always wanting to be involved in the action.
He's been quite vocal this morning.
Yep. Yeah, he's a real competitor. So he's going to be bowling with a slip and a short leg. Looks like some pads have just been bought out. John Simpson just saying, yeah, just hang on a minute, Jack, before you bowl. Looks like an offside field of a backward point, a sweeper on the cover boundary, cover mid-off. The short leg is just going into situ. Then on the leg side for Robbie Yates, there's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg that Carson now wants just bought a little squarer. And he's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who's 23 not out. Carson is in, bowls, and Yates is forward, dabs that to backward point. Coles is there, gets in the throw, misses the stumps, well backed up by Henry Crocombe. And there is no run, and that single brings up the half century for Warwickshire. As Daniel Hughes comes trotting down to the commentary box just down in front of us here at long on for the right-handed Webster.
Yeah, can Webster curb his belligerence through till lunch here? Again, you know instinctively he's going to want to try and hit something down the ground. But it's not the moment.
Carson in again, bowls. Webster glides that one down towards fine leg. James Coles is quickly round from shortish fine leg to field, but not before Webster goes through for a run. There was a little cry of anguish there from Carson. Apparently got a little bit of glitching on the line, I'm told, by a correspondent, so we'll see if we can. We did have a few issues around our equipment this morning, so we'll see if we can resolve that. If it is irritating, I apologise. Carson in again, bowls, cut away a little bit too short from Carson, and the ball dribbles out on the offside, not timed by Yates. He goes to 25, the total to 52 for 3.
Score just ticking over with the two slow bowlers coming on. It's an interesting choice they've made. Half a dozen bowlers used in the session when you're on top. Ollie Robbins has had a good long bowl this morning because he sensed they had the opportunity to get that door wide open.
Carson in, bowls, swept, and that's a very good stop actually at leg slip. I'm not sure if they come off the pad or the bat, but it went very quickly to the fielder at leg slip, I think, is Tom Clark, and there is no run. Carson again.
He wasn't far from missing that, and he'd been very plumb.
In again, bowls, and defended by Webster down the onside of the track, and there is no run. I don't know if Daniel Hughes can see us down in front of us. The very amiable Australian only arrived in the country a couple of days before the start of the season. Looked like he was in good nick in his innings in the second innings at Leicestershire last week. Now there's a change in the field. There's a leg slip, a short leg, and a slip. So 3 men in catching positions around the batters. Carson is in again over the wicket bowls and played down the ground by Webster, and Daniel Hughes is into the action. He trots in from long on to field. 4 singles coming off of the over. And Warwickshire, as we approach lunch, are 53 for 3. Yates on 25, Webster is on 16. I think Rob Yates has batted very nicely this morning. I mean, he's watched wickets fall around him, but he seemed pretty unperturbed by it, Richard.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of fluency, I don't think is his fault. The Sussex attack have bowled that well. He hasn't taken on any unnecessary risks. He has to set himself out to bat long in this situation, and then need the overseas player to play a serious innings here. Bo Webster, he's capable. He does like to strike a ball. He's had to hold back a little bit so far. Made a half century in the only innings last week for Warwickshire. And here he is pushing the ball through point for a single. First ball of a new over from Coles. Should be at least 2, maybe 3 more overs before the interval. I mean, part of the decision to make the bowling changes may also be the fact they were well behind on over rate.
Yeah.
Most will have 29 before lunch here, as Yates can't beat mid-wicket. Moving quickly to his left was Tom Clark to gather the bouncing ball as it was clipped off the pads by Yates.
Yeah, probably the best fielder in the side, Clark.
Yeah, very trim, isn't he? Now he's trying to launch this behind square, and he's hit it into the deck, and one bounce is gathered diving forward by Jack Carson. A metre either side of him, then Yates was probably getting 4.
Lucky to get away with that.
Just builds that frustration more, doesn't it? 25 off 90. Rob Yates waits for this one. It sits up outside off stump, and he pushes it out in front of point for a single. He's to 26, 55 for 3.
He hasn't quite got his length here, has he, James Coles, at the moment?
No, just 1 or 2 that he's
Dragged down a little.
Yeah. Bo Webster awaits now. Takes a big stride forward. Pushes it out into the offside.
Noticeable that James Coles doesn't bowl with quite the same loop that Jack Carson does. He does tend to push the odd ball through, does Coles.
And now Webster comes down the wicket, and he will launch it towards
6.
the building site. That is straight for 6 from Webster. The tempter was there. It was hanging up, and he has dispatched it nicely, and it was pretty straight as well that he's hit it. Only just to the left of the sight screen. And that was a nice release from the Bears' point of view. This stand now worth 39, 61 for 3, 26 for Yates, and Webster up to 23.
Yeah, just a little experiment there from Ollie Robertson, wasn't it, in terms of bringing James Coles in? I'm sure it's something that they'd spoken about. Just think, what have we got? Another... we'll go by the digital clock, which is 12:54, so we'll certainly have... They can't find the ball, actually, which seems to have got lost under the covers at the far end of the ground. Roger was actually talking about the over 8, so 27 overs gone. It's something Sussex have been very conscious of in the first game of the season. Their over 8 has been a bit tardy in recent seasons. They still can't find the ball. Rummaging around underneath the tarpaulins at the far end. That's ridiculous, isn't it? Oh, they found it. There we are. Well done. Ball retrieved. To a smattering of applause around the county ground, and the ground staff did their bit as well. So they were hunting for the ball. It was Daniel Hughes who eventually found it. So we are going to get Jack Carson, who's going to bowl. Well, we'll probably get 2 more overs in before lunch. So that's 29 overs before lunch. So I guess with 3 wickets going down, this will be about level. In fact, the umpire is just having a look at the ball to make sure there is no damage. And it is going to be Carson who's going to bowl to Rob Yates, who's batted throughout the morning session here. He's 26 not out. He's just moving his sweeper on the cover boundary just a little squarer as in comes Carson. around the wicket, bowls, and Yates is driving firmly through the offside. Clark can't get there, and it's a single as Tom Price comes in off the cover boundary to field. One more to the total, which goes to 62 for 3. Bits and pieces of sort of pale blue sky emerging above Hove. Carson. Back to his mark. I can hear the clicking in my ears as well now. That's a little bit of interference on our broadcast, which I do apologise, as Carson in again bowls and glides. That does Webster to short fine leg. Fielded there by Henry Crocombe. And there is no run. Carson. In again, bowls. Reverse swept by Webster. That's going to be 4 runs. Well, that's a nice shot and an interesting shot on the verge of lunch. The reverse sweep, which I know,
Yeah.
it's a sort of shot if you get out to someone says, what an irresponsible shot to play on the stroke of lunch. But I guess these players practice the reverse sweep so much, and if he gets anything on that at all, Richard, it's 4 runs, but it was well executed, and Webster joins Yates on 27 and Warwickshire 66 for 3, and Sussex have just leaked a few runs in the last 3 or 4 overs. Still 3 men around the bat.
Let's just release the pressure a little bit,
Yeah, it has.
unexpectedly.
Carson in again bowls. Webster back on his stumps and plays this defensively down the onside of the track.
I shall have to disappear to
there is no
talk to
run.
Birmingham the Black Country, if I may.
No problem. As we come up to the lunch break. Carson coming over the wicket. We will get one more over before lunch. In and bowls, and Webster plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Clark. And there is no run. So one more ball to go in this over. Well, I imagine we'll get one more from the Cromwell Road end. Wait to see whether that's going to be James Coles. Comes Carson again. Over the wicket bowls. Webster waits and defends to short leg, and there is no run. So it's the end of the 28th over of the morning. Warwickshire are 66 for 3. Yates on 27, Webster on 7. If you're just joining us, Warwickshire winning the toss this morning, electing to bat first. They lost Alex Davis, who was caught by John Simpson off the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 3. Dan Molesley was then caught by Tom Clark, a good low catch in the slips off the bowling of Finn Hudson-Prentice for just a single. And then Sam Hain looked like he only got a bottom edge, but he was bowled by Tom Price for 4. At that stage, Warwickshire were 22 for 3. They've now moved on to 66 for 3. James Coles is going to bowl the last over before lunch. Comes in and bowls too much width, hammered away down towards third man. Very good sliding stop down there. Excellent from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Prevents that going for a boundary. But Yates goes on to 28. And it brings Webster on strike, who hit a big 6 in the last over off of James Coles. Wonder whether he might want to repeat that again. In comes Coles again, bowls. Webster defends to mid-on. And there is no run. A slip and a leg slip are the close fielders. There's a backward point, a sweeper on the cover boundary. Extra cover mid-off. Long on, mid-wicket, deep backward square. Coles in, bowls to Webster, who places firmly through the offside as far as Tom Price, who's fielding in front of the clock tower scoreboard, and gets in the throw. One more to the total. Webster goes to 28, where he joins Rob Yates. Coles again in and bowls, and with a flick of the wrist played onto the onside by Yates. Jack Carson's very quickly round from backward square leg to field, but can't prevent a single being taken. So 3 singles off the first 3 balls of the over. Brings Webster back onto strike. Coles in and bowls. Webster plays back down the track, and there is no run. Tall man, Bo Webster. Surveys the field as Coles makes his way in again. Bowles. Webster defends out into the offside. Well, he's convinced he's got a wicket there, is James Cole's not quite sure whether he thought it was an LBW, but either way, umpire Lloyd says that's not out. So we go to lunch with Warwickshire 69 for 3. Yates on 29. Webster is on 28. A wicket apiece for Robinson, Hudson, Prentice and Price. So we are going to take our leave of absence. The Sussex Museum is being opened officially at lunchtime, so we're going to make our way around there. If it's your first time visit to the ground, well, do go and have a look at the museum and see what's going on there, all the various exhibits. So from myself, Adrian Harms, from Nikki Chowdhury and from Richard Wilford, thanks for joining us this morning as the umpires and their players make their way off the field with Warwickshire 69 for 3.
If you're feeling hungry, or first we have a variety of options for everyone. For our members, the locker room in the Sten Colour Pavilion will have a selection of chilled food and pastries. Now 7:11 from now until about 2 o'clock. Today's lunch, main lunch being kept at time. At the normal formal road end of the ground, you'll find the North Bar. Serves a lot of food for the rest of the day. South African Stadium is possible. Next session will be over in the south.
soon as the start of the season, he's more correct. He's that confidential man now. So there's a big difference between that
He knows how to put out where he is there. Well done. Yeah. That looks very good. Does that say good luck for Gary? Because they were up against yeah, he's just go share it.
God, that was quick. One, two, three, four.
Field roundabout, it's taking 10 minutes through there. Also in start queues going west from Portfield roundabout to Fishbourne roundabout, again 10 minutes the other direction as well. And in 10 minutes, slow on Hampton Court Way, north of Scilly After Hampton Court. 15 minutes.
The police for Ollie Robinson, for Finn Hudson-Prentice and for Tom Price. Something of recovery them from Warwickshire, but they've reached lunch here at 69 for 3. Meanwhile at the Oval, Surrey batting first against Leicestershire.
So we're just about ready to get underway for the second session of the first day between Warwickshire and Sussex. Please welcome on the field Sussex.
Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to Hove, where the players are just walking out onto the field for this afternoon session on the most glorious afternoon. Now the sun is out, there's bits and pieces of blue sky around Hove, and with a bit of luck we're going to have an uninterrupted day. I think tomorrow there's a possibility of a bit of rain, but we'll worry about that when it comes to it. Now, apologies if you were listening throughout the morning, because there was some slight sort of interference on the line, which I know one or two listeners did find a little irritating, but we've worked away during the lunch break and we think all the problems are now resolved, so fingers crossed you should get an interference-free afternoon. It's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice who's going to get things underway this afternoon, bowling from the C end of the ground. Excellent figures, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 4 for Finn Hudson-Prentice. He's going to be bowling to Rob Yates, who's on 29. Bo Webster, who's looked very impressive, he's on 28. The commentary team, myself, Adrian Harms, Richard Wilford from BBC WM up in the Midlands, and Nikki Chowdhury, who's going to guide you through the first over after lunch.
Yep, going to see Finn Hudson-Prentice back in the attack after lunch as he just rolls his arm over to mid-off, sorry. We're ready for play after lunch. Warwickshire 69 for 3 with Hudson-Prentice making his way from the C end, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Yates. Off the back foot, turns this behind square, will come through for the single, will push for the second as well as the ball just gets clawed back behind the boundary line. Good piece of work down in the deep in the end, as well as it's applauded by the spectators in the members' pavilion. And first runs after lunch for Warwickshire. As the breeze picks up, the clouds have cleared off, the seagulls are back, ready to nab at whatever food they get. Luckily for Adrian Arms, he's having his lunch safely in the commentary box beside me. As Hudson-Prentice makes his way again to Yates, who's forward and plays in a miss. Beautiful delivery, nipping around a little bit. Nice little buzz in the ground, as well as spectators make their way back after getting some lunch, getting some grub to eat. Lots of youngsters here as well watching the cricket, which is nice to see. Still the Easter holidays. As Hudson-Prentice runs with his shadow in front of him this time. Yates forward and lets this one go through to the gloves of Simpson. And the ball gets passed around the slip cordon. Yeah, Easter holidays, and this is normally the dreaded Easter holidays when you have to be studying for all your exams, whether you're of that age of GCSEs, A-levels, university exams. If you're watching on the stream, you're at the ground, you've got exams, good luck. But right now, this is an exam for Yates and Webster out there in the middle. After lunch, as Hudson-Prentice is in and off the back foot slashes, and this is carried through to slipper. It's dropped. Looked like a tough one.
Tom Clark, I think, who's got a really, really safe pair of hands, and that's a big miss. I don't know if we'll see a replay of that, Nicky, but he'll be really, really disappointed about that. Let's see that again. I mean, it would have been a good catch, but he's such a good slip fielder, Tom Clark. But the chance has gone a begging, unfortunately.
Yeah, just above him. And if anyone in that slip cordon would have got a hand to it, it would have been Tom Clark. Hudson-Prentice. Right, I'm over the wicket now to Webster, who's on his toes and defends to Robinson, who's at mid-off. A chance let go for Sussex. There's some comments on the stream about cake and you, Adrian. We've got some listeners wondering if there's any cake for us because you haven't mentioned it yet, but that's because it's not tea time yet. As Hudson-Prentice shines the ball and turns at the top of his mark with the ball flying above his head, heads in now to Webster, who's forward, full face of the bat, pushes this to mid-off. Ollie Robinson runs in to pick this up, and that will conclude the end of the over. 3 runs from it. First over after lunch. Warwickshire 72 for 3 after 30 overs.
Well, Sussex will hope that's not going to be an expensive drop. I say he's such a good slip fielder, Tom Clark, and he will be disappointed that didn't stick. So Rob Yates given a life when he was on 31. In terms of cake, I'm sure there will be some cake which will appear at some time. In fact, I did notice some cake in the press box. There was some early season cake, which I think...
There's an abundance of cake in
yeah,
there.
I mean, generally we get sort of a baked cake or something, so we'll have to see how that pans out. But I'm sure there will be some. So, it's going to be Ollie Robinson in for the first over after lunch from the Cromwell Road end, and the ball just drifts across Sam Hain into the gloves of John Simpson, and there is no run.
Just taking a look at the scores elsewhere in Div 1, Essex are 83 for 4 against Somerset.
Yeah, and I noticed Matt Critchley made a big 170 odd last week, out for a duck today.
Don't you love cricket?
I guess that's sort of the way that it goes, isn't it?
Yeah, Nottinghamshire are 102 for 5 against Glamorgan. Surrey 110 for 2 against Leicestershire at the Oval.
Robinson, now in bright sunshine, in and bowls, and Yates defends out into the offside. And there is again no run. So the experiment of using James Coles and Jack Carson before lunch has been abandoned. I guess it's it was a chance to have a look at, to see if there was anything in the pitch for the spinners. Also maybe at the back of Ollie Robinson's mind, just making sure the over rate stays where it should be. I'm just looking to see where the over rate is on the scoreboard actually. I can't see it actually. Robinson down the hill, bowls. Yates plays out into the offside. There is no run.
It says +1 over rate.
Where can you see that? Oh yes, I can see it. Sorry, yep, +1. So there we are. Thank you. Yeah, I can see overs, remaining overs, and over rate on the scoreboard. So from that point of view, Sussex are fine, but we did have a couple of delays this morning, not least one when the ball seemed to get sort of caught up in all the tarpaulins at the far end of the ground, which led to a bit of additional time being used up. Robinson in again, bowls. Oh, he's got the outside edge. It's run away down through the slip corner for 4 runs. Not a chance on this occasion, but a streaky shot nonetheless from Rob Yates, and Robinson just looks frustrated. Dabbed away. It's a pretty short boundary. The way the wicket is cut this week, it's a relatively short boundary down to the southwest corner of the ground, but nonetheless a moral success for Ollie Robinson, who's picking up today where he was last week up at Leicestershire. He picked up 5 wickets in the first innings. Didn't really bowl very much. I think he only bowled 6 overs in the second innings up at Leicester. Yeah. In he comes. Bowls, and forward comes Yates, plays onto the onside. Trotting in is Tom Price, and there is no run. 76 for 3. Yates on 36. Webster on 28. Finn Hudson-Prentice down below as he's bowled excellently today. Good to see players in short-sleeved jumpers last week up at Leicester. That certainly wasn't the case. It was very cold on a couple of days up there and very windy, which made it very difficult, particularly for the bowlers, running into the teeth of a gale as in comes Robinson. Bowls again, and Yates is hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal, which is not upheld by umpire Lloyd, and there is no run. So they do another very good over from Ollie Robinson, just the 4 runs coming off of it, and that was a very streaky boundary down to third man. End of the over, 76 for 3. Yates on 36, Webster on 28. And an email in from Nova Scotia, which is in eastern Canada, I think. And it says, hello all Bears fans, here listening to the Sussex Warwickshire commentary while I work from home. It's a balmy 2 degrees here, much improved from -8 at the weekend. So talk of it being a bit chilly there, I'm afraid you're not getting too much sympathy.
This one played off the back foot.
Shot.
And beats point. That's really hit with power by Webster. And we'll run away to the boundary. We'll
He's
see.
a stylish player, isn't he, Bo Webster? And that was beautifully played. Just finish off here. He says, cricket is growing here, 3 or 4 clubs, and growing with youth training and starting to take root too. So that's from John over in Halifax, Nova Scotia. And it's still cold out there. I mean, I think it starts getting cold out there in about October time, and obviously lasts into April as well.
That's a long winter.
It is a long winter.
It's very long.
And I think it has been really cold out there this winter in parts of North America and into Canada.
What did he say the temperature was?
Where it's -2 at the minute. Oh, 2 degrees, sorry. Minus.
Hudson Prentice in now, and this one off the back foot is dropped into the leg side. Mid-wicket scurries in, and they'll quickly take a single here. That's good running, good communication between these two out there in the middle. It's just been signalled a no ball as well, as Finn Hudson Prentice has a look at where his front foot is landing in relation to that crease line. He's just showed by the umpire as well. 2 degrees is not too bad. I'm off to Norway next weekend. I'm going skiing for the first time, Adrian. I'm petrified.
Is that quite late, or?
It's the end of the ski season, and I was invited out by some family to go and enjoy the closing ski season party, or the après ski. And
Oh, that sounds fun.
well, I've never skied in my life, and I'm so scared, as in comes Hudson Prentice now, and this one just played off the hips as he goes round the wicket, and it's stopped by Tom Haynes at mid-wicket. No run. So it's meant to be -6 in Oslo.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going to Norway,
Oh, lovely.
and that's going to be cold.
I think you better take plenty of money with it. I think it's quite expensive in the
Yeah.
Scandinavian countries. I think Norway's is particularly known for being quite pricey.
It's very expensive. I went a couple of years ago to see some family, and I never paid so much for a coffee in my life as in comes Hudson Prentice now. Fuller delivery, which is blocked off by Yates into the offside, and cover comes running in. Yeah, I think it was close to, what, £7-8 I paid for a coffee?
Yeah,
And I still think what you get nowadays in the UK is pretty expensive.
well, I think coffee has got very expensive here, hasn't it? You know, £4.5, £5 for a coffee.
It's ridiculous. But I need to definitely take out some travel insurance that covers me, because I can be very clumsy. As in runs Hudson Prentice, wide of the crease, and this one is taken at second slip.
Tom Clark.
Tom Clark doesn't put this one down this time, and Yates will have to go. Dangles his bat away from his body, gets a nick, and will head back for 36. And Warwickshire, they lose another one now. First wicket after lunch. They're 83 for 4.
Well, brilliant bowling by Finn Hudson Prentice, who has really been exceptional today, running in up the hill. He bowled a terrific spell before lunch. He's had a chance put down since lunch, and he's picked up another wicket. He seems to be bowling with an extra yard of pace, Finn. Really terrific play. And Tom Clark, you've got to give credit to Tom Clark, because that chance has gone down, but he stays in there. He's such a good fielder, and he doesn't make any mistakes. So that drop really didn't cost Sussex much at all. He was dropped on 31, was Rob Yates. He's actually out for 36. That's when the score was on 71. So, okay, it's cost a dozen runs, but a really fine catch. Second of the innings, and the second of the innings for Finn Hudson Prentice, and just what Sussex wanted after lunch.
Yeah, well, just a couple of overs ago, Tom Clark putting one down. He'll be happy that he's taken that one now, as Ed Barnard comes out into the middle for Warwickshire.
Good cricketer is Ed Barnard. He's one of these county cricketers who just always seems to perform well, whichever format it's in, and skipper of the side as well. Moved up to Edgbaston. I have to check with Richard a couple of seasons ago now, from Worcestershire. But a very fine player, but excellent bowling again by Finn Hudson Prentice, who's look at those figures: 7.4 overs, 3 maidens. He's taken 2 for 14.
Finn Hudson Prentice ready to go at the top of his mark to Barnard, who takes his guard and looks up. In charges Hudson Prentice and bowls this one outside the off stump, and Barnard comfortably leaves. That's not a bad delivery to get first ball, is it? Right, let that one go by.
Nice email from Ollie in Shropshire, who says, good afternoon, Adrian and team. Lovely to watch and hear for the first time in 6 months. I'm just getting ready for my team's First match of the season tomorrow. That's for Albrighton Cricket Club in Shropshire. He's going to try and make it to Hove soon. I'm wondering what you and your team's thoughts are on who from each county side. Just break off for a moment.
3 slips in place for the new batter as Barnard is forward and defends straight to cover. And that will also conclude the end of an over from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Picks up the 4th wicket there for Sussex.
Very good indeed by Finn today, and he's full of energy, isn't he? He's running down now to the 3rd man boundary. She's going to get his jumper or what he's doing. Oh, is he? What's he doing? He's picked up a jumper, which was down here at fine leg for the left-hander. I think he's just sprinting across to the leg side with his jumper. So
Looks like he is.
well done, Finn. He's full of energy. Just following on, Ollie says, I'm wondering what yours and your team's thoughts are on who from each side or county cricket in general should be getting a look in for England but hasn't yet. Up the Sussex, up the Albion, and up Grange Clare West in the Grand National tomorrow. Ooh. In comes Ollie Robinson down the hill, bowls and punching his Webster back down the track. Robinson fields off his own bowling and there is no run. So there's an early tip for the National, Grange Clare West in the Grand National. Best wishes and good old Sussex by the sea. Well, if you looked at who performed last week, you'd be talking about Dan Molesley, who did very well for Warwickshire. I think you'd be talking about Matt Critchley at Essex, who I think is a very fine cricketer. He didn't make any runs today, but he took wickets and made runs last weekend. Robinson wheels round at the far end of the ground. Comes in again, bowls, and Webster has he... Well, was that an appeal for LBW? Or no, caught behind. John Simpson didn't look convinced, to be honest.
Everybody else out there looked convinced apart from John Simpson, who just seemed unmoved.
Yeah, he didn't seem convinced, did he? Nonetheless, Robinson and the Sussex attack continuing to ask questions. Anyone in particular who you think should be getting a look in for England? I mean, a lot of it's going to depend on early season form. If you take wickets, if you score runs, the word seems to be from the England selectors that that's now going to be taken into account. Not, why it never was, I don't know. But
You'd have thought it should have been, right?
well, totally. Robinson in again. Bowls forward comes Webster, plays down the offside of the track. Robinson gives Webster a bit of a stare, and then marches back to his mark.
And also I think it gives players a bit more of that fire in their belly when they know that actually their performances early on in the season do matter and they're counted.
Well, I think there's just been the general feeling, wasn't it, that players that little notice was taken by the England selectors of county cricket. Now, we understand that Rob Key is here today, so clearly they've said they're going to be looking at players who are performing in the early weeks, so let's hope they are. Robinson in, bowls to Webster, who smashes that away through extra cover for 4 runs. Well, nothing much. It's a little short for Ollie Robinson, and Webster absolutely belted that through the covers for 4 runs. He goes to 37, Warwickshire to 87 for 4. Stuart's been in touch from Sussex, who he says, hello Adrian and team, great to be watching Sussex on the live stream. Do we think England might have another look at Ollie Robinson? Speaking of which, Joff is a massive draw. If the ECB want to keep Sussex financially, freeing up Joff to play for Sussex would get bottoms on seats, says Stuart. I don't think we're going to see an awful lot of Joffre, but I do agree. Robinson in bowl, Webster is forward, plays to mid-on, there is no run. I mean, if you could get Joffre in for 2 or 3 T20s, that's enough to fill the ground. He goes on to say, and actually in terms of Ollie Robinson, yeah, absolutely, and Ollie's spoken a lot about this. He spoke pre-season about it, that he hasn't given up hope on England, but he was very honest and said, I haven't taken enough wickets. I need to keep fit and I need to keep wickets and take wickets, and then maybe there's a decision to be made. But he said, until I'm taking wickets, I'm not really in contention. He comes in and bowls. Webster is forward, plays down the track. There is no run. Robinson fields off his own bowling, an over in which he concedes 4 runs. 11 overs, 2 mains, 1 for 28 for Ollie Robinson. Stuart goes on to say, might not be a great time to ask, but if anyone has some spare cash, Kemah and Sussex Cricket Club are raising money to build our own nets for our little village club, with about 150 local kids playing for us to give them some good quality training facilities like the bigger clubs around Sussex. If anyone can help, hunt down our socials on Facebook and Instagram to find out how to help. So there we are. Thank you for that, Stuart. So that's Kemah and Sussex Cricket Club looking to raise money for net facilities, particularly for the youngsters, 150 or so local kids who play cricket there. So who knows, it may help, Stuart.
Hudson Prentice in from the CN. This one just popping up on Barnard as he takes his bottom hand off the shot. Ball just dribbles a few yards in front of him.
I think he's definitely doing a bit out there, isn't it?
It is.
The way that Ed Barnard sort of wandered down and just did a little bit of gardening. And interesting that Ollie Robinson has turned to himself, and Hudson Prentice, who bowled so well this morning. But I was very impressed by Finn Hudson Prentice up at Leicestershire last week, and again today. I think he's been excellent.
He's ready to go again. As he's into Barnard, who's forward and just pushes this softly into the offside. Will come through for a single. That's very well judged of a run. Score moves on to 88 for 4. It was a lovely minute's applause before the start of play this morning, wasn't it, Adrian?
Yes, it was. That was in respect of 3 Sussex players who have sadly passed away in the winter. Tony Pygott, Norman Gifford and Arnold Long, and we had both sets of players lined up in front of the pavilion and a minute's applause around the ground. I thought it was very well done by Sussex and very well compared by Graham Irwin, the Sussex scorer.
This one back of a length, just jagging back into Webster, plays us off behind square and will come through for a single. Yeah, absolutely, it was a very warming gesture from Sussex, and yeah, very nicely done.
Yes, it was nicely done. I thought the words were all very appropriate. So well done, Sussex. Well done, Graham Irwin. And if you want to send us an email and contribute to our conversation, please do so. sussexsport@bbc.co.uk.
Hudson Prentice strides in. Oh, beautiful delivery. Playing a beat from Ed Barnard.
Well, he's just been excellent, hasn't he, Finn Hudson Prentice? He's barely bowled a bad ball. You can see that in his figures. He was in his 9th over, figures of 2 for 16, and he's looked like taking a wicket. I'm not going to say virtually every ball, but you wouldn't be surprised. He's just bowled an immaculate line and length.
No, really ideal stuff from him so far today. As in he comes again, and this time off the back foot, Barnard looks to just drop it into the offside, takes a few steps to set off and then decides against it, but rather close for a single. There's a bit more of a buzz around the ground now after lunch, isn't there, Adrian?
Yep. People perhaps
warmed up,
yeah.
Fueled up.
Yeah, there's a group of people sitting down on the in the corporate area away to our right-hand side who are enjoying themselves.
Hudson Prentice in, and this one is driven straight to cover by Barnard, and that will conclude the end of the over as well. 2 runs from it, and Warwickshire 89 for 4 after 34 overs. Barnard with 1 to his name, Webster on 38.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC WM, Adrian Harms, Nikki Chowdhury and Richard Wilford, your commentary team. Richard will be back with his familiar tones to those in the West Midlands in a couple of moments' time. He's just doing his radio updates. But it is going to be Ollie Robinson who's going to carry on. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 28 for Ollie Robinson. He's bowling with 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg, and he turns at the far end of the ground, the Cromwell Road, and he's running down the hill to bowl to the right-handed Beau Webster. He's in and bowls, and Webster is forward and plays that firmly to backward point. Good stop there by Jack Carson, who just points to the ground as if to say, yeah, it took an awkward bounce, but he got his body behind the ball, did Jack. And there is no run. Something is attracting the attention of the slip cord, and Tom Clark and James Coles are sort of looking in our direction. I don't know if they're looking at us. I'm sure we're behind sort of some slightly tinted glass here in the commentary box, but something has caught their eye. Oh, he's looking again, isn't he, Tom Clark?
Curious now.
He waits again as Robinson runs in, bowls to Webster, who runs this down to third man, and he's going to pick up a boundary here. Is Bo Webster? That's nicely played. The ball clatters into the advertising hoardings down below us, and Webster picks up another boundary. I've been impressed by Bo Webster. I think he looks to get on the attack whenever he can, but that was a nicely played shot. He goes to 42, and Warwickshire to 93 for 4. For those just joining us, since lunch, Rob Yates, the man to go, very well caught by Tom Clark for 36 in the slips, having previously been put down by Clark when he'd scored 5 runs fewer. He was on 31 at the time, as Robinson again charging down the hill, in and bowls, and Webster up on his toes and punches this without timing into the offside, fielded by Tom Price, who nips round from cover to field, and there is no run. Decent crowd here at Hove. Certainly the Spenkarma Pavilion has got a nice gathering. It looks, well, I don't know, probably about 2/3 full actually. It's a good time of day to be sitting in there with sitting enjoying the sunshine before it disappears. Then later on in the day that pavilion will be completely in shade, but at the moment that's a good vantage point as Robinson is on his way again. Over the wicket, bowls. Oh, it's hit on the thigh pad. Padding up there was Webster, which is always a slightly risky thing to do. It was a stifled appeal because it hit Webster around about the thigh pad, and he's a tall man, so there's no way that was going to hit the stumps. But just some first little bit of indecision maybe from Webster, who's been very positive in this innings. 42 and 59 deliveries, and he struck the ball with as much authority as anybody in the this Warwickshire batting lineup so far. Just surveys his bat. Coles leaning, and Clark having more of a natter in there in the slip cordon as Robinson comes racing in down the hill and bowls, and Webster drives firmly back to Robinson, who fields of his own bowling, makes as if to shy at the stumps, and at the same time gives Webster a bit of a stare. Not that I would imagine Webster's too bothered about that. He wanders away to square leg, and Robinson wanders back to his mark. One more ball to go in the over, and Richard's going to come and replace me. Robinson again. Final ball of the over. In and bowls. Webster is forward, plays into the offside, leaning is very quickly round from the slip cordon to field. End of the over, 93 for 4. Barnard on 1. Webster is on 42. Ollie Robinson has now bowled 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 32. I'm going to leave you with Nikki and with Richard.
Great, thanks, Adrian. Finn Hudson-Prentice making his way from fine leg up to the top of his mark now, ready to go again for his 3rd over now after lunch. Brilliant figures from him. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 16 runs, 2 wickets. Ed Barnard on strike. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Hudson-Prentice turns and sets off from the sea end. And is into Barnard, who's forward in defence, and the ball goes to cover. There's an appeal of some sorts from the slip cordon, but that's come off the willow. As I welcome back Rich.
You're right. I spilled some sauce on me notes earlier. I'm not happy.
Uh-oh.
It's been one of those days between the curtain falling off when I opened it this morning and that. Is that enough to be a number 2? Is there going to be a number 3 that goes wrong?
They say 3 times lucky, right? So
yeah. I reckon a seagull will spot me on my way back to the hotel.
I was just about to say, don't make sure you hide from the seagulls as Hudson-Prentice is in again. This time straighter line, and this one's tucked behind square by Barnard down towards fine leg. They'll come back for a couple. Very, very big leg side here at Hove today. There was always going to be a 2 there.
Well, Warwickshire are busier this afternoon.
They are.
And I mean, Rob Yates has got out to a ball he didn't need to play out, which is frustrating. And then Webster had a scare when there was a big appeal when it had just clipped the top of his thigh pad on its way through in between bat and pad. And the umpire did well. I think through here you've quite rightly spotted that John Simpson wasn't exactly loving the appeal either. So he'd seen what had happened.
Hudson-Prentice in, this one thickish inside edge down towards fine leg for a single. That brings Webster back onto strike. I think there's a change in the field here. Hudson Prentice signal to point to head back towards the boundary. That's exactly what's happening. As he makes his way back to the top of his mark. Straight delivery, and this is just defended by Webster, just squaring up slightly off that delivery from Hudson Prentice as he tosses the ball back to Ollie Robinson after fielding on completion of his follow-through.
He's a very experienced player now, Finn Hudson Prentice. It just feels like now he's ready to shoulder the burden of a new ball, which was probably something he wasn't necessarily ready for a year or two ago. But it means that Crocombe has got the firepower to come on first or second change, rather than having to give him the new ball.
In again, and this time Webster a bit more affirmative with his defence as it goes to mid-on.
It just gives Ollie Robinson a good bit of variety. Those 5 overs before lunch will remain a little bit of a puzzler, and I know that the over rate was short at the time, and it still is a bit. But those 5 hours did just surrender a little bit of control. They scored it over 5 and over during that spell, whereas prior to that they were struggling to go at 1.5.
Hudson Prentice in again, sets off. And this is again defended by Webster to mid-wicket, and that will conclude the end of the over as well. 3 runs from it. Warwickshire 96 for 4 after 36. A slight breeze around the ground. Did you have a good lunch break?
It was all right.
What did you get for lunch?
I got one of the sausages from the sausage man.
The sausage man. I saw the van for the sausage man as I walked around the ground earlier.
He wasn't actually made of sausage himself.
Isn't that disappointing?
I know.
They sold us a lie.
It's got a very low cover at the front. So
I think they had an issue with the cover when I walked up earlier. It kind of fell on someone's head, and I think they were trying to fix it.
Yeah, I had to duck under it to get near the counter, which I'm going to say is probably not ideal. So I'm hoping to fix that for tomorrow. It's Ollie Robinson to continue. His 13th over of the day, and he's left alone by Barnard, a slim all-rounder, captaining Warwickshire. Not the first time that a pair has become a bear and gone on to captain the side. But, it's... in fact, we commemorated the life of one before the start of play today in Norman Gifford, who moved from Worcestershire to Warwickshire and became the Bears skipper. But it's rare air. He is an obvious leader, Ed Barnard, though. By example, by personality. Proper cricket badger. And he inherits the throne as he awaits Robinson. He's looking to drive this through the covers. That's a nice strike. Might not make it for 4. They may well get back for 3. It's Hughes who's chasing it down, and they will jog the third. Webster is decelerating like a sprinter going through the heats in the Olympics against inferior opposition. So 3 more to Barnard. He's to 7.99 for 4.
Yeah, very, very big offside. You don't see many 3s run.
Yeah, how far is that boundary today? That's got to be 75, 80 yards.
Yeah, that's far away.
Probably 55, 60 on the other side. As Webster tries to withdraw his bat when he looked like he was fishing outside off stump, and then practices a shot that would have been befitting a T20 game. Here's the ugly swipe I should have tried. Okay. But he's from that generation that grew up with the white ball as well as the red ball. Webster is become an international cricketer a bit later in his career than some. A half century in his first innings of the season. He's on 42 in his second. As Robinson comes in again, outside edge down towards third, but it beat the man on the inside. It shouldn't quite. Picked up 6 inches in front of the rope by Carson. And they do come back for 2 more, and that's the Warwickshire 100 coming up. It is not been an easy process, let's put it that way. 101 for 4 they are in the 37th over, which at least means the second 50 has come in a rather sprightly 12 overs and 3 balls.
Yeah, a lot quicker rate of scoring from Warwickshire after lunch compared to what we saw before.
As I say, that little pre-lunch surge against the spin has helped. But they have added 32, and this is what, the 8th over after the interval. So going at 4 and over since lunch, as Webster pushes up towards mid-off. And there's no run, play that with soft hands. 1 ball left in Robinson's 13th over. Tom Price has been doing some limbering. That might indicate the next change. And I think it's very important to note 2 hours, maybe 2¼ hours on, that no movement with the washing on the balcony. No movement as yet. We'll keep you up to date.
Quite invested in the washing.
Oh, very much invested in the washing. Here's Robinson again, trying to flick it off his pads. A ball down the leg side, gets nothing on it. Quick feet from Simpson, makes the take easy for himself. You'll see he moves so smartly down the leg side. End of the over, 101 for 4.
Yeah, there's not a lot of washing out today, apart from that one balcony where they've got like an array of colourful towels. Maroon, yellow, brown, baby pink. It's definitely like a towel wash.
Are you going to bring some tomorrow for them to do?
Well, you know what? If I remember, I might just let it dry in the fresh ocean breeze.
Be alright, isn't it?
Yeah?
It is going to be Tom Price who's coming back on. So Hudson Prentice's spell was 4 overs. In all, he's bowled 10 today, 2 for 19. Price took the wicket of Sam Hain earlier in his 4-over spell.
Yeah, I don't think they'd invite me back, though. But
It depends on how I look. But well, if you hung it in between the 2 broadcast sections of the press area, that would be...
Right, Tom Price with ball in hand, replacing Finn Hudson Prentice, makes his way up the slope, and this one's back of a length and pushed off the back foot by Barnard, and that will race away towards the boundary. 4 runs. That's a slightly looser delivery there from Tom Price to start with.
Again, there have been very few really poor balls from the home side today, but that one was a long hop outside off stump, and it is the short boundary over there. Once Barnard's shot had beaten the infield, and it wasn't going to be caught, and as a result they send Crocombe back to the fence for the next ball.
Price will be looking to correct the line and length now. This one's left alone outside the off stump, makes its way through to the gloves of John Simpson. Yeah, I think once it passes that invisible inner ring, there's not much to go, especially on this offside towards the members' pavilion, for the ball to reach the boundary. Tom Price ready, just about to set off, and then decides he's not quite ready to go, but he is now. Barnard is forward and lets this one go through to Simpson.
There's a danger by putting that point fielder out there that you're setting the field for a bad ball.
I was literally just thinking that. I was like, well, you get hit for a 4 first ball, okay, that's all. And he knows that wasn't the ball that he wants to be bowling, that line nor length. Surely now that's just given him a little bit more leeway to... And he runs again. Back up for length, and it's left alone outside the off stump by Barnard.
I mean, there's a single out there if you want it. There's 2 slips and a gully in place now, so he's got a little bit more support in terms of that boundary fielder, cover and mid-off. So he might want to encourage the drive. He's trying to hit that length just back of a length, and if he drops short, that's when that backward point comes into play. But it's a curious choice off the back of one bad ball.
Barnard crouches in his stance, is forward, full face of the bat defends, straight back to Price, who picks the ball up and flicks it to Ollie Robinson as though it was like a little one movement dance. Does it in one flow. I've just noticed there is a sheet in front of me here, Rich, that says quiz, and there's a whole list of questions for today.
I don't know. Adrian says, is it the Cricket Museum here or the?
It's set by the museum.
It's set by the museum
wow.
here.
No, they won't give us the answers to the end of the game, but you can certainly start to go through the questions.
Oh, I shall. I was.
Adrian Harms's voice is off there.
Price in, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Barnard yet again, and that will conclude the end of the over. Good comeback after that first delivery, just 4 runs from it, and Warwickshire 105 for 4 after 38 overs. Webster on 44, Barnard with 11. Shall we look at these questions? Right.
Yeah, I had a quick look down them
So it
earlier,
says
and they've put me in a cold sweat. So
So it says Championship Quizzes 2026 from the Sussex Museum, Warwickshire, 10th to 13th April. Question number 1. Who, in 2025, was reported as the Warwickshire Club's reigning karaoke champion?
you see now, and this is a real concern to me because I should know this.
Well, if you don't know this,
Well-
I ain't got a Scooby.
Because it's the sort of thing that must have come up on the Bears podcast. But I know there's somebody who's appeared on the front of CD covers, but I'm not sure he's the best at karaoke. Robinson will continue, comes into bowl to Webster, who's driving through the covers, and that'll be 4. And it may have just damaged the finger of Finn Hudson-Prentice as well, who dived gamely to his left on one of the future wickets to be used this season. And that may have just taken something off one of his left fingernails.
Ouch.
Webster goes to 48. It's 109 for 4. Once it had beaten him, it was certainly going, but he's holding his finger behind his back at the moment.
He doesn't want to look at it.
Not on his bowling hand, I don't think. I think it's his
It's
left
left
hand.
hand.
Yeah. It's sore. Might see him disappear at the end of this over for
He's shaking it
a
now.
minor
behind.
inspection. Just ringing it there. Here's Robinson in once more to Webster. Did he get a nick on this one? He's been given. He's gone for 48. So a boundary off the first ball of the over, and then he gets his own bat with a ball just back of a length, and it's nicked through to John Simpson, and the major obstacle is out the way. Webster gone for 48, Warwickshire 109 for 5.
Again, just playing at one that maybe he didn't need to that. And he worked himself into a very good position, Webster. 48 from 70. Was being ever so patient. He'll be disappointed with himself now as he walks off back towards the pavilion. Big set of steps ahead of him. And Sussex, well, they really are having a good day out today so far. 109 for 5, Warwickshire.
Yeah, it was angled in at him, and it takes a nick, goes through. He wasn't trying anything expansive, so it's not that case. It's a good delivery from Robinson. The Bears were at a point where actually the key was to try and see Robinson out of the attack again and see whether they could make some runs elsewhere. So really, really important timed wicket that for Sussex. It brings the relatively inexperienced Kai Smith to the crease now. But there is just something there for the seamers. There has been all day, and Hudson-Prentice and Robinson in particular have had the guile to be able to make use of the conditions. Good toss to lose for Sussex today, just because they've executed their plans really, really well.
Absolutely. Smith just taking his guard out there in the middle now. But, Rich, you haven't given me an answer. Who do you think is the reigning karaoke champion?
Well, look,
Give it a guess. If there had to be someone, who strikes you?
technically the best singer in the team, pure singer,
Is the quietest person?
is Ethan Bamber,
Oh.
because he was a boy chorister
Oh, wow, okay.
at quite a smart school, and has been on the front of a couple of CDs. He is a recorded artist.
Okay, that's impressive.
Now, whether this translates to being good at karaoke, I somehow doubt. I don't think his rendition of Walking in the Air is taking the honours from the Snowman. Anyway, Robinson into Kai Smith, his first ball, covers up off stump and kills it into the deck, and there's no run.
But the thing is, with karaoke, do you actually need to be good at singing? Or I always find it's the people who aren't good at singing actually good at karaoke. They just bring the vibes.
You've got to be confident. You've got to be 2 pints in, and part of me wouldn't be shocked if the answer was Dan Mosley. That's all. If I had to plump, I'm going Dan Mosley.
Dan Mosley, okay. Well, we won't get the answers yet, unfortunately.
No, it's awkward. As this ball is covered up again outside off stump, guides it into the slip cord, and along the deck does Kai Smith, and there's no run.
Good grab there by Tom Haynes, who dives to his right, sticks out one hand, and ball just sticks. So, okay, the second question is, in recent seasons, Warwickshire have played almost have played almost their matches in Birmingham.
Yeah, they've missed an all out there.
Yeah, okay, almost
Yeah.
all their matches
Yeah.
in Birmingham. At Edgbaston, which Warwickshire city has hosted championship matches at 4 grounds within its boundaries?
You see, I think I probably do know that one. As Robinson approaches once more, pushed up towards mid-off, and there's no run. See, initially I misread it thinking he's hosted 4 matches in recent years, which would have made it rugby, but that's not the right answer, because they've been playing a bit at rugby school in the one-day cup and that sort of thing. But we shouldn't burn all these out in one go. But I believe the correct answer to that will be Coventry.
Right.
So they've certainly played at Binley Road, home of Coventry North Warwicks, and before that they used to play at Courtaulds in Coventry, and that's in my lifetime. So if we went back further, there may well be more. As this one is left alone outside off stump end of the over, 109 for 5.
Some good carry there as well. Into the gloves of Simpson. Nice round of applause from the spectators here at Hove. Sussex will be happy.
Because if anybody thinks they know the answers, they can get in touch.
Can they tweet us? X us? Is that...
No, well, they certainly can't me because somebody's hacked me. But it's not been a good day.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no, that's the three
That's
things.
The third
That's the
one.
3 things. Yeah, no, I'm having a great battle with Elon at the moment. Adrian will give out the local email again shortly because I've forgotten what it is. It's something Sussex. It's Sussex Sport or something.
No, it's Sussex Sport now, as
Okay.
opposed to Sussex Cricket.
Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk, I presume. Anyway, yes.
Right, here's Tom Price from the C end. Into Barnard, who's forward and lets the ball pass through to John Simpson.
He's back in the room now as well. He's
What's the email address that we can be contacted on?
Sussex Sport at BBC.
oh, we were right.
There we go. Sussexsport at bbc.com.
So question 1, we're guessing Dan Mosley. Question 2, I'm fairly convinced the answer is Coventry.
Okay.
Well, but that's...
I won't go to question 3 yet. We've got
No,
a lot of
no,
time.
oh.
We've got 4 days ahead of us.
Well, we might have, but we're 5 wickets in. So
That's
we might
true.
not.
That's true. As Price is in now, and this one's just dropped into the ground by Barnard. And it bounces to gully. 2 slips and a gully. Deep point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on. Deep square leg, who's around I'll probably say 8 paces off the boundary. As in 8 large paces off the boundary, not with my small feet. And a fine leg. As Price makes his way through, and this one's dropped by Barnard. Just in front of him. He looks to set off, wants a quick single, but won't get one.
The cricket's been brighter from Warwickshire, but with the 2 wickets that Sussex have got to peg them back, it's still absolutely the day of Ollie Robinson and his team. And these two, I think, are pretty much forced to consolidate. They've got 2 more decent batters to come in Chris Wokes and Jordan Thompson, but it's a pretty meagre total at the moment.
Price to Barnard forward, drives down the ground, passes mid-off, and that will be 4 runs. That's a beautiful drive there from Ed Barnard. Full face of the bat, waits for it, slightly over-pitched delivery there from Tom Price. And he was just patiently looking for that. Eventually got it. That boundary takes Warwickshire 113 for 5. And Rich, if anything, these two should not be heading back to the pavilion until the end of the day.
That's a challenge, to say the least. I mean, that's a lot of overs. We've got another 56 overs after this.
I know. Long way to go.
I would be surprised if we're not seeing Sussex bat for a while today. The way the wickets have gone.
Bit of whip. This is a big slash by Ed Barnard. He doesn't make contact with it. Bit of a freebie there from Tom Price, though. Short, wide.
Well, that almost justified having the man on the point boundary.
Just trying to see where we've lost a fielder. We had 2 slips in a gully. Where's gully gone?
Well, there were 2 field. Yeah,
Oh, gully's gone to mid-wicket.
You got
I
deep
think.
mid-wicket
Yeah,
as well.
there we go. Price into Barnard now, who's off the back foot, drops this and runs. Just opens the blade slightly, so we'll get a single. Deep point comes round towards third to pick it up. And that will also conclude the end of the over as Tom Price takes his hat from the umpire. Warwickshire 114 for 5 after 40 overs. And on that note, I shall make way for Adrian Hobbs.
Tremendous. Nicky will be back when I disappear at 3 to go and talk to the folks of the West Midlands and Warwickshire. Robinson's going to continue. It's about now balancing energy levels and fitness. This is a great opportunity to bowl Warwickshire out cheaply. They've given themselves a really strong position. But with Ollie Robinson, how many overs does he want to get through? He'll be thinking right now that they may well not need a second new ball. We're only halfway there and 5 wickets are down. So does he give himself some extra in this spell as he comes in to bowl to Barnard, dinked into the vacant point area for a single. 115 for 5. Welcome back, Adrian.
Yes, hi Richard. I mean, it's just interesting seeing what Ollie bowl this amount of overs. I spoke to him at length on the media day, and he was explaining how he'd been out in Australia in the winter. He'd had a minor operation as well, I think on a hernia, but he looked really lean and fit, Ollie. And I think the fact that you were talking about, him being captain, I think there's the extra responsibility. He'll be keen to prove that he can bowl long spells and he is fit. And this is a decent haul of overs already today.
It was interesting how little he bowled himself in the second innings of the victory at Leicester.
Yes.
6 overs
in
that second innings. Let other people do the work. And he's in now and goes past the edge of Kai Smith, who was trying to get off the mark.
I think a lot of that may well be because of the fact that Don Goodman, who's the signing from Gloucestershire, is unfit. He's out for 3 months with his fractured rib, and Sean Hunt, the other seamer who would have been in and around the squad, is having surgery on an elbow injury, as we understand. That Sussex are a bit light on bowling, and this is the same side that played at Leicester, but outside of this 11, I can't think of anyone really who can come in. So it's imperative that Ollie keeps himself fit.
He's got 4 slips in place for Smith. He's in there, and Smith is well forward this time and defends back onto the foot of Robinson. There was a young seamer included in the squad as an emergency, I think, wasn't there, this week?
Yes. Oosthuizen. I've not seen him bowl. So Danny Lamb is another member of the squad who can bowl medium pace. But if you're talking about, without being disrespectful, an out and out someone to lead your attack, Robinson is the man.
Yeah.
And a lot depends on him this season, and he'll know that a lot rests on his shoulders and keeping fit as well.
Broad-shouldered, he approaches once more, and that does take an edge from Smith. It drops short of slip this time. Leading half smothers it, but Smith will get off the mark with a single. 117 for 5.
Let's look at your travel news now for this
So
Friday.
Adrian very shortly will
on the motorways, the M25.
be updating listeners to the BBC around the south coast and slightly further north.
Junction 5, that's the M26 intersection, up towards Orpington.
Yes, we do updates to listeners in Kent as well in the afternoons.
Oh my word.
So I have to remember all of it.
That's a lot to remember.
Yeah.
Through from the Dartford
I think you can keep going for a little longer, Richard.
Yeah, it's 5th ball of the over. Robinson comes in and bowls to Barnard, turns him into the leg side for another single. 18 to the Bears skipper. 117 for 5.
Really from the Dartford interchange and beyond, so really that's tailing.
Sounds like the traffic's fun.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on.
Fridays.
Yeah.
And I think they've had a couple of lane closures on the M25, which...
So are you going to have to give scores to 3 different games in a moment?
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
I just have to remember what games they are, Richard.
Yes. I think you remember which one you're at.
Finally, for the moment, the A3 queuing traffic there because of an accident at the M25 junction.
Here he comes again, Robinson. Final ball of the over, defended into the offside by Smith. He's won. Barnard 18, 117 for 5.
Cricket update. So let's find find out what's happening as far as our cricket is concerned. Let's get the latest. Adrian Arms is watching the opening day of Sussex games against Warwickshire at Hove for us.
Where it is the most glorious afternoon, lots of blue sky and sunshine, and Sussex have had a really good day so far. Warwickshire, having won the toss and decided to bat, are 117 for 5. Some really excellent bowling from Sussex, spearheaded by the skipper Ollie Robinson, who's picked up 2 wickets, but also Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's also picked up 2 wickets. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey batting first against Leicestershire and going on very nicely indeed. They're 170 for 2. Jamie Smith, the England wicketkeeper batsman, is still there. He's 75 not out. Not such good news for Kent down at Canterbury. They're playing Northamptonshire, and Northamptonshire piling on the runs. They're 191 without loss.
Thanks very much indeed, Adrian.
It was immaculate, that. Well, we got our timing right. You did it flawlessly. Got almost all the right teams playing against the other right teams, and I think that's good.
Tom Price. Is it me or is it you,
It is
Richard?
you, it is you.
Runs away from us, comes in to bowl to... but it's caught behind, another wicket goes down, does it? No. In fact, it was Ed Barnard. Well, you were just feeling for that one outside of the off stump. Price was convinced he'd got it there, and it went through to John Simpson. The slips are up, as you would expect. Now, this is umpire... Is it Warren at this end, Richard?
It is, yeah.
Yes. Who's the taller of the 2 umpires?
Again, I don't know that John Simpson entirely sold that. I think that's beaten the bat on the inside. It's cut back, very similar to a delivery that Webster received from Robinson shortly after lunch.
Price in again. Oh, he's bowled him! Off stump, out of the ground. Poor shot, really, from Ed Barnard. And Tom Price picks up his 2nd wicket. And Warwickshire now 117 for 6. And having won the toss and decided to bat first, maybe the skipper's thinking, perhaps it wasn't. But it certainly looks a good track. I mean, it's perhaps a little difficult to tell when we're inside the commentary box, but it looks to me like it's a good track. It's a good carry. It's a good bounce. But certainly Warwickshire have struggled, but we'll see what the pitch is like when Sussex come to bat, because at this rate it looks like we might see Sussex batting later on today, Richard.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 issues, the main issue I would say is that the ball's doing a bit, and it has been doing a bit throughout. The previous ball cut back at Ed Barnard, that one he's had a good swing at it and misses out. We're down to the all-rounders now. And you've got Kai Smith out there as a wicket-keeper who's playing largely because Alex Davis isn't entirely fit to keep wicket at the moment with a slight finger problem. And you've got Chris Wokes, who hasn't seen a lot of batting in recent years, one way or another. And then Jordan Thompson at 9. They've got to get the score beyond double this, and that's going to be hard work. Sussex have bowled really, really well. They've kept it in the right sort of areas. They've been very upbeat. You can see the confidence that last week has given them.
Yes.
And right now they believe they're going to bowl teams out. It's a good front 4 in terms of the bowlers.
No, it is. That's a nice round of applause for Chris Wokes as he comes out of the pavilion from the Hove crowd.
Well, I mean, the last time that most of the people in the ground today saw Chris Wokes come out to bat, he had his arm in a sling.
Yes, he did.
And, watching him on the TV during the Ashes series.
Yep.
He did bat last week, was out for 4. I think it was 2nd ball for 4.
He's a hugely popular cricketer, isn't he?
He's just irrefutably a good bloke.
Yes.
Chris Wokes, I've known him since he was 18. He has not changed in terms of his personality. He hasn't let being in the spotlight wither him. He hasn't let being in and out of the England side, because it was a tough generation to be a seam bowler when Anderson and Broad were doing what they were doing so magnificently. He hasn't let that damage him. And, as a result, he's a very popular teammate wherever he goes. And I think we've just seen how popular he is on the county circuit as well. He certainly left nothing in the pavilion when he was playing for England, did he?
No, absolutely. Well, he's got a bit of rebuilding to do here. He's going to be facing Tom Price. 3 slips go down. Price runs away from us. In and bowls, and Wokes is forward and plays to backward point. And there is no run. So 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. So you said you knew him since he was 16. That was when he was first on
18,
the Warwick.
when he was
18, sorry.
Yeah. So he's breaking through into the first team as a teenager. Already had that immaculate action. When he got into his 20s, he had a winter in Australia where he needed to put some pace on, which he subsequently did. That was one of the keys for him. Very good bat from a young age as well.
Price in and bowls. Oh, strokes this handsomely through the covers. A little bit too much width there from Tom Price, who looks a little disappointed, and Chris Wokes just eased that away through the covers for 4 runs. Nice shot to get on his way. 121 for 6.
Of the 4 pace bowlers, Price has the least control, but he also bowls some wicket-taking deliveries. And I mentioned he's got track record against the Bears with an 8 for when he was at Gloucestershire, in conditions where he was certainly doing quite a bit. But he has just strayed outside off stump on a couple of occasions. That's why he did have the deep point for Ed Barnard.
Price in again, bowls and Wokes drives nicely as far as Robertson, who's very quickly round, shies at the stumps. He was very quickly round Robertson, his throw misses the stumps, and Chris Wokes scampers through for a single. It's the end of Tom Price's over, his 2nd wicket of the innings. And they're just showing a replay of that dismissal of the skipper, Ed Barnard. 122 for 6, Wokes on 5, Smith on 1.
So this morning it was a case of rearguard, try and survive, lost 3 wickets. This afternoon it's tried to be more positive, 3 wickets gone in the next hour. And can they get to tea is going to be the question. Henry Crocombe is going to return, none for 4 from his 5 overs, the only one of the 4 seamers without a wicket so far. Wokes, now he's out there, immediately becomes senior partner here. Kai Smith is a developing player. His best innings so far have tended to come in white ball cricket. He did make some good runs in the Championship last year at times, but the first 15-20 runs might not come easily. Well, haven't for anybody today, have they, to be fair?
No, you're right. We've had lots of emails in. I'll work my way through them as we go over the next 20 minutes or so.
Maybe 1 or 2 trying to shed some light on those first 2 questions.
Yeah.
That first one, the answer must be in this year's Cricketers Who's Who. I presume that still exists. Here's Crocombe then, into bowl to Wokes, and Wokes with a little bit of an appreciative shake of the head as that goes past the outside edge of his bat. He's got this really exaggerated sort of when he gets his arm, pulls his arm up before he goes into his bowling stride. It's really, really sharp. It's almost like he's punching the air after scoring a goal, and then brings the arm over quickly. Strong shoulder, Crocombe.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time in the gym this winter, Henry. He did have some shoulder problems last year, but he's...
Crocombe onto the pads of Wokes this time, who clips it square. It's a short boundary there. Hudson Prentice pulls out the dive and keeps it inside the rope. That's a good piece of work from
very good.
a man who's bowled 10 overs today. Wokes up to 7. But yeah, Henry Crocombe, he is sharp. The ball comes onto you quickly. And I think there's so much debate about the way that players find their way into the England pathway these days. But sometimes when you see young bowlers who've just got that little point of difference, whether it's a bit of extra pace, whether it's the ability to move the ball, whether it's just the habit of taking wickets, find a way of getting them involved. Crocombe's kind of in that category now, as that one lifts a bit and goes past the top of the shoulder of Chris Wokes' bat. I think he might have pulled out of that one, but
yes,
that's that extra bounce that Crocombe gets.
He does, and I think he's bulked up a bit, Henry, in the winter months. He's had this nagging shoulder problem last year. He didn't play. His first game of the season was down at Hampshire, which was the end of May. But he said he didn't go away in the winter, spent quite a bit of time in the gym, and he's certainly the quickest of the Sussex bowlers.
That ball was certainly past Chris Wokes before he actually played the shot. Crocombe in again and strays onto the pads of Wokes. He may just have clipped them on its way through to Simpson.
One of the issues with Henry has been that he would bowl 2 or 3 very good deliveries in an over, and then he'd bowl a couple down the leg side, and suddenly he's going 6, 7s, 8s and over. And I spoke to him about that at Leicester this week, and he said it's something he's really worked hard on in terms of consistency of his bowling.
Well, he's only conceded 1s and 2s in his first 34 balls today. None for 6, Crocombe. Impressive. And to bowl to Wokes once more, very full. Just knocks it into the ground and it bobbles up towards mid-on. Carson was just doing a bit of stretching there.
I saw that as well.
Seems to only want to use Tom Price in short spells. A couple of people on their balcony watching. Thank you, that's good to see. Kind of the nearest one to here. standing there. They might have a little bit of sun on them there. It's probably as bright as it's been all day. Crocombe advances once more. That hurries Wokes defensively, but he gets into line, punches it out. Back to the bowler. 7 to Wokes, 1 to Smith. Warwickshire 124 for 6. 2 wickets apiece for Price and Hudson Prentice, but and 2 to Robinson as well. 2 apiece. I've worked my way through it, but Crocombe has also bowled really well. That's where I was aiming to go. All the gentleman on the top floor now with his flag out as well.
Yeah, he's got his red shirt on and his Sussex flag. Yeah,
Well,
good lad.
summer's arrived. I mean, not entirely, but it's just great to be back. First day of first team cricket, proper competitive cricket at Hove for the season.
It is. The trees are just coming out. The leaves are starting to appear. It all looks well. Tom Price is running away from us. He's coming into bowl to Kai Smith, who's on 1. He's in and bowled, and Smith lets that go outside the off stump. No run. Jacob Collins has dropped us a line. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk. He says, thanks for the live stream. I just caught up after a busy morning. One of the things that impressed me against Leicestershire was Ollie Robinson's captaincy in the field, moving players out to attempt a single mid-over, adding slips and close catches early on when there was a large buffer of runs. Has this been on show this morning? He says, question mark. Also, do you know if Hove still lets people in free after tea? Wondering about bringing my young son along for a couple of hours this evening, says Jacob. In comes Price and bowls. Smith plays it onto the onside and picks up a single. I'm fairly certain, but I will nip next door at the end of the over, Jacob, and just confirm that is the case, because it'll be a lovely evening. Come and see, a few overs after tea, 32 overs.
Yeah.
Sit in the sunshine.
Yeah, we might be quite late getting there as well, I think. So, can't see us finishing before 6:30 today. So you might have plenty of opportunity to watch.
Yeah. Selena has been in touch. Just break off for a minute. Who Price runs away from us. He's in and bowls. What did that? No, that beat Wokes. Goes through to Simpson, and there is no run. Selena Robinson, who is Ollie Robinson's auntie.
Oh, very
I think that's right, Selena. He said, lovely to hear the commentary and watch Sussex play cricket again. We're watching once again from Bangkok, where it's a balmy 39 degrees. It looks a lovely sunny day at Hove in the UK. Thank you, Selena. It's not 39 here. It's about 15, 16 degrees, but it's really very nice for this time of year. In comes Price and bowls, let go outside the off stump, and I'm glad to report, Selena, that Ollie is bowling really well, and bowled well last week as well.
It's sunnier than the forecast suggested.
Yes, it is.
It is.
We had a message earlier on from a Bears supporter in Nova Scotia.
Okay, I thought we were going back to Cottridge for a minute.
No, he's in Nova Scotia. A guy called John, where it's 2 degrees as opposed to Selena's 39. That sounds sort of hot and sweaty, 39, doesn't it?
Too hot.
Price runs away from us in and bowls, and again he beats Wokes outside the off stump. This is a good over from Tom Price.
Yeah, lovely line. Probing, pushing, tempting. And Wokes at the moment is playing and missing.
Phil has been in touch, and he says, excellent to finish work on a Friday and to be able to enjoy the coverage all afternoon. He's in deepest Newark in Sussex, so not Bangkok or Nova Scotia.
He finishes over lunchtime.
Yeah, it's all right, isn't it? I was reading actually an article in the paper.
Could be a postman, I suppose. Milkman? Do you still have milkman round here?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's not too many milkmen, are there?
No.
In comes Price. A gully's gone in. Bowls to Wokes, beats him again outside the off stump. That's a terrific bit of bowling by Tom Price, and gets a well-deserved round of applause. 125 for 6. Wokes on 7. Smith is on 2. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC WM. Adrian Harms, Richard Wilford, your commentary team. Phil goes on to say the outfield's looking very lush, a bit too lush. So I don't know whether that's something to do with the camera colours, but I think the outfield here is absolutely magnificent. It's one of the best in the country, no question about that.
It is looking very lush, though, and I would say it's a little slow. The outfield. You got to do a tea query. You need to find out whether it's free entry after tea.
Yes, I do.
You promised to do it. I didn't. What? See, the thing is, we hold ourselves up as an example, Adrian. we hold ourselves up as thinking, I wouldn't want you to feel that you let anybody down. He's off now. A flash of purple sweater disappears, and he'll be back, I reckon, 1 ball into the over. As Henry Crocombe continues. Comes in to bowl to Smith, who pushes forward in defence, and there's no run. The purple flash of sweater comes back into the room, and he reveals
It is free after tea, and it's also free on Sunday.
it's free all day Sunday.
Yeah.
I mean, don't come along the front to get here because the Brighton Marathon. Just bear that in mind. I've genuinely plotted my route to get here. So, a bit of pre-planning and you'll be fine. Crocombe driven by Smith up towards mid-off. No run, he remains on 2, 125 for 6. Pleasant breeze today, which has changed directions a couple of times. The flags were waving towards the flats to our right for a moment there. They've been going the other way most of the day.
We've had a few people getting in touch who are Sussex exiles living in your neck of the woods.
Why would you leave Sussex to come and live in the West Midlands?
What?
It's a fair question, isn't it? It's a fair
You've got to
question.
big the West Midlands up, Richard.
Oh, I love the city of Birmingham. Don't
There you
get
go.
me wrong. I've lived there most of my life. Except when I was gallivanting, studenting all over the place. But yeah, as next delivery is clipped into the leg side by Smith, and there's no run. But I just think if you've lived anywhere near the seaside or the rolling countryside of South England, I mean getting away from London, I understand.
Well, Andrew is such a person. He says, I'm now a Warwickshire member, but will always be Sussex first. Always a fixture I look forward to. Looking forward to the T20 game in July at Edgbaston, which is under the new structure when we come up to...
Oh, yes, you're coming up.
We are.
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah. Crocombe midway through his 7th over. Again, nice and straight. Pushed up the wicket and picked up by mid-on as Hughes moves across. Yes, it's after years of playing the same teams, year after year after year, there's just a little bit of variation now in the T20 groupings.
Yes.
I think we have to play Glamorgan or something as well, which is first time in a long time.
Yes, we play Leicestershire here and Warwickshire away under the new format.
Crocombe again, driven more firmly this time by Smith. They'll certainly get 1, they'll get 2. The chase is on for Hughes, he's easing up, but it's a boundary for Kai Smith. His first, it takes him to 6, and the score to 129 for 6. First boundary that Henry Crocombe has conceded today. He's timed that pretty well. And there will be a bit of a switch around in the field here. They're going to go down to the 3 slips. So Tom Haynes is going to go out to deep square leg. I don't know if that's also a hint that Crocombe might be tempted to drop one short. Certainly an option. As he approaches Smith again, and it's short, and he tries to play a flat batted shot and he misses out. And it goes through to Simpson. So Warwickshire, who resumed after lunch on 69 for 3, have lost Rob Yates for 36, Bo Webster 48, and Ed Barnard 18, and find themselves 129 for 6 after choosing to bat today. The damage done with 2 wickets apiece for Ollie Robinson, Finn Hudson-Prentice and Tom Price. This morning, early dismissals, Davis for 3, Mosley 1 and Hayne 4. Warwickshire were 22 for 3. It's done a bit for the seamers all day. Sussex have bowled really well. They've spilt 1 chance. Yates was dropped on 31 by Clark, but he then redeemed himself 5 runs later.
Price comes in and that came a little low, I thought, and Chris Wokes gets... did it come off the bat? I think it did, yes.
Toe end of the bat, and it
Deflects it.
absolutely whistles down to the boundary for 4.
It did. I was just slightly distracted because Keith Ridge, who is the excellent curator of the museum here at Hove, has brought us in our first cake of the season.
Oh, I feel like that deserved a fanfare.
Yeah, it's a coffee cake from Margaret, who always makes us a cake.
Oh.
And she's got here coffee cake for Adrian.
Well, I tell you what, I wouldn't dare touch it now I've read that.
Price runs away from us in a bowl, stroked handsomely by Chris Wokes through the covers, back-to-back boundaries for Wokes, who's gone very quickly on to 15. So thank you, Margaret, if you're listening over in the museum, or indeed if anyone is listening over in the museum. We have the cake.
I want to smell it now, though, because it's coffee cake.
I love coffee cake.
Yeah.
Do you? Yeah. Look at that. Look at that.
Dusted with sugar. It's definitely there.
Yeah.
That smells almost as much as coffee as my last small drink of the evening last night, which was a rather good coffee stout.
Oh, I'll tell you what we'll do, Richard. We'll keep that here for a minute, because we put it next door. There's a lot of people here from the press today.
Yeah.
And that could get devoured.
Easily. Or eaten. Anything.
Price in bowls. Wokes plays slightly across the line onto the onside. He doesn't pick up a single at all. It's just played to mid-wicket. There is no run.
I'm not sure Michael Atherton would eat much of it, because his body is still that of an athlete, isn't he? Have you noticed that?
He's next door today, isn't he?
He said he was here earlier.
Yes, he was here. Yeah.
There's nothing on him. It looks like you could put him an extra cover now.
Right. There's a lot of talk about these grounds where Warwickshire have played cricket, which is one of the questions in the quiz. Price is in bowls. Wokes drives again. He's going to get possibly 4 more here. No, it's Tom Haynes who fields the ball. It's only a single. I thought it was going to race away from Haynes. Good bit of fielding, actually. Wokes goes to 16, 138 for 6.
Yeah, so the question being that Warwickshire have played almost all their matches in Birmingham in recent seasons. Which Warwickshire city has hosted championship matches at 4 grounds within its boundaries? And so I think I know the answer to the question. And I was able to name 2 of the grounds, but the others would be further back in time.
Okay.
But there is a bit of a lack of cities in Warwickshire, which is also one of the clues to why the answer might well be right.
Price runs away from us. In and bowl. Short. Pulled away down towards fine leg. It bounces once and is fielded down in the distance. I think that's Finn Hudson Prentice out there. Smith picks up a single. He goes to 7, 139 for 6. Well, Mark has been in touch and he says, how about Arlington Avenue, Leamington Spa, Weddington Road, Nuneaton.
Oh, but yeah, but you're after 4 in one city, aren't we? But yes.
The Griffin Cotton Ground, Nuneaton.
Griffin Cotton, I went to the Griffin Cotton Ground a few times in the late 70s, early 80s, where I actually played there quite a bit. Used to get to warm up with the players on the outfield, which was great fun.
Swan's Nest Lane, Stratford-on-Avon.
Yeah, I had a little dalliance with Stratford about 15 years ago.
In comes Price, bowls and driven nicely by only as far as Robinson, who was round very smartly at mid-off to field and prevented a single. End of the over. 139 for 6. Wokes on 16. Smith is on 7. Listening to live cricket on the BBC. On BBC Radio, Sussex, BBC WM, Adrian Harms alongside Richard Wolford.
Yes, I will be disappearing at the end of the next over to update listeners to... But the answer has to be Coventry, I think. In my lifetime, there have been 2 grounds I've used in Coventry. Courtaulds, which was a classic works ground, a bit like Griffin Coton was in Nuneaton, and then the home of Coventry and North Warwickshire Club, which is Binley Road. They were both used. Somebody who supports Warwickshire will somewhere find in the darkest recesses where else there was. I can't think of another place where there could have been 4 grounds that they've played at.
Just a question for you here from Charlie, before you go and do your update. Richard, he says, do you know where Tazim Ali is? He hasn't been in the squad so far this season.
Yeah, not selected just yet. Jake Lintott came down as the frontline spinner potentially. As it is, Rob Yates and Bo Webster will be the spin options. Just not selected as yet so far this season. As a new over from Crocombe. Draws a defensive stroke from Smith back up the pitch. He's a super talented young cricketer. He'll certainly play a lot of white ball again this year. But I think also early in the season, not necessarily the time for the spinners. Be interesting to see whether they come to regret not having a frontline spinner here this week. But the seamers have done the damage.
So there we are. Thank you for your question, Charlie.
Short ball, ducked under by Smith. I think the other thing is there would be more room for a spinner if Kai Smith wasn't having to keep wicket. If Alex Davis was fit to keep wicket, then that extra spot in the team could go to a spinner potentially.
And Nick has been in touch. Nick from Hayward's Heath, and he says, are you sure those towels are just drying out on the balcony now, or are they displayed for sale? I'm quite interested in the pink one.
Yeah, the pink one looks like it could do another go round in the washer, to be honest with you. Another short ball ducked under, and it's gone straight through the hands of John Simpson. So they'll come through for a bye. That's very rare for a magnificent wicket keeper in Simpson. 140 for 6. See, every ground you visit around the country, there has to be something you look at. If you're at Edgbaston, you count the cranes, because it can be anything upwards of 20 cranes that you can see. At Chester Street, it's the buses going over the bridge towards Horton Spring in various different colours. What colour is the bus? At Headingley, it's the aeroplanes. Can you spot the livery of the aeroplanes? They're heading into Leeds Bradford Airport. You've got to have something that you engage with at every away ground, don't you? So, Crocombe again. He's going to be pulled into the leg side here by Wokes. He's dispatched that over square leg, and it's gone for 6. The second 6 of the day. Well, he's timed that very well as Wokes. He's to 22, 146 for 6.
Now this is a test for Henry Crocombe. He's just having a quick look at Ollie Robertson just to see if they're going to change the field slightly. Because he's bowled well as he did last week. Just how you react to being hit for 6. It's a relatively short boundary on that leg side. And Ollie Robertson has responded by he's got a couple of fielders out there. In fact, he's got 3 fielders. Tom Haynes is there at square leg, needs to make sure he stays in front of square, but 2 fielders behind on the leg side. So
I think I'd respond with something just back of the length outside off stump myself. But yeah, they're trying to set it as more of a trap now. In he comes again, and this is going to be cut square by Wokes, and Carlson had just snuck finer at third, and as a result he's not going to be able to cut the ball off. If he'd stayed where he was before, and he was moving when the ball was coming in, which he shouldn't have been doing, but as a result he was out of position. The 150 comes up for Warwickshire, which is something of a relief. Wokes is up to 26, it's 150 for 6. But boundaries now are starting to come off Crocombe. I'm going to have to go 1 ball early here because this over has taken a while. So I will catch you in half an hour.
No problem. Thank you, Richard. And Nicky is going to come back and join us on commentary as in comes Henry Crocombe. Over the wicket bowls to Chris Wokes, who plays this firmly into the covers. And there is no run. It is the end of the over. 150 for 6. Chris Wokes on 26 off just 21 deliveries. And Henry Crocombe has now bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens and no wicket for 20. Thank you everybody for your messages today. It's great to be back. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to join our conversation. On a glorious day, lots of pale blue sky around Hove. A bit more of a breeze this afternoon. I can see the flags on the clock tower scoreboard are fluttering away, but it's still very pleasant if you are sitting in the sunshine. And I think we've got a return for Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's coming back into the attack from the sea. Is it Finn Hudson-Prentice who's coming back in? Yes, from the sea end of the ground. And Nicky's back with us as well.
Yeah, I took a little wander towards the pavilion and stood in the sunshine for a bit. If you're in the direct sunshine, it's lovely. If you end up by the wind tunnel in front of the shark stand, not so great. Yes, Finn Hudson-Prentice just rolling his arm over to Ollie Robinson at the moment, and he's just dropped that as we speak.
Julian has said, I hope you've got cake this afternoon, which indeed we have. We have been brought a coffee cake by Margaret.
There's always cake down here at Sussex as Hudson-Prentice makes his way from the sea end, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Smith. He watches it pass by. Nice.
Yeah, there we are. So I did say to Richard that we need to be very careful who we tell that we've got cake here today, because if we take
I don't think there'll be any shortage of cake today. Have you been inside the
I have, but this is homemade.
That's true. It's different.
And I think the gannets next door in the press box, because there's lots of them in there today.
Yeah,
I've never seen the press box are full.
There's around 5 cakes in the press box as Hudson-Prentice strides up the slope, and this one's defended by Smith. It hits the upper half of the bat.
Various questions that we've been asked. Have you covered the first 2 questions?
We've done the first 2,
okay.
and then Rich was like, perhaps we shouldn't speed through them because we need to just give them a...
Well, I think we can do 3 a day, can't we?
Okay.
Actually, no, we've only got 10 questions, so yeah, maybe let's do 3 today. I'm going to read out the third question. So the first one was, who in 2025 was reported as Warwickshire Club's reigning karaoke champion? We think that was Dan Mosley, did they say?
Yes, that's the one, and this one off the back foot just pushed a point, slightly back of a length from Hudson Prentice.
And then it was, in recent seasons, Warwickshire have hosted their matches in Birmingham at Edgbaston, which Warwickshire City has hosted championship matches at 4 grounds within its boundaries.
Coventry, I think Rich
Yeah.
said.
These are all posed by the Sussex Cricket Museum, by the way, and I think they get increasingly hard. So I'll read the third one out, and that could be the 3 questions, Warwickshire questions for today.
2 slips in a gully. As Hudson Prentice is in, and this one's driven through the offside. It will just go wide of Ollie Robinson at mid-on. He manages to get round, so he'll take a single. Wokes moves on to strike. Warwickshire 151 for 6.
So Brian Lara's famous 501 for Warwickshire off Durham at Edgbaston in 1994 took away a championship record previously held by a Sussex player. Which player and what record?
Not
So
got an idea.
There we are.
And Prentice in to Wokes, who's forward and cautiously defends this one to mid-on.
I thought that kept a little low actually, but it was played well by Chris Wokes, who's come in and played very attacking innings here, 26 off 22. Nice to hear him get a really good round of applause as well as he came out to the middle.
2 slips, a backward point, deep cover, who's not very deep, kind of in the middle. Extra cover mid-off on the offside as Hudson Prentice runs up the slope, and this one's defended by Wokes. End of the over as well. Just 1 run from it. Warwickshire 151 for 6, Wokes for 26, Smith with 8. 48 overs gone, 48 overs remain.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex and BBC WM. These two came together when the score was 117, so very quickly these two have added, 34 runs for Warwickshire, who, if you're just joining us, have lost Alex Davis for 3, Rob Yates for 36, Dan Mosley for 1, Sam Hain for 4, Ed Barnard for 18, and Bo Webster for 42. 2 wickets apiece for Robinson, Hudson Prentice and Price. Henry Crocombe, who picked up 9 wickets last week, yet to pick up a wicket today, but he's bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 20, and he's running in hard down the hill now. Bowls to Smith, who's beaten. I don't think that was far away from the off stump, judging by the reaction of Henry Crocombe. Taken going down the leg side by Simpson. And there is no run. 3 slips in place. There's a third man. Cover mid-off, mid-on, and 2 men set back on the leg side, down at deep square leg. And fine leg. Tom Haynes down there having a natter away to one of the members as Crocombe wheels around again. It's high action, in and bowls, and Smith is confidently forward, plays it into the offside, fielded by Tom Price, and there is no run. We've still got today another 47 overs, so we're exactly halfway through the day. And what's the time? Coming up to 3:05. So, if the light holds, let's hope we get the majority of those overs in as Smith twiddles his bat. And Crocombe runs in again. Bowls Smith. Plays this down to third man, and the eager Jack Carson comes running in from third man to field. Throws to Simpson, 1 more to Smith. He goes to 9, and the total to 152 for 6.
The Sussex flag is back above the balcony on the flats on the right-hand side.
Yes, oh yes, I can see it now. Yeah.
The penthouse has the Sussex flag back up.
And actually, the wind has dropped. I was looking at the flags on the clock tower scoreboard, so it looks like the wind has dropped a bit as well, Nicky, which is good news for all the spectators. Crocombe in again. Bowls. Oh, that's not a great. Not taken cleanly by John Simpson's side. And James, I think it always went straight to James Coles. I'm not sure whether Simpson palmed it to Coles or quite what happened, but bit of a collector's item there. Such a tidy wicket-keeper is John Simpson. But there is no run. Not the greatest shot from Chris Wokes on that occasion. To get the ball away through backward point. Crocombe in again. Bowls and Wokes. There's plenty of time to get inside the line and play that into the covers. And again, there is no run. Elsewhere in the first division of the county championship today, Essex 149 for 9 against Somerset. Such a good win last week, but Dean Elgar made 41. Apart from that, Charlie Allison made 49. In comes Crocombe, bowls to Wokes, who helps that away down the leg side. They've picked up one. Hudson Prentice very quickly round to field. Gets in the throw. And it is just a single. Wokes goes to 27, 153 for 6. So Essex in trouble at Chelmsford. Notts 214 for 6 against Glamorgan at Trent Bridge. Jack Haynes, formerly of Worcestershire, going very nicely. He's 73 not out. And a name to watch out for, Fergus O'Neill. I think when the Ashes come round next season, I think we might see Fergus O'Neill. He is 59 not out, and he bowled very well for Nottinghamshire last year up at Trent Bridge. So Notts 214 for 6. Surrey 209 for 2 against Leicestershire at the Oval. Jamie Smith on 88, Ollie Pope on 86.
Hudson Prentice in. Ooh, lovely delivery, just movement away from Wokes, who plays and misses. Ball goes through to Simpson. I was taking a stroll around the ground, Adrian, and I saw Ian Ward is here as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Everybody seems to be here today. Well, it's a good. Lots of people like coming to Hove. I guess the thing is, we're so lucky to come here all the time. Wherever I go around the country, people say, "Oh, how lovely! Can't wait to come to Hove." And so it's got a real charm and appeal.
Hudson Prentice in, and this one off a back foot. Wokes defends to extra cover. Yeah, it's got a nice little atmosphere.
Oh, definitely.
Nice buzz. Very homely.
And I guess with a lot of grounds, particularly the Test match grounds. I mean, when we go to cover the games, you could have 2,000 or 3,000 people in there. It feels like it's empty, to be honest, and it's very little atmosphere. But it is homely here. It's a little bit like Canterbury and some of the other non-Test playing grounds. Chelmsford, for example.
This one defended to extra cover again by Wokes.
Yeah, he's only 25, is Fergus O'Neill. I think he's a really good cricketer. I watched him bowl up at Trent Bridge last year for Notts. I remember thinking he's a good player, and you'd have thought playing for Nottinghamshire in the Championship this year, I'll be surprised if he's not part of the Ashes squad next season.
Wokes taps his bat and awaits as Hudson Prentice bowls, and this one's slight bit of width,
Sharp.
and this is driven through the covers, and that will go away for 4. Too much width there from Finn Hudson Prentice. He knows what he's done. Both his hands are on his head, saying, "What did I just do?" He was building the pressure nicely and just released it with that one as well, and Wokes moves on to 31.
Nice shot, wasn't it? And Chris Wokes has certainly come out and been very positive, and he's looked the most confident of pretty much all. I thought Bo Webster batted nicely, but Wokes is in similar vein. Some big scores, in Division 2 of the Championship today. I'll give you those in a moment.
Wokes forward, thickish inside edge, and it goes to square leg.
Down at Bristol, Durham are 275 without loss in 52 overs.
275?
Yeah.
Wow.
Alex Lee's 106. Ben McKinney, young opening bat for Durham, 153 not out. So that is some scoreline. And at Canterbury, Northamptonshire, 234 for 1 in 51 overs against Kent. Ricardo Vasconcelos out for 127.
Hudson Prentice in and works forward in defence, prods this one to point, and that will conclude the end of the over. 4 runs from it, Warwickshire 157 for 6 after 50.
Elsewhere, Lancashire 190 for 3 against Derbyshire at Old Trafford. Marcus Harris, another Australian, is 94 not out. And more wickets than runs really at Lords, where Worcestershire are 173 for 8. Nice round of applause around the ground. Not quite sure. Oh, Tom Clark is coming into the attack. And the runs there mainly scored by Brett D'Oliveira, who is 69 not out. So, he certainly changed his bowlers around today, has Ollie Robinson. 157 for 6. This partnership is now worth 40. As in comes Scott bowls, the ball spoons into the offside, doesn't go leading edge from Kai Smith. That could have gone anywhere. Clark drawing Smith forward, looking to clip that one away on the leg side, leading edge. The ball flew into the air. But fortunately, from a Warwickshire point of view, not near any fielders. And there is no run. Just the 2 slips in place now. Coles and Leaning on duty. Clark in and bowls. Smith forward, plays into the offside. They think about a single, but it wasn't there as 3 Sussex fielders converge on the ball. Tom Price is at backward point. Jack Carson patrolling the point boundary. Henry Crocombe in the covers. Skipper Robinson at mid-off. Daniel Hughes there at mid-on. Then on the leg side boundary, looks like Tom Haynes to me, all the way out there at deep square leg and long leg. Must be Finn Hudson Prentice as Clark in again. Bowls forward comes Smith, plays to mid-on, where it's fielded by Hughes, and there is no run. You say there's a nice hum around Hove this afternoon. People just sitting and enjoying the April sunshine. It's not, overly warm. We heard from Selena earlier in Bangkok saying it was 39 degrees. It's nothing like that here, but it's pleasant enough for April the 10th as Clark is in and bowls and Smith plays to mid-on, and there is no run. 39 sounds a bit too hot for me. I don't know, do you enjoy... I don't know at this time of year whether it's sort of, that means it's sort of hot and humid
Sticky,
in Thailand,
yeah.
and horrid.
I can deal with warmer temperatures. I can deal with 30, 35. But I do think in the UK, 25, 26 is optimal.
Yes,
that's,
no.
you don't need anything warmer than that. Otherwise, it feels so much hotter.
Clark in bowls, forward comes Smith, plays to mid-on, no run. Nice and tidy from Tom Clark, who was a little expensive last week at Leicester. Let me just look up his statistics. 4 overs for 30. He bowled in the first innings, made a very good 100 last week, so I think we can allow him to concede a few runs, but he was a little wayward. He does bowl at a nice pace, does Tom Clark. He's a little bit over medium. He's in and bowls now, and Smith is forward, plays into the offside and picks up a single off the last ball of the over, fielded by Tom Price. 158 for 6. That 158? Yes, 31 to Oakes and 10 to Smith. You were talking about India early on, and we were talking about Delhi, and I did notice back in the winter, because it can get very cold in Delhi, can't it?
It can.
And I was quite surprised, and they were saying some of it'd been unusually cold, down to sort of 3 and 4 degrees.
Yeah, when I went out in December, it was very cold. And
Right.
yeah, we went and attended a wedding, and the evenings were chilly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know why. I didn't realise it got quite as cold as that. In obviously it gets very hot in the summer, but it can also get cold in the winter. I don't know if it ever snows, but
Not in Delhi, but further north
further
you go,
north
it does,
yeah, you
yes.
get up into the Himalayas. Hudson Prentice is going to carry on.
Smith on strike. He's forward, drives on the up, straight to cover.
Now Now I think Sussex, that looks to me like Charlie Tier who's come back onto the field in the sun hat, which means that somebody has gone off. Have to keep an eye on who that is. We thought it was Tom Haynes earlier on, didn't we, who left the field? But I can see Tom is down here at mid-on, so it's not Tom Haynes.
Ollie Robinson is still here as well, so he's not gone off anywhere.
Hudson Prentice is bowling. Coles is at first slip, Clark at second.
That's Tom Price. As Hudson Prentice is in, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by
ball.
Smith, and it looks like it might have been a rather close leave just by the reaction of the slip cordon. Smith comes down and does a little bit of gardening.
I think that's Daniel Hughes at point. Jack Leaning's in there at short extra cover. Is it Henry Croker who's gone off?
Hudson Prentice in, back of a length. This is just worked off the back foot. Wide of mid-wicket. They'll come through for a single.
There's been a good partnership between these two, hasn't it? They're coming together when the total was 117. So these are, in what's been a low-scoring match so far, these two are just... Chris Wokes has certainly led the attack, hasn't he? 31 of 32 balls.
Hudson Prentice from the C end, up the slope. Comes in, and Smith and Wokes is forward to extra cover. Two slips, point, deep cover, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, square leg, who's in front of square, and a fine leg is the field for Hudson Prentice to Wokes right now. Yeah, he's come in and really just got on with it, hasn't he? As Wokes awaits in his stance, his forward drives, and it goes straight to Ollie Robinson. Cautiously picks this one up. I think he was a bit weary with the bounce.
I think it's Daniel Hughes who may be off the field momentarily. And Charlie Tier's now fielding in front of the Spenkhamer Pavilion, right on the fence. Excellent figures for Hudson Prentice on. He's in his 13th over. 2 for 25 with 3 maidens.
This one defended straight to mid-on. It's fielded by Tom Haynes, and that will conclude the end of the over as well. Just one run from it. Hudson Prentice, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 25 runs, 2 wickets. As Warwickshire, 159 for 6.
As Daniel Hughes comes trotting back onto the field, Charlie Tier makes his way up the steps, or through the gate and then up the steps towards the pavilion. Tom Clark's going to bowl his second over. First over just cost the 1 run. If you just joined us, very good afternoon. Welcome to Live Cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC WM. Adrian Harms, Nicky Chowdhury and Richard Wilford, your commentary team. Big shout out to the guys here who operate the stream. As in comes Clark and bowls and clipped away by Wokes. That's going to be 4 runs. In fact, it was Kai Smith. I do apologise. That was too wayward by Tom Clark down the leg side. I haven't seen too much wayward bowling from Sussex today, indeed very little, but that was a loose delivery and Smith just tucked inside the line and eased it down to fine leg for a comfortable boundary. He goes to 15, 163 for 6. Yes, well done to Jack and Isaac who are operating the stream here today. Bringing you the pictures courtesy of Sussex Cricket Club. Clark again. He'd be disappointed with that delivery. Over the wicket bowls. Smith pulls onto the leg side. That's going all the way for 6 runs. Well, that's just eased away by Kai Smith. He just helped himself and the ball is just smashed into the pavilion over Tom Haynes' head at square leg. It's gone all the way for a maximum. And these two are all of a sudden building a very decent partnership. Smith goes to 21 and the score to, is that 168 or 169, Nikki?
169.
169 for 6. So that brings up the 50 partnership between these two. That's come in very quick time. Clark In again, bowl to Smith, who defends onto the onside and picks up a single. He goes to 22. See, Jack Carson is now furiously warming up down on the point boundary. Well, so far today, it's been very much Sussex's day, but this 8th wicket partnership is certainly looking to redress the balance, and it's the... Is it the highest partnership of the innings so far? Yes, 51 between... where are we here? It was for 4 actually. That comes Clark bowls. Wokes just plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, it's the highest partnership of the innings by quite a way. 11 for the first wicket, 1 for the second, 10 for the third. In fact, there was a partnership of 51 between Yates and Barnard. So this is the highest one. Clark comes in, bowls to Wokes, who defends down the onside of the track, and again there is no run.
$11 runs from this over so far already.
Just the 2 slips in place now, James Coles and Jack Leaning, as Sun is back with us. Clark in bowls down the leg side, lucky to get away with that. Tom Clark, he's annoyed with himself. He looks sort of heavenward as if saying, shouldn't have done that. 11 off the over. 2 overs, I say he was a little wayward last week. Tom, 2 overs, no wicket for 12, 170 for 6. And we are going to see some spin for the first time this afternoon, actually. Ollie Robinson has been heavily reliant on his seamers. 2 wickets. He's taken 2 wickets for Hudson Prentice, 2 wickets for Price. Henry Crocombe yet to take a wicket. Tom Clark has been the 5th seamer. Jack Carson back into the attack. From this, the C end of the ground. This is when they bring out all the paraphernalia, Nicky. So we get the shin pads and the helmets all bought out. What have we had? 53 overs, so still some distance to go before any new ball comes into consideration. We've got quite a long time till tea as well, because tea will only come when there's 32 overs left to be bowled in the day. So we've got another 11 overs till tea. The over 8 is still showing as +1.
Yep.
So that's good news as far as Sussex is concerned. And we're going to see Jack Carson.
In he skips. Off the back foot, Smith works this wide of mid-wicket. He'll come through for a single. As well, good footwork and depth use of the crease actually there from Smith. Daniel Hughes right in front of us at long off. Long on, apologies.
Yes, I was talking complete nonsense. The partnership between Yates and Webster was worth actually 61.
Carson in, gives it a bit of flight, and Wokes is forward and deep into a lunge as he defends the ball into the offside. Dan Hughes is aggressively chewing his gum right in front of us. There's Carson. Skips in ready. And Wokes forward in defence again. Gets that top hand extend. Gives the ball a shine against his t-shirt, and he's ready to go off again. this time just clipped to mid-wicket by Wokes.
I think he's just looking for a bit of control here, isn't he? Ollie Robinson, if he can. Certainly outside of Robinson and Hudson Prentice. Well, the seamers, really. James Coles was a little expensive just before lunch.
This one played down the ground to long on Hughes Fields. He'll take the single, and Carson will also take his cap from the umpire. 2 runs from that over. Warwickshire 172 for 6. Wokes on 32. Smith with 23. And 10 overs left till tea.
Yes, what Ollie Robinson's going to do here from the top end. As I say, Tom Clark was a little expensive in that previous over. Hit for a nice 6 by Kai Smith. If he is going to change it, he doesn't hang around too long here. He's going to bring Tom Haynes into the attack. So another change of bowling for Sussex. I personally like that. I think it's a sign of a very proactive captain. If you're, you've seen someone get hit for 11 in an over, you think, well, let's just try something a little different. It'll mean that John Simpson will stand up to the stumps. He bowls at a brisk medium pace, just Tom Haynes, and he's one of these bowlers who skids the ball onto the batter. So we'll see how it goes in this over. 172 for 6. Good recovery here by Warwickshire. At one stage, 117 for 6. In comes Haynes, bowls to Wokes, that's down the leg side and clipped by Wokes down to fine leg, fielded there by Finn Hudson Prentice. One more to the total. 173 for 6. Brings Kai Smith onto strike. 2 batsmen just going to have a bit of a natter and a bit of a garden. Just the one slip in place. John Simpson standing up to the stumps. In comes Haynes again, bowls. Smith defends to backward point, fielded there by Carson. And there is no run. The offside field is an interesting one. There is a backward point cover and a mid off. There's almost a deeper cover, who's Tom Price, who's probably about 20 yards behind the other fielders on that offside. I wouldn't say he's saving one there. It's perhaps for the lofted drive. Haynes in again, bowls. Cut away. Good bit of fielding by Carson at backward point. Prevents any run being taken. Slightly too much width there from Tom Haynes, and Smith practices the shot again. Haynes wheels round at the far end of the ground. In and bowls. Well, I thought for a minute Smith was going to play that on. In fact, he did roll towards his stumps. I think he might have got his boot in the way and just helped the ball away from the stumps. But nice and tidy from Haynes, and he's opening 4 balls of the over, just the one single coming off of it. The leg side field, just to mention, there's a mid-on, a fairly straightish short mid-wicket, a deep square leg and a fine leg as in comes Haynes, bustling in, bowls, cut away, and that's 4 runs. That wasn't a great delivery by Tom Haynes, too much width. And Kai Smith said thank you very much and helped himself to 4 runs. Nice shot. He goes to 27, and Warwickshire to 117 for 6. Sorry, 177 for 6. It means this partnership is now worth 60.
Yeah, these two looking comfortable now.
Well, it's coming quick time as well. Haynes in again, bowls, and Smith up on his toes. More runs here, just a single, fielded by Tom Price. Takes the partnership to 61, which equals the partnership between Yates and Bo Webster earlier on today. The end of Tom Haynes is over. An over that cost 6 runs, 178 for 6. Wokes on 33, Smith on 28. I have to say, these two look quite comfortable, Nikki.
Yeah, they do. And it has helped. Like, they've had a few freebies which they've managed to capitalise on as well. So that always does good things to their confidence.
Yeah, these two came together in the 41st over. So in 14 overs, they've added 60 runs. So they are rattling along here at at 4 and over, which is in direct contrast to what it was earlier on today.
Here's Carson, and Smith goes down on one knee, reverse sweeps, and I'm not sure if the ball has the legs to go all the way. It might just have, and it does. It's gone away for 4 runs.
Nice shot, and again the runs starting to flow here. We will have an update in a minute. We'll wait for the and then I'll make way for Richard and you, Nikki, which will probably see us almost through till tea, I think. What have we got? Another 8 overs after this until the break.
Good connection there from Smith. We're not going to see any change in the field of that shot. Carson in again. Down on one knee and sweep straight to 45. Ricochets off the body of Vincent Prentice, is it?
Good bit of fielding there, actually.
No,
it's Jack Leaning.
Jack Leaning. Doesn't get past him, although it was hit rather firmly. Smith taps his bat as it echoes around the ground. This time forward and turns the ball to 45. Again, doesn't get past Jack Leaning. And just having a changeover in the field. So, Silly mid-on is now moving to 45, which means Jack Leaning has got his helmet on, his pads on, and he's going to come round the bat at short leg. So a slip and a short leg right in the face of Smith as he taps his bat now. Carson skips through, gives it a bit of flight, and Smith down on one knee sweeps. It's been hit firmly, but there's protection down in the deep. It will only be a couple. That takes the score to 184.
Good variety of shots actually here from Kai Smith, who's
Pulling it all out the bag, isn't he?
Yeah.
Carson in now, and Smith forward flicks this, but he gets stopped by mid-wicket. Sticks a hand out. Doesn't get past.
he's very good in there. Is Tom Clark. In fact, he's overtaking Chris Wokes now as Kai Smith.
Carson through again, a bit flatter, and this has worked off the back foot by Smith. Down towards deep square leg. He'll take the single, and Carson will take his hat.
The line has
from
gone down.
The umpire as well. 185 for 6. Has the line gone down?
Yeah. I wonder why they hadn't come to us. You're still commentating on the stream though, Nikki, so you can keep going.
Right, so 185 for 6. And it's still going to be Tom Haynes from the Cromwell Road end. As Adrian tries to sort out this big gadget. It looks very confusing. Sorry, it's going to be Tom Price replacing Tom Haynes from the Cromwell Road end. As Indy runs down the slope, 2 slips in place to Smith, who's forward and defends this to mid-wicket. These two looking very comfortable out there now, both in their 30s, Wokes 33, Smith 35.
Apologies, the line went down. I know not why. So, but we're back, and I think we've probably missed our update to our listeners in Kent. So I will leave you with Nikki and Richard, and I'll just put a phone call in. Apologies.
Price in, and this one's just played backward of point. They'll come through for a single as well. Smith just opened the face of the bat, played it late. Price of having changed ends now, having bowled from the C end earlier. It's now bowling from the Cromwell Road end down the slope. As in he trods now to Wokes, who's tall in his stance, and flicks this uppishly wide of mid-wicket, and this will race down towards the boundary in front of the members' pavilion. It will be 4 runs. It will take Chris Wokes on to 37. It will take Warwickshire to 190 for 6, and it will also allow me to welcome Rich back into the commentary box.
Yeah, nice partnership this now, isn't it? It's worth 73. It's the biggest partnership of the innings, and it was desperately needed between these two. Smith has grown since that moment. He flicked the ball into the crowd for 6, actually. That seemed to do an awful lot for his confidence. And Chris Wokes, the older statesman, playing back for his county, very steady.
Price into Wokes, flicks this off his legs again, past mid-wicket. It will be 4 more runs, all along the ground this time. Very good looking shot. And that will take him into the 40s, Warwickshire 194.
Long half volley from Tom Price. There's always been the danger with Price. And what Warwickshire have done in the last 20 minutes is they made it very, very difficult for Ollie Robinson to use his backup bowlers, to use the spin, to use the backup seamers. In that they've been punished, they've been really, really positive. So, as a result, the score has raced along in this session. 125 runs have been added. So, I think Adrian might have to rejoin us to do an update in a moment. I think, judging by the way he's poised.
Price in now. This one's played off the hips, running down towards fine leg, and it will just get stopped before the rope. Good piece of work there from Finn Hudson-Prentice, and getting cue in my ear, so I'll pass over my heads.
Thanks, Nikki. Yeah, sorry, I think we're doing an update after this song, so we're slightly chaotic, but we'll get there. In comes Price bowls, and forward comes Wokes, plays onto the onside, no run. And it is the end of the over, 196 for 6. Good partnership between these two, Richard, and they've sort of wrestled the initiative away from Sussex in the last half hour or so.
They have, and they've punished the backup bowlers. We were saying a short while ago whilst you were trying to sort out what was going on here, and it means, that the casting will continue, but there's no way that they could have carried on with Clark or Haynes.
No.
Because they were just going to get taken around the park. So at the moment, that's the issue, that with all the overs that have been bowled so far by Ollie Robinson and Hudson-Prentice, it's now thinking, well, actually, there may well be a second new ball a bit later on. When do we come back into the attack?
Yeah, absolutely. We were saying earlier on that we thought that Sussex would be batting here at some stage today, and they still might. But these two have made batting look relatively comfortable. Jack Carson comes in over the wicket, bowls to Smith, who hammers that one away down to the leg side. Daniel Hughes has got to chase it round the leg side boundary, but he's not going to get there, and it's gone away for 4 more. Smith goes to 40, and the 200 up for Warwickshire, 200 for 6. Well, Warwickshire are just wrestling the initiative back from Sussex here. They're now 200 for 6. At one stage they were 117 for 6 with 2 wickets apiece for Robinson, Price and Hudson-Prentice. But an excellent partnership between Chris Wokes and Kai Smith has certainly put Warwickshire back in a better position. Another boundary there. They're now 204 for 6. Good day so far for Surrey up at the Oval against Leicestershire. They're 242 for 2. A century apiece for Jamie Smith and for Ollie Pope. But things not going so well for Kent down at Canterbury. Northamptonshire are 274 for 1. That in the 59th over of the day.
Thanks very much indeed, Adrian, giving you the right up to date with what's happening.
So that's the update done for listeners around the south coast and beyond. The amazing thing, that 270 odd for 1 isn't the most dramatic scoreline of the day. I'll come to that in a moment. But back-to-back boundaries from Smith. Carson adjusting again. He's clipped through mid-wicket for a single. After a really careful start, Smith is flourishing now, and as many wicket-keepers do, he loves playing against the spinners. 45 to him suddenly, and Nicky's batted beautifully.
Yeah, he absolutely has. took his time initially, and then he's just found his groove and picked up momentum as well.
The most spectacular score of the day is at Bristol, although Durham have now lost a wicket, 311 for 1. Alex Lee's out for 129. McKinney, one of the young breed, 161 not out. So Castle floats this up, defended by Chris Wokes. In an ideal world,
We've currently got some music going on in
yeah,
areas,
we would lose cue if anybody back at base can hear that. Otherwise, we're just going to have to try and do it in rhythm with the music, Nikki.
I think we should.
Yeah. Quite a fast song, this. Carson in, tickled into the leg side by Wokes, and there's no run again. Carson is 5th over. 1 ball left in it. He's gone for 27 so far. So again, Ollie Robinson's got to work out who's going to staunch the flow.
Well, we were speaking about karaoke earlier.
Yeah, we may have to join in with this song. Carson in, again turned into the leg side, and there's no run again. End of that over. We were 7 overs behind at what should have been tea at 3:40, just a note. So, a bit of overtime ahead of us today. You would think probably 6:30, 6:35 finish. 205 for 6. Warwickshire with Smith on 45 and Wokes 41. We'll never know who was that? Was it? I mean, obviously, that means nothing to the rest of you because you couldn't hear it. Was that a new Coldplay song? Was it? I mean, it sounded like that was a Coldplay song.
I have no idea.
I don't know whether it was. Or
I'm
not.
very bad with song names.
Yeah.
You could play songs to me. I'm like, yes, I know the music, I know the lyrics. But if you ask me what's the song called and who sung it, I would look at you like a confused puppy. As in runs Tom Price down the hill from the Cromwell Road end now, and this one's driven straight to extra cover by Smith. A lovely looking drive. It was picked up with great athleticism at extra cover.
So if I was to look at the three most played acts on your playlist right now, whichever of the various people.
Don't embarrass me.
No, go on. No,
don't embarrass me.
No, you
I can't.
You should never be embarrassed by what you like.
Tom Price in now, and this one just back of the length. Smith looking to work into the leg side. That's just dropped off in front of him though, so no run. No, I'm having a bit of a phase with my music.
Go on.
Okay, so no judgment. Okay.
No. There's no such thing, for instance, as a guilty pleasure. If it's a pleasure, it's a pleasure. You don't have to be guilty about it.
Okay, but 2026 is the 20-year anniversary of Hannah Montana.
Oh, wow.
So
yeah.
I'm listening to a few throwback songs from my childhood as this one is dropped into the offside. This opens the blade at the very last moment, so it's going to run down wide of third, and they'll come back for a couple.
I mean, it's a bit like kids of my daughter's a student now, and kids of her generation were listening back to the Glee soundtrack, but not because they heard it but second time round because it's on TikTok and that sort of thing.
But you know what's really interesting about this soundtrack is I remember listening to it when I was in year 6, year 7, and I didn't really understand what was going on. But now if you listen to the lyrics, it actually, there's a lot of... I feel like you can make more sense of it with a more mature mind as this one's dropped off the back foot, just wide of Tom Clark, who's at gully. They'll come through for a single. Actually, they'll make it back for another one. Very well run.
Yeah, it's great running. Kai Smith sensed the possibility to get back for 2. He's very quick between the wickets. He's up to 49 now. The acceleration from him since he got to 20. And quite early in the piece I said the first 20 are quite hard for Kai Smith at this point in his championship career. But when he gets going, he is a talented man. You know, very typical of a short battery that he likes to pull. He likes to play the sweeps.
Price into Smith, who's forward and defends back down the line of the wicket this time.
So, okay, that was one. So you're listening to Hannah Montana soundtrack stuff.
Yeah, so I'm kind of just listening to that on repeat.
Yeah.
Ed Sheeran's Sapphire.
Okay.
Which has this little... Yeah, I quite like the vibe on that song. He actually collabed with a Indian artist who's someone I listen to a lot of. So it's quite nice to have Ed Sheeran and.
See, we're talking collabs now.
Yeah, we're talking
Adrian.
collabs.
We're talking collabs. Yeah.
As Price is in now and Smith was forward. There's a shout as this one jags back, but a little high from where we are.
Yeah,
but we're not exactly in the ideal position. But that will conclude the end of the over.
I think it was an inside edge as well. Potentially there. That's why the appeal was stifled. So,
Yeah, we've got a big sign on the scoreboard. Says tea will be taken at 3:40 or when 32 overs remain to be bowled.
which is still 6 overs away, is it? Or 5 overs away now. The score's off the board.
I'm
but,
waiting for the scoreboard to load back. Well, 209 for 6 off
5.
59 overs.
5
30.
overs will take. That's good. You've given me 2. You've given me 2. That's strong. I will give 3 back. I'm not going to leave you hanging. You know what I mean? I'm not going to leave
I
you
need to
hanging.
check what else I'm listening. I'm just kind of listening to those on repeat. But
The thing is that the streaming service I use have this DJ thing, and it just keeps on playing you the same songs again if you click on that. And there might be ones that you like, but you don't like them constantly. I like a bit more variety. As Carlson comes in to bowl, and he's pushed up towards mid-wicket by Chris Wokes.
Oh,
There's no run. It's picked up there by Clark.
bit of Taylor Swift as well.
Well, I was wondering. I tell you what, I didn't want to assume. I didn't
But
want to
I'm not a
assume.
Swiftie. There's
No.
only 2 songs of Taylor Swift that I actually listen to, and currently listening to those.
Floated up outside off stump, driven but not timed by Wokes. So picked up at mid-off by the skipper, Ollie Robinson. I think we'll delay his return to the attack till after the tea interval. See if we can finish off this Warwickshire innings, which from Sussex's point of view has come to linger. This one pushes through a bit more, driven up towards mid-on. He's deep enough for them to take a run to Hughes. Wokes to 42. 210 for 6. My retro listening at the moment, so my retro artist that I'm listening to quite a bit is Chris Rea, because he passed away in December. So I'm revisiting the albums that I had when I was a student. So that's a bit similar to you revisiting. So my current artist that I listen to a lot is a rock band called Wonder Horse.
Wonder Horse.
And it's my daughter who got me into them. I may turn up in my Wonder Horse t-shirt tomorrow. Just as a treat to myself, really. Now, Smith on 49. There's a short mid-wicket in place here. He rocks onto the back foot and he clips it into the leg side for a very well-worked 50. Kai Smith, valuable innings from the wicket-keeper batter. Reaches his 50 off 63 deliveries. And having come in with his side in a real hole, batting at number 7, they were 109 for 5. He's helped them now to 211 for 6 in an innings that has become increasingly positive and increasingly impressive, in truth.
Go on, what's the third?
Well, you've got to do a third yet. And did you do one?
I told
He
you,
did, yeah.
yeah.
Floated up, returned on the full toss by Wokes. And it rolls along the ground and it taken rather gingerly on the fingertips by Carson. He's varied his flight during the course of this over. And this one he pushes through and it's jabbed towards mid-wicket and there's no run. 211 for 6 Warwickshire. 4 overs remaining until tea. I'm just trying to think what I was listening. I listened to podcasts on the way down yesterday mainly, and then I played some music. There's a singer-songwriter from the Channel Islands called Narina Palo, who I've been listening to a lot recently, because she is celebrating the 20th anniversary of her biggest hit by playing the Royal Albert Hall next month.
Oh, okay.
Which I mean, that's the way to have a party, isn't it?
That is.
So I think she's probably the other one, but she's very good.
I'm loving podcasts as well at the moment. I do like the cricket podcast, which I'll tell you about after this delivery from Tom Price, who's down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, and this one is dropped into the gap between point and cover by Smith. He'll take the single, brings Chris Wokes onto strike.
It's been such a sensible partnership the way they've gone about their business here, in that they've attacked the weaker bowlers, they've punished what they were offered, and bear in mind Sussex didn't offer Warwickshire anything in the first session, they bowled so well. And now that some of the other bowlers are a bit wearier, they're picking them for singles. They've added 95 now, it's all happened fairly quickly.
Price into Wokes off the back foot, edges, ooh, and just out of reach of slip. And that will run away for 4. That seemed very, very close. Might have just got the ends of his fingers as well. I'm not sure.
Didn't quite get there. He went down in almost slow motion, but couldn't quite get there. Now John Simpson is finding it hard to get enough purchase to lean over the advertising hoarding to pick the ball up, but he gets there in the end. But that was an authentic edge that Price earned there off the bat of Chris Wokes. Second slip would have caught it around his midriff. But it was a valiant attempt, full length from James Coles.
But yeah, the podcast. Have you been listening, or have you listened to the Stick to Cricket podcast?
No. Who's doing that?
Bumble, Michael Vaughan, Alistair Cook, and then they have guests on as well.
Sounds good.
Yeah, there's some funny stories in there. So definitely worth a listen, although other podcasts are also available. But
you're allowed to like some.
You are allowed to like some, but you've got to give everyone their space as well as Tom Price comes down the hill. 2 slips in place now against Wokes, who's forward and drives through the gap, and this beats extra cover. It won't go all the way because it's a very big offside boundary, but they'll come back for 3. They run a 3? Yes, they did run a 3.
That's the 100 partnership coming at better than 5 and over. It's been very, very effective. 114 balls, 78 minutes. And I mean, they're not far away from doubling the score. They came together at 117 for 6. And the experience of Wokes, and as we've seen more and more as he's progressed, the dynamism of the young man Kai Smith have served Warwickshire very, very well.
Price in now. This one's left alone with good carry through to Simpson.
I mean, the encouraging thing from Sussex's point of view is that, Adrian has felt throughout the day, having been to have a look at the surface, that it was going to be a good surface to bat on. And Warwickshire have increasingly made it look that way. Kai Smith, 21 years of age, so playing at the start of the season largely because of this slight issue that Alex Davis has with one of his fingers, so he's not ready to keep wicket at the moment. Making the most of it today.
Pushed and stopped by extra cover. I think that's Daniel Hughes with the extravagant dive and then roll and then jump up like Spider-Man.
Like Spider-Man?
Like Spider-Man. It was very Spider-Man-y, do you not think? He dived, he stopped the ball, he did like a roll and he jumped back onto his feet and...
Okay. I'm not willing to believe you.
He won't do it again now, will he?
I've only ever seen the cartoon in the 70s. None of the movies.
Price into Smith. He drops it into the offside. He's looking to set off for a single, and then Chris Wokes shouts no very loudly and sends him back. That was also going to be the end of the over. 219 for 6, with 3 overs remaining till tea.
So Wokes now one away from his half century. Ollie Robinson has a little bit of a meeting of the Brains Trust to decide what you don't do is just waste these 3 overs. So what are they going to do? They're going to switch things up a little bit, and Tom Haynes is going to come and have another go because Price has been going for 5 and over, Carson's been going for 5 and over. Coles didn't have a great deal of control early on. There's not anything out there for the spinners on day 1 anyway. It's the return of Haynes. He bowled just the 1 over earlier that went for 6 runs. He does have the occasional habit of being a partnership breaker, which is very much what is needed right now. So has Adrian dug into that coffee cake?
He has. He's already...
I had a bit of the...
Oh.
our own one in a minute.
No, he hasn't yet. It's something else. Okay. Full delivery is pushed forward by Wokes on 49. I was going to get him to give it marks. I wanted him to talk about the quality of the bake, whether it was tight or whether it was nice and loose. I've been watching too much Bake Off, see.
Oh, what a programme. I love that programme.
Do you aspire to be on it?
No, because I would be terrible.
Wokes defending off the back foot. Now, what they've done here is tried to put a nice tight ring around Wokes on 49. There's a slip, there's a backward point, there's a short extra cover, a mid-off. And then short on the leg side, mid-wicket is nice and close in, leaning. There's a square mid-wicket as well, and a mid-on. So try not to give him an easy single here, as he defends with a very straight bat back into the bowler's follow-through. And there's no run. I shall return to the room at the end of this over and leave Adrian to join you for the last 2 before the interval. 3 wickets fell in the first session. 3 wickets have fallen so far in the second session. The pace of the batting has been very different. As Wokes outside off stump will work his way to 50. He guides it out towards the man on the cover boundary. And a very fine innings from Chris Wokes. Had a couple of scares along the way, and that edge a few moments ago that was just wide of a diving Coles, but that's a thoroughbred little half-century from Wokes. He has reached his 50 off 62 deliveries, and Warwickshire 220 for 6. Very good restorative partnership. As Smith plays nice and straight to the next delivery from Haynes. In fact, straight enough that it takes the bails off. Nobody thought to block it on its way through. Umpire Warren gives him something to do. I note a couple of times today he's got that little device out to measure the size of the bat, as they do these days.
I didn't see that last season as much. Was that something you need to...
Yeah, I know. I saw it a bit last season. Ed Barnard was tested quite soon when he came in today. As this one beats the bat onto the pad going down the leg side. End of the over. 2 to go till tea. Warwickshire 220 for 6. Nicky Chowdhury continues. Adrian Harms is leaping back into this seat.
Thanks very much, Rich. Yeah, good partnership from these two. Chris Wokes bringing up his half-century from 61 deliveries. 61 deliveries. And Warwickshire currently 220 for 6, with Tom Price to continue from the Cromwell Road end.
Yeah, and that century partnership came in just 19 overs.
Wow, that was quick, especially compared to the rest of the day.
Yeah,
and the rate
totally.
of scoring.
It's been a day of two halves, isn't it? Really, 117 for 6 to 220 for 6, and it's happened in a sort of a blink of an eye, really. In comes Price, racing down the hill, comes in and bowls to Wokes, who prods this one to backward point footed by leaning, no run. There's a bit more cloud around this afternoon, Nick. I'm just looking away to the west. The cloud just looks a little lower, but forecast seems to be dry for the rest of the day. But this is what you get in Division 1, isn't it? It's just, you never... the sides can bat all the way down. And Sussex might have thought Crumb's 6 down, but you've got Wokes, you've still got Jordan Thompson to come as well, so it's a very strong Warwickshire batting line-up. Price in bowls, and Wokes with a solid forward defensive place down the offside of the track, and there is no run. 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, a mid-on, and 2 men sat back on the leg side. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg. I guess if you walked in here now and you thought, well, 220 for 6, you've won the toss, that's not a great score, but having been 117 for 6, Warwickshire felt quite relieved as in comes Price and bowls, works up on his toes and works that one through the covers, picks up another single. He goes to 51, 221 for 6, and perhaps going some way to justifying Ed Barnard's decision to bat first. Alex Davis 3, Rob Yates 36, Dan Molesby 1, Sam Hain 4, Ed Barnard 18, Bo Webster what I thought was a very attractive looking 48, and these two now past half centuries. Price is in bowls, Smith defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Elsewhere, all sorts of fun and games at Chelmsford today. Somerset 24 for 3. Then in reply to the Essex total of 149, looks to be for some reason Jack Leach opened the batting for Somerset, which seems slightly strange. 24 for 3 in reply to 149 all out. Price in bowls, forward comes Smith, plays a model forward defensive down the ground, there is no run. At Trentbridge, Nottinghamshire 268 for 8 against Glamorgan, and that is something of a recovery. Jack Haynes 97 not out. At one stage Nottinghamshire were 103 for 6. At the Oval, Surrey piling on the runs against Leicestershire. Century for Dake. Jamie Smith, back-to-back centuries in the Championship for him. He's 109 not out. Price in bowls, defends again does Smith. Down to mid-on, there is no run. End of a nice tidy over from Tom Price. 13 overs, no maidens, 2 for 58. And we've got one more over to go until tea. 2:21 for 6. Ollie Pope out at the Oval for 103. And up at Headingley, Hampshire, 2:24 for 8 against Yorkshire. 4 wickets there for George Hill, who's a very fine all-round cricketer. In the second division, Durham now 339 for 2 at Gloucestershire. At Bristol, I should say. Ben McKinney, 180 not out. Young opener. Lancashire, 252 for 4 against Derbyshire. Worcestershire, 191 all out. At Lords, Middlesex, 6 without loss in reply.
Here's Haynes, and this one's pushed to extra cover off the front foot by Wokes. No run.
Apologies, Nikki. And at Canterbury, Northamptonshire, 299 for 1 against Kent. Ricardo Vasconcelos making a century. Luke Proctor, 105 not out. We've had a lot of runs in this session, you know, because at lunch it was 69 for 3.
We have. Wokes again forward and defends this one to short mid-wicket this time off the bowling of Tom Haynes.
152 runs in the session.
I'm not sure if you caught this on social media the other day, Adrian, but the Oval have announced a nice little work from
Yes, I saw that.
home.
At the Oval. They put
At the
desks in,
Oval.
haven't they?
I'm not sure if they put desks in, but I'll tell you more after this delivery from Haynes, which has worked behind square. Away for a single, brings Smith back onto strike. They're calling it the Home Office. A home office work from the Oval, the ultimate home working experience, and they've installed some super fast Wi-Fi, and they're claiming, why don't you come and WFO, work from the Oval, and watch the cricket? And I think that sounds pretty cool. I think I see it all round the grounds actually, as Haynes is in and Smith is forward in defence. You go to many county grounds throughout the course of the season, and especially on a Friday, lots of laptops are out.
You don't have to be on a Zoom call or something, do you? Those sort of with sort of noise of cricket. I suppose you can put it on mute, can't you?
Yeah, I suppose you could. But
You
it's a
can put-
great idea, especially if, let's say, you've got a day where you've got no calls, you can bring a laptop to the cricket. As this one's worked off the back foot down
Shot.
towards deep cover. Beautiful looking shot. Will just be the single. But yeah, I wonder how many people would be there at the Oval today with laptop in hand.
Quite a few, I reckon.
Haynes runs up the slope. This is defended by Wokes on his toes to mid-on. Robinson will field, and that will conclude the end of the over as well. Warwickshire 223 for 6. And on that note, the players will head off to tea as well. 32 overs have ticked over onto the scoreboard. Left for the day. Wokes on 52, as is Smith. 52 to the both of them. And well, safe to say this afternoon session from a Warwickshire point of view has been a lot quicker in terms of scoring runs. They'll be happy with the rebuild that they've seen this afternoon. Players make their way off, as do the umpires. And we will have a 20 minutes break.
Well, 154 runs in the session, Nicky, off 35 overs, so an excellent recovery as far as the visitors are concerned. They've been scoring at 4.5 and over during this session. The spectators are being loud on the outfield, which I always like to see. People can go and have a peer at the wicket or go and stretch their legs. So we're going to have a little break as well at the end of the over, at the end of the session. Warwickshire have battled back into this game. 223 for 6 they are, with Quish Rokes and Kai Smith both unbeaten on 52. for nothing, which you can. But if you are around the area and you think I might go and watch the last few overs of the day, well, bring a coat because it is a bit chilly.
And I would just say, come sooner rather than later, because I just think we may get touch and go with the light here for the full 96.
I think that's a very good point, because certainly the clouds are much lower now than they have been for the rest of the day. Hudson Prentice motors in, bowls to Smith, who drives down the ground. Good stop by Ollie Robinson at mid-off. And there is no run. Had a nice email in from David, who's listening to us in Norfolk, I think this has come from. David says, here we are. It's good to be listening to the commentary again up here in Norfolk after so many months with no county cricket. A question there is always a mention of cake. Is there a love of cake, a quality of cake that all cricket commentators need to have? In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls. Smith drives down the ground to mid-on. There is no run. Well, we're very lucky here, and I must say a shout out to Margaret from the Sussex Cricket Museum, which opened its doors for the season today, opened by Bruce Talbot and Paul Weaver, two journalists who have been down here at Sussex for many a long year, so they had the honour of opening the pavilion this year. And Margaret always bakes a cake at home games, and she's baked the most gorgeous coffee cake. I don't know if you've had a bit, Richard.
I have.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It's very nice indeed. A very nice coffee cream in the middle.
Comes Hudson Prentice and bowls, and Smith plays slightly across the line to mid-wicket, safely enough, fielded by Crocombe. And there is no run. So thank you very much to Margaret. It's a lovely cake, and we've enjoyed it. And I don't know, I think just cricket commentators, or cricket and cake and sandwiches, I mean, whether you're playing club cricket, village cricket, doesn't really matter really, does it?
I'm not going to say, I mean, a coffee, you can't go far wrong with a coffee cake.
No, you can't.
It's up there with the Victoria Sponge as a true press box pleaser.
Hudson Prentice in, bowls, Smith lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. So we've been sport today. There's been biscuits and cakes and all sorts of things on the first day of the season. A full press box. We've got Mike Atherton from the Times is here. We've had, apparently Rob Key's been on the ground, so I'm told. Jeff Arnold was here, one of the England sort of bowling coaches who go around keeping an eye on people. So, and a good crowd as well on this opening day of county cricket at Hove. Hudson Prentice. Final ball of his over. He's in and bowls to Smith.
Extra bounce with that last ball. So whether it was a leave or not, if he didn't get close to it, it might just have been because the bounce was too much for him. It whistled through to the wicket-keeper. Henry Crocombe is going to bowl from this end. Is this the first time? I think it's the first time today that he's bowled from the C end.
I think you're right.
So a little bit of a switcheroo. That might be down to direction of wind, although actually the flags on, I'll call it the old scoreboard. Obviously it's now a rather more modern thing in front of a rather nice old building. But the flags have gone a little bit limp.
They have. They're
hanging there. Just as I say that, there's a zephyr that just sends them wobbling a little bit. But it's relatively placid at the moment. Ollie Robinson is making some detailed changes to the position of his deep fielders as Crocombe will start his first over after tea, and it's a short ball that Wokes is going to pull, but doesn't hit powerfully through the ball. He'll just settle for a single down to the fielder coming in from long leg, who is Hudson Prentice. 224 for 6.
You were saying about the light, and I'm mindful that we're behind tinted glass here. Actually, if you look out the side, you get a better idea of the light. But I don't think the light is great. I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see the lights on fairly soon, you know.
Yep, we have that option here. They're an extraordinary sort of design. The lights pop up wherever they could pop one, it appears to me. As this ball is back of a length and almost went through at shoulder height for Kai Smith. There are 3 in relatively tight order away to our right.
Yeah.
And then there's a slightly larger gap between the 3 away to our left, and then you've got ones that are out of our sight. But it always comes across very, very well for a floodlit game when it's properly dark. It's always beautifully lit here. I've always enjoyed it when England's women play international one-day games and T20s here. It always feels like it's a sense of occasion at Hove. Short man Smith awaits, and that's outside off stump from Crocombe. Bit of a wasted delivery. Left alone. So Ollie Robinson not coming back into the attack yet. He's had 15 overs today. New ball is 15 overs away. Equally, he doesn't want these two to bat through to that new ball, and there may be that we don't get all the way to close if the light's not brilliant. So there's a lot to weigh up here for a captain. Historically, he would have quite happily be grazing there. That's too short, allowed to go over the top of his shoulder by Smith and through.
We'll have an update shortly to the listeners on BBC Sussex, Surrey and Kent. But I'm sure we'll get the blast in our ears when that's about to happen.
So Sussex has gone okay. Surrey going really well. Kent, rough day.
Yeah.
And that's the job done, really. Sums it up. Crocombe, that one was short but doesn't bounce quite as much, but left alone outside off stump by Smith, who seems to have come out from tee with the mindset that I'm not giving away anything lightly here. That has to be the right thing to do.
Yeah, totally. The Sussex Cricket Museum give us some questions based around the opposing side for every home game, and we've read 3 of them out, and I think we'll put these to bed during this session, if we can.
This is full, pushed into the offside by Smith, and picked up at point. There's no run, but all 10.
Yeah, we'll do 3 a day, I think.
So 3 days. So the first, and are they going to give us the answers to these first 3 today?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to text Keith Ridge, who is the curator of the museum, and say, can he give us the answers to the first 3 today? Because then we do 3 a day. I think that keeps it in control. So the first one is, who in 2025 was reported as the Warwickshire club's reigning karaoke champion? I think you know that one, don't you?
No, I don't.
Right.
No. I earlier with Nicky, I said, look, I know that the best pure singer is Ethan Bamber, but he was a boy chorister. And so who's the one with a couple of pints in?
Yeah, he ought to be
who's
quite
the best
good.
singer? So Dan Mosley, maybe. In the back, it would have been. Back in the day, it would have been Tim Ambrose, of course.
In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls up on his toes. His Wokes plays into the offside. Why, of course?
Well, I'd say that. He was a bit secretive about it, but he was a very good musician, Tim Ambrose.
Was he?
A good guitarist and singer.
Right. Oh, there we go.
But he did like to hide his light under a bushel.
Right. Oh, maybe Sussex supporters would be interested to hear that. The second question was, Warwickshire played their matches mostly in Birmingham. Which Warwickshire city has hosted championship matches at 4 grounds within its boundaries? Now, I think I might have the answer to that one, has come in from John, who's in Bangkok, can you believe? In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, drilled down the ground by Chris. Did the ball hit the stumps?
Yeah.
I think it did.
Yeah.
It's rebounded away, and Wokes is just going to pick up a single. He goes to 54, 225 for 6. And the third question today, Brian Lama's famous 501 for Warwickshire off Durham at Edgbaston in 1994 took away a championship record previously held by a Sussex player. Which player and what record? So there were the 3 questions today. So we'll get the answers to those. But I think I have the answers to the grounds one, which has come from John, who sounds like he's a Coventry fan. Oh no, Up the Blues. He could be a Birmingham fan. Hudson Prentice bowls, driven by Smith to mid-off. We're all ready for the update to the listeners on BBC Sussex. Here we go.
From the cricket, Adrian Hans is watching the opening day Sussex game against Warwickshire at home.
Yes, and an excellent recovery here by Warwickshire. At one stage were 117 for 6 and in all sorts of trouble, but here in the second over after tea, they're 225 for 6. Chris Wokes is on 54, Kai Smith is on 52, and this century partnership is starting to wrestle a bit of control back for Warwickshire, who won the toss this morning and decided to bat. A good day for Surrey at the Oval. They're 293 for 4. Jamie Smith 122 not out earlier. Ollie Pope made 103, but not such a good day for Kent at Canterbury against Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire in the 71st over of their innings are 328 for 1. Hudson Prentice in bowls, drilled down the ground by Smith. Hudson Prentice fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So John has been in touch. He says, Up the Blues, who I presume are Birmingham City.
Ah, yes.
He says the 4 grounds in Coventry are the Bull's Head ground,
Right.
used between 1903 and 1992. The Butts ground, used between 1925 and 1930. The Morris Motors ground, used between 1931 and 1932. as in comes Hudson Prentice and bowls. Smith plays defensively onto the onside, and there is no run. Sussex charging around in between overs, but the over 8 is level at the minute, which is good news. And the final one is the Courtaulds ground, used between 1946 and 1983. So we're going to assume, well,
it's got to be Coventry.
yeah, it's got to be Coventry. Yeah,
I'm not saying we're not over blessed with cities in the county of Warwickshire.
no. So we're going to write that, and I'm going to get in touch with Keith, the curator, and say, can we have the answers to the first 3 questions? At the end of the over, which I should be concentrating on the cricket, really, 235 for 6. I think the light has just improved just a fraction in the last 5 minutes as well.
You were cricket adjacent, to be fair, weren't you?
Go on.
You were still talking about cricket, really.
I see it's raining somewhere. It's raining at Gloucester, where Durham 348 for 2 crumbs in 67 overs. Ben McKinney 182 not out.
So Crocombe to continue, and Wokes is shouldering alarms and letting that go through, and there's no run. So question 3 is interesting.
Yeah, someone suggested that might be Murray Goodwin, who would be the Sussex player. Is it the record for the highest individual score in the Championship? I think that was 300 and... I'll have to have a look at that, but I'd have thought it would have been higher than that.
But Murray Goodwin would have had to make those runs before 1994. That wouldn't make any sense at all, would it? Crocombe, back of the length, defended into the leg side.
You're quite right. It can't be Murray Goodwin. Quite right. Which Sussex player?
But the highest first-class score had been the 499 of Hanif Mohammed, so that's no good, is it? The guy called, was it McLaren? 424 was the championship record.
Wow.
But he's got no Sussex link, I don't think. Back of the length, go high onto his toes goes White. Wokes guides it down to backward point. And there's no run.
Keith, let me send him a message.
So we need answers 1, 2 and 3. Okay. So it's going to be Crocombe once more. Got a heavy-footed runner. There's that big uplift to his arm. He's cut through the offside, and that'll go to the fence for 4. There's no boundary rider on that short side. And Wokes progresses to 58, 229 for 6. Warwickshire.
Good shot.
It's got to be a different record. It's going to be a different record because McLaren was a county championship innings, 424 for Lancashire against Somerset. It's a good puzzle though, isn't it, that one?
It is a good one. Yeah. Yeah.
At least it was most runs in a day. I don't know. This one tucked off his pads by Wokes to square leg. There's a comfortable single. He's to 59, 230 for 6, closing in on a batting point.
I think they get increasingly more difficult. Someone got in touch here saying about the Warwickshire Karaoke King. Surely this be Alex Labamba with his famous Richie Valens interpretation.
Well, Ethan Labamba it would have to be, rather than Alex. But short ball ducked under by Kai Smith. End of the over. 230 for 6. We are 12 overs away from the new ball, and that at the moment might well be in Sussex minds a little bit. They're trying to find a way at least to restrict scoring, which by and large they have done. Just that one short ball that was dispatched with the cut shot by Chris Wokes, but they've settled things a little bit.
I think it just goes to show. I was talking to some people at tea time, discussing the game, saying Sussex was so on top, but it's the difference Sussex found last year, where they did really well in the first division, but you just know in the first division, without being disrespectful in any way, to you get a side 6 down, you might think, oh, we're halfway through them. But in the first division, people can bat all the way down the order. And certainly Sussex have found that today. Tom Price is coming back in the attack, so we only had a couple of overs there from Finn Hudson-Prentice, and which you could well be right. Maybe Ollie Robinson has got half an eye on the new ball. Price, 13 overs, 2 for 58. He's going to come down the hill to Chris Wokes, who's 59 not out. Fine innings it's been too. 2 slips go down. Price is in over the wicket bowls. Oh, that kept a little low, and he rather dug that out. Played it onto the onside, fielded by the lively Price. And there is no run. Do Warwickshire have a week off next week, Richard? Because Sussex are off next week. And will be pleased to be off, I think, having... with the fitness concerns around the quick bowlers, but then after that you've got to go 4 weeks without a break.
No, it's a little while before they have a week off.
Yeah, 3 of Sussex's next 4 games after this are away from home. In comes Price, bowls. Oh, good delivery. That's a good delivery, and Smith is rather groping for that delivery outside of the off stump through to keeper Simpson, and there is no run. 2:31 for 6. If you're just joining us, Warwickshire winning the toss this morning, but struggling through to 117 for 6, with Davis for 3, Yates 36, Molesley 1, Hayne 4, Barnard 18, Webster 48. But these two are digging Warwickshire out of quite a big hole as in comes Price and bowls. Smith lets that one go outside the off stump again, taken by John Simpson, and there is no run. 2 wickets for Robinson, 2 wickets for Hudson Prentice, and 2 wickets for Tom Price. On what is now a cloudy, chilly afternoon at Hove, barely a breath of wind. Richard was talking about the flags on the clock tower scoreboard, a limp to the mast.
I'm trying to find a plausible answer to question number 3, and I'm struggling at the moment.
In comes Price again, bowls, and again Smith shows good judgment, lets it pass by outside the off stump, again taken by Simpson. Sussex with Coles at first slip, Tom Clark at second, Tom Haynes sort of at backward point. He's not really gully, as I would say he is backward point. Looks like Jack Carson at cover, Ollie Robinson the skipper at mid-off. Who's this sweeping on the cover boundary? It looks like it's probably Jack Leaning. Daniel Hughes, hands in pockets at mid-on. Here's the Australian. He's probably finding it a bit chilly, is Daniel, as in comes Price, bowls, and again Smith lets that one go outside the off stump, and Price has got his hands on his head as if to suggest that didn't miss the off stump by very much. Henry Crocombe is at mid-wicket, and I think that might be Charlie Tier down at fine leg, which suggests that maybe Finn Hudson Prentice is off the field at the moment. He only bowled a couple of overs, did Finn. But I can see someone now up on the balcony, so hopefully he's okay and he'll be coming back on. He's just, what if he went off to change his boots or something? He's coming down the pavilion steps as Price in again. Bowls, forward comes Smith and just dabs that onto the onside. Chris Wokes was on the starting blocks at the long striker's end, and in the end they go through for a comfortable single. So things a little quieter since tea as Warwickshire look to consolidate. 232 for 6. Chris Wokes is on 60. Kai Smith is on 53, and you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC WM, Adrian Harms, Richard Wilford, your commentary team. So during the winter months, Richard, do you sort of commentate on a bit of Birmingham and a bit of Aston Villa, or a bit of everything?
I do almost all of Birmingham City's games.
Right.
So I'm the Blues reporter, although I'm missing one this weekend because of the cricket. I do a bit of Villa, a bit of Walsall.
Oh, yep.
And run the department, in theory.
Right.
Eyebrows will be raised by some of my colleagues as Crocombe is driven towards mid-wicket, and that's out. Smith has holed out to mid-wicket. Well, that's a giveaway in the end, but Crocombe gets his first wicket, and it was low to Jack Carson, who caught it low down in front of him, and Smith looks towards the heavens. He'd gone into his shell a little bit since the tea interval. I think wanted to build a proper innings, but he goes for 53. The stand is broken at 115, and Warwickshire are 232 for 7.
Well, you're right. He's furious with himself, isn't he? Wanders off Kai Smith, and that's a wicket out of almost nothing, and the wicket that Sussex desperately needed. Henry Crocombe getting good catch actually by Jack Carson. It was low down, but a good innings by Kai Smith. 53 in 96 balls in 125 minutes, 6 fours and 1 6. Well batted, sir, and a very good partnership with just what Sussex needed, and just as Warwickshire said, you're right, they have perhaps slightly gone into their shell after tea. They were consolidating, but Sussex get the breakthrough.
So Jordan Thompson.
Well, he can bat.
He can. He's strong for a 9. But sometimes batters bat into their position. We'll see. But you know, he's got an established partner at the crease in Chris Wokes on 60. They've still got an opportunity.
I was a bit surprised to see. I was up at Scarborough last year when they were saying about Jordan Thompson leaving Yorkshire. I was just a little surprised, really. Yeah, perhaps it's a new challenge. I mean, he's just. I just think he's a very good all-round cricketer. I mean, he'll play in T20. He plays in the 100. He's a very reliable performer, and he can hit the ball a long way as well when he gets going. Sometimes
a change of scenery does well. Maybe you look at some of the players that have developed up there at Yorkshire, and there are others who've had to move on, like Matthew Waite moved to Worcestershire, didn't he, to get more cricket of a type that he wanted. I mean, the left-hander's back in now, and was that bat or pad? He's going to whistle to the fence for 4. He's got a little flick on that. There's Thompson, so he's off the mark. First ball goes down fine to long leg, 236 for 7.
I generally get the feeling with Jordan Thompson, he doesn't like to hang around too much.
No, he was bright last week. He made 25 on his debut, but that was in a position where they got a lot of runs on the board in the only innings they played. As he awaits again, and he's launching this through the covers. Well, I say launching, it was on the deck. It may hold up. The outfield is slow. They're going to have to run them up. Thompson is going to call Wokes back through for 3. And he goes to 7 off his first 2 balls, 239 for 7. It's a good chase. I think they had to chase. I think the ball would have stopped just before it reached the boundary rope.
Well, Jack Carson is 110% cricketer. Every day, never gives anything up. He always wants to be involved in the game. Paul Farbrace has appointed him as the one-day skipper this year, and well deserved. He's a very, very determined, competitive cricketer, is Jack Carson. I'd really like that about him.
If you do that, good things happen, don't they?
Yeah, they do. He's a big Glasgow Rangers fan as well, is Jack.
Has he got an excuse? Has he?
Well...
Crocombe in, short of a length, pulled by Chris Wokes. There are 2 men in the deep. They converge on each other. But there is a winner in that particular race. It's Jack leaning. So another single to Wokes. He's 61. Crocombe's first 5 overs cost just 4 runs. His next 7, with a couple of balls to go in this one, have cost him 32, but he has got that wicket. Kai Smith will be so annoyed with himself. He was... in a real position to go on and make good runs.
Yes, he was. Yeah, it was. He played some good shots as well.
Yeah, particularly against the spinners. He made a bit of hay. Here's Thompson. He's been a shotter ball so far, and he is again, but he doesn't time that. I thought for a moment he was going to hole out at mid-off, that Hughes would have interest, but he's clothed it, really. Bob bounced maybe 3 times before it reaches mid-off. He hasn't come in wondering, that's for sure.
No, he doesn't. No, he really doesn't.
Wonder what these 2 teams think a good score is here. I think it's rather more than this.
I think this is a decent track. So I think Warwickshire would still be a bit under par.
Yeah. This is driven again through the covers. That might have enough on it this time. It will.
Sure.
4 more. Thompson goes to 11. 264 for 7. At the end of an over that saw a wicket, but 12 runs scored. Warwickshire closing in on a bonus batting point. One that they maybe didn't think they were going to get at 117 for 6.
I've seen him do this an awful lot when Sussex have played Yorkshire. Jordan Thompson, he does score very, very quickly. I'm sure Ollie Robinson will be aware. I mean, I say it's under par. I think I was just having a little natter that. I wonder if that just might be about maybe the lights coming on.
Might be. James Coles is coming on to bowl.
Still got 10 overs to the new ball, and well, obviously pre-planned by the skipper. We shall see. I imagine Thompson might fancy having a dip, but he's not facing at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, he might genuinely be there as a tempter, Coles here.
Yeah. Coles, around the wicket, comes in a bowl short. That's a horrible delivery. It's cut away, and that really wasn't a good ball at all. And that could make its way to the boundary down the hill. Hudson Prentice took some of the pace off the ball and chased away down to. Did you hear that? That was Hudson Prentice down in front of him with the as he threw the ball in.
They only got 2. I mean, they both ran far enough to have got 3. The problem is they ran into each other, and they ended up heading out towards mid-wicket because they both adjusted the same way. So the first run was an absolute travesty. The second run was slightly smoother.
246 for 7 within 4 of this batting point. Coles in again bowls. That's a better length, and Wokes just leans forward, plays into the covers. There is no run. James Coles just 22 before the day before of the season. A name that, unless you were a cricket lover, you might not have known too much about him before his big price in the 100 comes in and bowls, and that's too short again. And again, Wokes plays that to mid. He's annoyed with himself, Chris Wokes, because he would have thought there was a big gap there, and he hit it straight to the fielder. Coles waits, just got the one slip in place. Around the wicket, bowls. Wokes is forward, plays down the offside of the track, no run. I'm not sure if they're heating lamps in the corporate area or some lights, but it just gives you an indication that it has got a little gloomy here because those lights are shining pretty brightly. We're fine at the moment. In comes Cole. Oh, that's a full toss, and he's a little fortunate to get away with that as Chris Wokes turns it onto the leg side, picks up a single. He goes to 64, 247 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, Coles is there to be, I think, particularly in the white ball cricket, that next generation spinning all-rounder or batting spinner, whichever way you want to look at it. You look at the experience that was out at the World Cup in Adil Rashid and Liam Dawson, but he's kind of the next generation, isn't he?
He is. In again, bowls. Jordan Thompson just waits and nudges that into the offside, picks up a single to backward point. One thing James Coles does do is to rattle through his overs, and he's already rattled through that over. 4 runs coming from it. He has bowled 4 overs for 21. Warwickshire 248 for 7. Chris Wokes 64. Jordan Thompson is on 12. Sorry, I was asking you about your winter duties, and very briefly, I know we don't like to talk too much football on our cricket commentaries, but have Birmingham got a wealthy owner now?
Yeah, they're owned by an American group called Knighthead. The man who fronts it is Tom Wagner. Now, he's recovering from a stroke at the moment, but it's not his money. He's kind of, all the investors invest in him and his decision making. They've got a new stadium being built as part of a brand new sports quarter, which will also have a smaller stadium. It'll have a big indoor arena. It'll have a music venue, hotel, all that sort of thing. And the training ground's going to be there for men, women and academy. So and that's going to be very close to where it's going to be between where the current ground is and the city centre.
And what will happen to the current ground? Redeveloped for housing? Or?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to cost a few quid then, Richard, for a big sport.
It's costing many billions, but apparently they've got it.
Right.
Here's the return of Tom Price. He's had several short spells today. Into Thompson, turns him round, and he edges it one bounce to second slip.
Oh, I thought he was out for a minute. So is that all sort of money from the club, or the council involved in that as well, Richard?
They've had some help for the infrastructure from central government because it needs more roads, improved tram and train transport. But the majority of it is coming from investors from the States.
And that's going to happen, is it?
It's the works are underway.
Are they?
I mean, you can't see much yet. But yeah. This is driven off a thick inside edge, square, and it'll race towards that short boundary. Good diving stop, though. He'll race back for the second, Jordan Thompson.
That was very good indeed.
That was a very good dive by somebody who's looking rather rueful now.
I'm not sure who that is out there, if it's Tom Price or Hudson.
Tom Price is bowling. So
must be Hudson. What am I thinking of?
It's got to be either Hudson Prentice or
I think
else.
it's Hudson Prentice. Yeah. That was brilliant, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was second favourite, I thought, there. He's gone full length.
No, this is... perhaps it was Hudson Prentice.
Looks like 2 numbers that had at least 1 3 in it. Anyway, let's put it that way. As Price bowls straight on off stump, defended by Thompson, who's 14 off 8 so far, so he's not come out to wonder.
So it's a great new facility for the city of Birmingham, not just for the football team, but for the city.
Yeah, it'll be capable of hosting NFL games, big rugby events,
Terrific.
You're looking at a capacity of 62,500.
Crumbs, wow.
And yeah, that'll take some filling, by the way. But,
For Birmingham games, you mean?
Yeah, it'll take some filling, but it might be done. Price round the wicket, dabbed into the leg side, no run.
And is there a time scale when it's all going to be finished, Richard? Or
They want it finished in 4 to 5 years, but we'll see how they go.
right. Exciting
They're
times.
very ambitious. They're not there for the short term. They're
Right.
there for the long term, and
And is this on an area that's sort of derelict at the moment, or
a lot of it is, and the rest of it's sort of old warehousing. And
Right.
they bought a place called Birmingham Wheels, which was a large area, but then they started buying all the warehouses around it as well. Price again to Thompson off his pads in front of square. Some oohs and ahs, but it would have been quite tricky on height, I think, to make any case for an LBW. But Thompson briskly to 15. 251 for 7. The pair scores now do have a point. I still think 250 is too late for the first batting point, but there we go.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I quite liked it when it was 200, to be honest.
200 is low enough. I know they want wickets that are going to sustain 4 days, and they also want people to bat positively to get to 450, but it's skewed too far the wrong way at the moment. After this delivery, I shall nip through to update local listeners around the West Midlands on the BBC. So Wokes prepares to face Price once more, and he's dabbing him down into the point position, end of the over. Warwickshire 251 for 7.
Thank you, Richard. Richard Wilford from BBC WM going off to update the listeners in the West Midlands. Nicky Chowdhury back with us in a couple of moments' time. A very good afternoon wherever you're joining us from around the UK, indeed around the world. We've had messages from Nova Scotia in Canada today. We've had messages from Bangkok. We've had messages, where have we had? We've messages from people in France, as well as around the UK. So thank you all for listening to our first day of County Championship commentary from the county ground here at Hove, and a fascinating day it's been as well. A game that's ebbed and flowed, with Sussex very much in the ascendancy when Warwickshire slipped to 117 for 6 with 2 wickets for Robinson, Price and Hudson Prentice. An excellent recovery led by Kai Smith and Chris Wokes. They put on 115 before Kai Smith clipped Henry Crocombe to mid-wicket to be caught by Jack Carson. So now 251 for 7, Warwickshire having won the toss. I think they'll feel, Nicky, that if they can, from 117 for 6, if they can get somewhere around the 300 mark, I think Warwickshire will feel that they've perhaps not justified winning the toss and batting, but I think they would have settled for that at 117 for 6.
Yeah, absolutely.
As in comes Henry Crocombe. Around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Jordan Thompson. As a loud appeal, the ball comes off the pad, I presume. Yes, it does, and it rolls down to fine leg. And it's gone for 4 leg byes. And they all count as they take 250. That's gone up on the scoreboard. Yes, 255 for 7. And Jack Leaning's had to retrieve the ball away to our left-hand side. Oh, he's found it. Well done, Jack. The light is not brilliant, it's okay, but if it deteriorates an awful lot more, I suspect we could see floodlights before the close of play.
Yeah, it's not great, and it's a bit chilly out there. I went for a nice little lap, and
yeah, it is chilly. No, I agree, it is. I went out at tea time, and it's not particularly warm. It comes Crocombe bowls. Thompson looking to flick that one down to fine leg, taken by John Simpson, and there is no run. Yeah, I was talking to my friend Julian at the tea break. He was wandering around with a big coat on and a woolly hat. Suddenly we were saying, if you're coming down to see a few overs after tea, wrap up, because it is chilly to be sitting around watching the cricket. That being said, it's been a really good day's County Championship cricket, as in comes Crocombe bowls to Jordan Thompson, who pulls that in the air down to fine leg towards Jack Leaning. The trap is set. There are 3 men back on the leg side for that short delivery, and Jordan Thompson is not one who likes to hang around. He goes to 16 off 13 deliveries, total 256 for 7.
Wokes on 64. Currently on strike as well.
Yeah, he's possibly the perfect foil here for Chris Wokes, is Jordan Thompson. Now the field changes for the right-handed Wokes. There are now 2 slips in place, Coles and Clark. And in comes comes Henry Crocombe bustling in down the hill, bowls, and works his ball, and off stump out the ground. Henry Crocombe picks up his second wicket. Chris Wokes looks back ruefully at his off stump, which cartwheels out the ground. Always a great sight for a quick bowler. And Henry Crocombe, 9 wickets last week, 2 wickets today. He's already into double figures for the season. And Worcestershire now 256 for 8, and a very fine innings from Chris Wokes comes to an end on 64.
Yeah, and Sussex will be glad to have got rid of Wokes now. Came in, him and Smith put on that partnership. Lost Smith a few overs ago, and now finally get to see Wokes head back towards the pavilion. But they've done the rebuild for Warwickshire. They've put them in a semi-respectable position. Wokes will have to go 64 from 86 deliveries. 9 fours. He hit the 1-6 as well. But off he goes now after being bowled by Crocombe. And Warwickshire now 8 down.
Yeah. And a really good round of applause for Chris Wokes. I was saying to Richard a little earlier on today that he's an extremely popular cricketer. As Richard was saying, also a very nice man. So good to see him getting a nice round of applause from the Sussex faithful. As out comes Ethan Bamber, formerly of Middlesex. I think he's an excellent signing for Warwickshire. I watched him last year up at Edgbaston, the first game of the season against Sussex, on a very flat track. And he bowled beautifully. In fact, I've already got the notes of that here. He bowled 30 overs, 6 maidens, took 4 for 105, in a Sussex total of 528, which just goes to show how well he bowled. But he's got to do some batting now as he faces Henry Crocombe, so possibly we will see Sussex bat tonight. We shall see. 22 overs remaining after this one. As in comes Crocombe down the hill, bowling to Bamber, right up in the block hole, and Bamber is forward, plays to mid-on, there is no run. It's the kind of light, actually, Nicky. I mean, you have to take the rough with the smooth in county cricket. I think Sussex will probably settle at this stage for bowling Warwickshire out, and then the umpire saying, oh, well, that's not great, and we finish for the day, because it could just be a tricky, 50, well, who knows, but maybe Warwickshire will bat through, but just that sort of day, perhaps don't want to be batting. Crocombe in bowls, Bamber defends into the offside. There is no run. That's the end of Henry Crocombe's over. He is bowled 13 overs, 2 maidens. We're just going to see that wicket again, and that's a lovely sight for a quick bowler to see a stump out the ground, and Chris Wokes rather ruefully looking down the pitch. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 41 for Henry Crocombe. And I think he's juggled his bowlers around pretty well, Ollie Robinson, today. If anyone has got a bit of clobber, he's taken them out the attack, he's changed it around. And I think at the start of the day, if you'd have said to Sussex you're going to lose the toss and you're going to have Warwickshire 8 down for 256, I think Sussex would have settled for that. I guess it's all sort of mentality, really. But from 117 for 6, Warwickshire might think, well, actually, at least we've got some runs on the board. So you pays your money, you takes your choice. But it's Tom Price.
Right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Thompson. 2 slips in place, comes wide of a crease, and Thompson forward defends, and the ball squirts square. Will allow him to come through for a single. That brings Booth on to strike. Yeah, you just hope the light holds right now, because there's still, according to the scoreboard, 23 overs, including this one, left to go. But the sun, it is somewhat playing hide and seek.
Yes. And
more hide and not very much seek.
Yeah, I think we've seen the last of the sun for today, that's for sure.
Price back to over the wicket. Sets off. On this back of a length, and it's defended by Booth. Into the offside, it's picked up by Point. The gulls haven't gone anywhere though, which is...
No, it's funny, this time of day they always sort of seem to arrive. We quite often get...
Maybe it's dinner time for them.
Well, maybe they think there's a few pickings around the ground. We shall see.
Price in now to Booth, who Just locks himself up a little bit
Oh,
as he
it's Booth.
defends to mid-on.
Sorry, that's my fault. I thought it was Ethan Bamber who'd come out, so that's completely my fault. I just wonder whether we might see Jordan Thompson going on the attack here, which could be quite entertaining if he does, because he does like to hit the ball a long way.
Yeah,
Jordan Thompson.
he doesn't like hanging around much, right,
No.
does he?
No.
This one just played behind square by Booth. He'll take the single. Gets himself off the mark.
Tell us all about this young 16-year-old. He's 16, isn't he? This young Indian batsman, Nicky, who's scoring oodles of runs.
Suryavanshi for Rajasthan Royals.
Yeah, I mean, he's just an extraordinary cricketer, isn't he?
Yeah, I can't believe, like, to be 16 years old and playing like that with so much dominance on the big stage. It's absolutely crazy as Price is in round the wicket to the left-handed Thompson, who's forward in defence.
Did I see that he hit Jasprit Bumrah for 6
He
in
did,
a
I
game?
think, yep. I didn't actually watch the game myself, but I think it was all over the internet about 16-year-old tells Bumrah how it's done and all of that sort of stuff. But absolutely crazy to think that there's that much talent.
Yeah, and he was playing over here last year in, I think, the India A tour. When
He
got,
did.
He got a couple of very
Yeah.
big scores as well in no time at all.
Delivery blocked out by Thompson off the front foot. It's gone to mid-wicket, and it will conclude the end of the over as well. 2 runs from it. Warwickshire 258 for 8. Yeah, India A had a tour last year around the time when there was the men's test series, or just prior to that, which I believe they used as a little final selection sort of opportunity to see who performed well, and he did very well in that as well. Scored some runs. He got that opportunity last year in the IPL for Rajasthan Royals, and now, well, to be a consistent figure in that batting line-up, opening the batting for them. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Henry Crocombe, he's been impressive today. Runs down the hill, comes in and bowls to the right-handed Booth, who's beaten outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. He's bowled with good pace, Henry Crocombe. He had a couple of overs where he was dispatched for a 6 into the pavilion and a couple of boundaries, but as I was saying earlier on today, one of the things that Henry is mindful of and has worked very hard on is his consistency of line and length. And in the main today, he's done that well. He's picked up 2 wickets, Robinson 2, Hudson Prentice 2, and Tom Price 2. So the seamers have done the damage. Crocombe in bowls, and Booth is forward to ball a good length, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Some slightly brighter skies, look as if they're drifting in over the southwest corner. We've still got another 21 overs after this to be bowled, so that's going to take us... Well, we're looking at 6:30, I would say, at the earliest. So Crocombe turns and comes in down the hill over the wicket and bowls, and right in behind that is Booth, and plays it down the onside of the track. Ollie Robinson trots into field. A new ball would be available in 5 overs after this. I would imagine that Ollie Robinson will be very keen to take it, probably bowl himself, I'd have thought. Three slips, hands in pockets. It is a chilly afternoon now at the county ground. Crocombe steams in, bowls. Oh, Booth is beat. That's a good delivery by Henry Crocombe. Bit of extra bounce.
It's quite funny, actually, Adrian. Just after tea, well, when play had resumed, probably 5-10 minutes into play, I saw Tom Haynes and a couple of the other Sussex boys just turn around to the dressing room, wave their hands and shout, "Hand warmers!"
Really? Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's certainly I was quite surprised. You know, we're sort of protected in here, aren't we? I walked outside, I thought, oh, crumbs, it is chilly. Crocombe in again, bowls, Booth, right in behind this with a high left elbow, plays into the offside, no run. I think Sussex will be quite happy with this, if they can keep Warwickshire relatively quiet leading up to the new ball, especially with a dangerous character like Jordan Thompson out there. James Coles and Tom Clark sharing a joke in the slips. Coles at first, Clark second. Jack leaning at third. Hudson Prentice just down below us at third man. In comes Crocombe Bowles. Booth drives nicely to mid-off. Fielded there by... who's that? Is that Tom Price? No, Daniel Hughes. End of the over, 2:58 for 8. The numbers are starting to stand out quite brightly now on the Clocktails scoreboard. The yellows and the whites.
Is that normally a sign?
Yeah, I think it is. I think the more you can see those, the more they... And here come the floodlights. We didn't think they'd be far away. So right on cue, just as we thought perhaps the light was not the greatest. But I think probably with the lights on, we've got a good chance of getting through the rest of the overs. So if Sussex were to bat tonight, it's never easy with the lights on and the cloud, so we'll have to see how that pans out.
Here's Price up the slope, round the wicket to the left-handed Thompson, who's forward, drives, and this will go down towards third. He'll come back for a quick 2. That's well run.
Good bit of fielding again, wasn't it? Chasing around the boundary edge, just trying to prevent the second run being taken. Is that Jack Cast out there? Probably. He's very quick across the floor. Just surveying that leg side boundary, isn't he, Jordan Thompson? It's not the longest boundary in the world out there.
Price in now, and he clips this off his hips straight to mid-wicket.
Could stop that by Henry Crocombe, because had he not got down to that, I would have probably raced away for 4 runs. I think actually the Sussex ground fieldings have been very good today. I know a chance went down. Tom Clark put a chance down, but it unfortunately didn't cost too much. Oh dear, Tom Price just sort of stretching out there. Maybe he's okay. Sussex really can't afford any injuries to their medium pacer stroke, first seam bowling unit.
Well, this one, just a bit of movement off the surface, and this is managed with his hands as it goes down to third man. And the single is taken. Thompson does well with that. Booth comes under strike.
It's been a good day's cricket, and I think most people who have come down for the day would have thoroughly enjoyed themselves.
Yeah, from 117 for 6 to 261 for 8. That's
yeah,
a job well done for Warwickshire to come back and dig deep.
And it's a day's cricket. This just sort of flowed one way and t'other, really.
Price right arm over the wicket now. Off the back, but this is defended by Booth. Goes straight to Robinson, who's at mid-on. And his long sleeve jumper, as is pretty much every single Sussex fielder right now out there, apart from Tom Price.
Yeah, earlier on today, Hudson Prentice was down here, wasn't he, in a short sleeve jumper. We thought, that's nice to see players in short sleeves, but it's not the case. It's not the wind. It's just got colder. The floodlight's really shining brightly now.
Yeah, they're really bright as Price turns and sets off. Again, defended by Booth, straight to extra cover. Long strides in his run-up has Tom Price.
I'll do a rattle through at the end of the over of where we are.
I guess
in the other matches.
I guess if the light deteriorates any further than this, then potentially the umpires will be coming together to have a word or two. Definitely a lot of light coming from these floodlights right now, more so than the natural light we have. As Price sets off with his orange soles flicking behind him. And this is a play and a miss. Lovely delivery to end the over. 3 runs from it. Warwickshire 261 for 8 after 76 overs. Booth on 1 and Thompson on 20. 20 overs left in the day. Should we get all of those in?
So, at Chelmsford, Essex were bowled out for just 149 today by Somerset. Edmund replies Somerset struggling themselves. They're 82 for 4. At Trent Bridge, the champions Nottinghamshire bowled out for 279. I was talking about Fergus O'Neill earlier. What a fine cricketer he is, the young Australian. He made a 59. And Jack Haynes made 100 for Nottinghamshire. Then in reply, Glamorgan in all sorts of trouble, 16 for 2. Both wickets taken by Fergus O'Neill. Asa Tribe, much written about him over the winter months. He was out for 3. As in comes Crocombe bowls to Jordan Thompson, who works that one down to third man. I think Ollie Robson looks a bit disappointed. I don't know whether he was thinking of putting in a backward point. Either way, it's a single to Thompson. He goes to 21, 262 for 8. Where else are we? At the Oval, Surrey really piling on the runs against Leicestershire. 252 for 4. Surrey. Jamie Smith had 146. Ollie Pope made 103. Ben Folkes is 32 not out. Crocombe over the wicket comes in. Bowls to Booth. Takes that on. Is he caught behind? No, he's looking to pull that was Booth. The ball whistled past the outside edge through into the gloves of John Simpson, and there is no run. And up at Headingley, another disappointing batting performance from Hampshire, bowled out for 251 today. Yorkshire 0 for 0 in their reply. At Bristol, they did have a bit of rain earlier on, but they're back on now. Durham 366 for 2. Ben McKinney, young opening bat, not out 185. Alex Lees made 129. Crocombe in bowls, well pitched up, driven firmly by Booth to mid-off, and there is no run. At Canterbury, a similar story, where Northamptonshire are 374 for 1 in the 84th over. A century for Ricardo Vasconcelos. Luke Proctor, 121 not out. And Calvin Harrison, 99 not out. Crocombe in bowls to Booth, who tucks inside the line, plays into the offside. There is no run. Total remains 262 for 8. Lancashire 314 for 8 against Derbyshire at Old Trafford. A century there for the Australian Marcus Harris. And a lot of wickets have fallen at Lords today. Worcestershire making 191 in reply. Middlesex in trouble. They are 47 for 3. Crocombe down the hill. Bowls. Booth drives. Crocombe fields off his own bowling. There is no run. Well, Sussex are keeping Warwickshire quiet here, and I think with the new ball just 3 overs away after this next delivery, that'll please Sussex. I see no reason not to take it. I would imagine Ollie Robinson will be taking it alongside Finn Hudson-Prentice, I think would be the skipper's preference. Crocombe in bowls. Booth gets runs down to fine leg. Just a single fielded on the fine leg boundary by Tom Price, who gets in the throw. End of the over, 263 for 8. The light really isn't great at all. We've got the floodlights on, but the umpires will be keeping a very close eye on the light situation over the next half hour or so. It's only 20 past 5, so there's still plenty of time, but 263 for 8. Booth on 2. Thompson 21. You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC WM. Adrian Harms, Nicky Chowdhury, Richard Wilford. Well done to Jack and Isaac operating the stream on behalf of the club today. They are long days to be concentrating, getting camera angles right. So well done to the lads. As here comes Tom Price.
Here he is, striding up the slope from the sea end now, and just back of a length, it's defended by Booth, straight back down the line of the wicket. Price picks up the ball and flicks it away to Ollie Robinson and says, please keep the ball shiny. But yeah, thanks to them for making sure the cameras are operating, and also for making sure I could get back into the media box, because I got locked out before my stint after tea. And I had to send a message on the Sussex Cricket social media to say, can you let me in, please? I'm stuck outside. As Tom Price is in, and Booth is forward in defence yet again. Lots of hands in pockets right now.
They are. You're right about hand warmers, Nicky. It's having said that about the light, actually, as I thought it was getting a little brighter out towards the southwest corner, and it is a little. So maybe we will get through. I hope we do get through for the benefit of the spectators. You want to see your full 96 overs. Don't forget, free here on Sunday. You have to apply for your tickets online, so make sure you go to the Sussex website if you're looking for something to do on Sunday, when it is the Brighton Marathon as well.
Price in now, fuller delivery, and Booth almost gets into a position where he yorks himself as it's just pushed to cover.
Yeah, I think Ollie Robinson would be quite happy about this. Boo's been in for 22 balls for his 2 runs. There's nothing wrong with that at all. And maybe when the new ball comes, it can disappear at a rate of knots all the way around the ground. But I think the concern would have been for Sussex, they don't want to concede 30 or 40 runs leading up to the new ball being taken. And suddenly the total's getting towards 300 plus.
Booth forward in defence again. Straight to Robinson. Good over so far.
Yeah, it's been very tight for Sussex since tea, actually. I mean, the tea time score was 223 for 6. So 40 runs have been added since tea. At the end of this over, 78, 14 overs. So whereas the run rate was around about 5 in between tea and lunch, it's now back down to about 3 and over.
Price into Booth.
Bold.
Hit and miss. Beautiful delivery. Goes straight into the gloves of Simpson. There's not much you can do there, really. It's just a good delivery.
Yeah, it is a good delivery. Fast and straight. His hands on his hips. He's a bit tired, doesn't he, Tom Price? You can only take one game as it comes. Sussex do have a break next week, which is good news, but then those 4 games following 3 away is going to be a real challenge for a thinnish squad.
2 slips in place as Price is in now. Back of the length, and this one just pops off the wicket as Booth defends into the offside. Goes to cover. It will conclude the end of the over as well. A maiden over. 78 overs gone. Warwickshire 263 for 8 with Thompson on 21 and Booth on 2.
I've been impressed by the Sussex ground fielding today. I think they've really chased everything down. They've caught well as well. Certainly supporting their bowlers. Henry Crocombe is going to bowl the 79th. So 2 overs until the new ball is available. And Sussex would hope that with the new ball they might wrap this innings up reasonably quickly. We shall see. Jordan Thompson is going to take strike, the left-hander, in his first season at Warwickshire, coming down from Yorkshire. He certainly likes to give the ball a bit of a tap. Let's see what he does. 21 of 20 deliveries as in comes Crocombe in and bowls. And there he is, pulling onto the leg side. Is he going to be caught? He is going to be caught. Jack Carson's underneath it. And he takes the catch. Well done, Jack Carson. But he does like to take the bowling on, does Jordan Thompson. He'd been quiet for a little while. Henry Crocombe bowls him a short one, and Jordan Thompson just pulls it into that trap on the leg side. Maybe not the best bit of batting, to be honest, but Jack Carson just had to shield his eyes then against the floodlights. It wasn't the easiest catch to take, but he did really well to take it. And Sussex have picked up another wicket, and whereas they had the better of the first session and the early part of this afternoon, Warwickshire then very much had the best of the rest of that session. But since tea, Sussex will be delighted. They've picked up those 3 wickets, all taken by Henry Crocombe. And Warwickshire now 263 for 9. May just be a little disappointed with their performance since tea.
Yeah, they will be. And it was a good catch in the end. It was almost in slow motion as well.
It was. He was definitely shielding his eyes, though, wasn't he? He was definitely sort of, he claimed the catch, Jack, but I think he was looking directly into one of the floodlights, so that wasn't the easiest catch to take. And the final man is Ethan Bamber, who I thought was coming out beforehand, but he could bat. Richard was saying how he made 100 in the county championship last year against Essex, but that was on a very flat pitch. This is a good pitch. Bit in it for the bowlers, and as we saw from Kai Smith and Chris Wokes, if there's application you can make runs as well. But Sussex could well first things first for Sussex, they've got to take this final Warwickshire wicket, but then they could face a tricky, what we got, 17 overs remaining, so if a wicket went down, now you lose 2 overs, so Sussex would face 15 overs tonight, and that could be quite tricky under lights against the likes of Wokes and Ethan Bamber, who I particularly rate as a very fine bowler. But as for the future, maybe these two are back through the day. We shall see. In comes Henry Crocombe down the hill, in and bowls, and forward comes Bamber, plays into the offside. There is no run. The over rate is level, so Ollie Robinson will be very pleased about that.
How many overs do we lose when it's a changeover?
2.
Right, okay.
And you lose the remaining balls in that over as well, so we'd lose, it would be 17 overs and we'd lose 2, so it would be 15 we'd face tonight. It's quite a lot, against a new ball with the lights on. That's not going to be easy. Crocombe in and bowls. Bamber is caught behind. No, he's not. Coles and Clark were sort of running towards the umpire again. John Simpson didn't really appeal for that. I think perhaps they thought he'd gloved it through to the keeper. It was short from Henry Crocombe. Figures of 3 for 43 for Henry. 12 wickets in the season now, which is a nice return for the young quick bowler. He's been around a long time, Henry Crocombe. He's played a lot of first-class cricket. As Henry Crocombe came into the side very young. He's still only 24, but it just seems like he's been around for years. As he comes in from the Cromwell Road end, down the hill to bowl to Ethan Bamber. He's in and bowls, and Bamber nudges that into the offside and picks up a single fielded there by Finn Hudson-Prentice. That's the end of Henry Crocombe's over. Now, that's not what I'm talking about. I saw the umpire wandering away to square leg. In fact, there's still 2 balls to be bowled in this over, so my apologies. Update to come shortly to the listeners in Kent, Sussex and Surrey. As Crocombe, the light really isn't great as he's in over the wicket bowls. And there is... Oh, I thought for a minute... In fact, Coles and Simpson... could you hear the laughing around the ground? Coles and Simpson sort of collided going for the same ball. Everybody had a little laugh. Did you hear the laughter? That was funny. They sort of seemed to trip over each other. I thought for a minute that Bamber had nicked it actually through to the keeper. I was expecting the umpire's finger to go up. Change in the field. Ollie Robinson has dispatched Finn Hudson-Prentice down to third man. But here comes Henry Crocombe. Over the wicket bowls, and Bamber with a very solid forward defensive shot. Plays, in fact, it wasn't Bamber at all. Come on, Adrian, concentrate. Michael Booth played it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. So well bowled, Henry Crocombe. 16 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 44. Warwickshire are 264 for 9. So since tea, they've added 41 runs, but they've lost 3 wickets in the 15 overs that have been bowled. So I think Sussex will be very pleased with the way they've fought back in this final session.
Yeah, I don't quite think Sussex openers will fancy having to come out when the light's not so great at this point.
No, I agree, and particularly against a quality attack. You've got Wokes and Bamber in particular who will be asking questions. Michael Booth as well. So I'm sure Haynes and Hughes are sort of mentally getting themselves prepared for that eventuality.
Here's Price from the C end into Bamber, who's forward and defends. Ball goes to backward point, and I can just see Ollie Robinson at mid-off rolling his arms over. Yeah,
so this is the last over with the old ball, if Ollie Robinson decides to take it, and I think you're quite right. Nicky, he's almost certain to take it, and he'll be the man who... Yeah, there he goes. They want to wrap this up if they can.
Here comes Price. Striding up the slope. It's Bamber, short ball pulled away. And this will find the gap. Will it find the boundary? I don't think so. Ball really slowing down on this outfield. And they will be able to come back for 3, if I'm not mistaken. That's 3, very quickly run through between Booth and Bamber.
I'll tell you what, the fielder at mid-wicket didn't see that. And I just saw the umpires have a little glance towards each other, because that's always a sign. That's Jack Leaning. I don't think he picked that up at all. And it is really quite gloomy, Nicky.
It is. We're having a change in the field as well. Jack Leaning's been sent out to deep square leg. Now we've got mid-wicket. Ollie Robinson's come across to mid-on. Here comes Price. And this time it's defended by Booth, straight to mid-off. Yeah, light is not great.
No, it really isn't. And it's... well, I was just going to say the wind has dropped away completely. In fact, I just see that just a brief flutter of the flags on the clock tower scoreboard. You can sort of see the light shining in the windows of the flats now.
Short ball pulled. There is a man out there,
Good catch.
and it is taken.
Very good catch.
And the plan works for Sussex. And they've managed to bowl Warwickshire out on day one for 267. Booth succumbs to the plan. Tries to take on the short ball, but instead finds fine leg. And a very comfortable catch in the end.
I think that was Jack Carson again, was it, all the way down there? Let's have a little look. He was a long way in the distance, lots of handshaking going on. Yes, it was. Good old Jack. Safe pair of hands. I think Sussex will be absolutely delighted, Nicky. They've picked up those 4 wickets since tea. And Warwickshire bowled out 4. Let's get that total coming up. Lee Robinson is whistling for someone down there. I don't know what that's for. 267. There we go. So, I think Nicky and I are going to have a little breather because I've got an update to do for the radio as well. And we are going to see a little spell here that Sussex probably won't fancy against the new ball and against this Warwickshire attack. We'll tell you how many overs in a mo, but we're going to have a little breather and a quick bit of refreshment and back with you for the conclusion of the day's play. All right. He was
desire to score quickly, or do they actually go for it and try and find themselves 60 without loss tonight, which would be very much their day. I can hear nothing but the roller now. That's nice and quiet in my ears, Adrian. It's lovely, because I know who's worried that we might still be able to hear the detailed sport for this area, which is being broadcast at the moment. It's good. No. I was enjoying the bulletin I was hearing. 2 cricket reports for the price of 1. Chris Wokes is whirling his arms and getting ready to bowl the first over once the roller has left the field of play, which is taking a while. So Dan Hughes is leaning on his bat at the striker's end. 4 slips and a backward pointer in place. Be interesting to see who takes a new ball with Wokes. We presume it'll be Ethan Bamber, but Michael Booth also has a bit of pace about him. Jordan Thompson and Ed Barnard make it a quintet of seam bowlers. 6 if Bo Webster bowls seam up. Are you getting cold now, Nikki?
Yeah, I'm a bit chilly.
Where have you been? Have you been outside?
No, I've just went into the room next door, made myself a cup of tea, and I'm suddenly feeling very cold.
It is quite cold in the kitchen.
It is.
It's the fridge. What does it? No, it's cold in there. It is definitely
No,
cold in the kitchen.
the window was open. I'm not sure if it's still.
That'd be why.
But it's not anymore, actually. But it was cold. But it's okay. I'll be fine. I'll survive the 14 overs that we have left.
You're stoic. I might be pleasantly surprised if it's 14 overs. We'll see at what point the artificial light takes over here.
I think it'll be very soon.
It could be. It's very well lit at the moment. As Wokes comes in round the wicket and bowls, and that's a leave, a ball that angles back a little bit, and there was movement into the 80th over with the first ball that was used today. Some of it was still quite extravagant once it had passed the stumps. So, sorry, have you developed a badge collection while you've been here as well?
I just found these, and
Found?
I found these 2 badges.
Okay. They're cricketing ones.
They're cricketing ones from the Sussex Cricket Museum. I didn't go over at lunch, and I think there's probably some connection with them there. But it says "We Heart Ranji," and then there's a picture.
Wokes in, and he's chopped Hughes in 2 there. It got up a little bit more than he expected. Hits him on the thigh pad and goes down into the slip cordon, who are chirping, as well you might imagine.
And it's a picture of K.S. Ranjit Singh. So 2 badges.
Marvellous.
Yeah, might take this home. Start a badge collection. When I come up to Edgbaston,
No
I'm hoping
better time to start.
There's always a good time to start a badge collection.
Wokes in, goes past the outside edge of the bat. There are roars from the slip cordon, which has Sam Hain in a wide-brimmed white hat at first slip. Rob Yates, hands in pockets at second slip. Bo Webster, taller than the others, at third. And Dan Mosley at fourth. Alex Davis down at long leg, protecting a slightly damaged finger in these early weeks of the season. And round the wicket comes Wokes. That one moves away off the seam, but it's well outside off stump, so no interest at all for Hughes.
Should be Colonel K.S. Ranjit Singh, actually, according to the internet. Now that I've got these badges, I need to do a bit more research.
Oh, well, I'm expecting a detailed report tomorrow, show and tell.
Okay, I'll make a presentation, shall I? I do know who he is.
Are both badges of Ranjit Singh?
Yeah, they're both.
Okay. Well, we look forward to that tomorrow.
Okay, I'll make a little presentation.
He is Wokes once more, driven. And, it's gone through the legs of the fielder there. I think he said Barnard has missed that. There's going to be 4 runs. I think you can quite believe it. He's gone with it, with his hands. He's gone under his chest, under his stomach, through his legs and for 4 in front of the pavilion. That wasn't quite what he had planned. Ethan Bamber will go to retrieve the ball. Comes to something when you yearn for the sweaters with numbers on again, when you look at the Warwickshire fielders out there. Doesn't make it easy, does it?
Nope. Especially when they all have their backs to you.
Yeah. The slips, at least, you can tell with hats and width. As, again, left alone, as it just comes back a bit, clears the height of the stumps, taken by Kai Smith, end of the over. Sussex 4 without loss, trail by 263. And it's going to be Ethan Bamber, who's going to bowl from this sea end. Going for a stroll down the front later?
I would love to, but I think it would be really windy, and I don't have the appropriate gears for that.
Have you not got a coat?
I might have a coat in the car, but I'm not sure. Will it serve the purpose of Brighton and Hove seafront when it's extremely windy and probably 12 degrees outside? I'm not sure.
It's a moot point.
But tomorrow I shall come better prepared. I might take a stroll on a Saturday evening by the...
That'd be alright, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't be bad. Not like I've got anything better to do.
Oh dear.
Go get some steps.
So that turned into a Lonely Hearts Club moment then.
It wasn't meant to.
Oh
Ethan
dear.
Bamber, ball in hand from the C end. Right arm round the wicket to left-handed Tom Haynes, who's forward and defends to extra cover. But I would much rather go and do some activity, be outdoors, than maybe nowadays people prefer to go do something else on a Saturday night, go out and be a bit more social. But
Axe throwing?
If that floats your boat, then maybe.
Well, it's one of the active things you can do overnight, isn't it? You can go to these...
I was thinking maybe a walk, or even maybe go to the gym. I know. Well, Bamber in now, and this one's short, and Tom Haynes tries to pull it, and it goes into the gloves, and there is a appeal of some sorts, but I don't think there's been any connection there from Haynes.
It was initially a very strong appeal, but when the umpire clearly wasn't going to give it, it dissipated very quickly. So I think it was, give it a good go, and yeah, you're quite right, ump. You're quite right. Ethan Bamber, I think, was slightly late to the party.
And when the bowler's slightly late to the party, then...
Yeah, it's awkward.
Awkward. He's in again, short and down the leg side. Haynes has a swing, doesn't make contact.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that length from Bamber.
I don't think that's what he wants to do, especially with that short leg side boundary for the left-handed Tom Haynes. It's probably not ideal. But good job Kai Smith is getting his gloves to it, otherwise that'd be running away for 4 byes.
Adrian was very animated on the phone then. I dread to think what that was about.
Yeah,
Very
wasn't
animated. Yeah.
Tom Haynes awaits Bamber, who's through and he's forward now and defends. Ball goes to point, and there is no run. But yeah, that's probably what I'd like. I'll probably do that tomorrow. If the weather's
Have a
good.
heated row with somebody on the phone? Oh,
I do that every day, but
Sorry.
as in go down to the seaside, take a stroll, get some steps in, maybe get a coffee, enjoy the natural beauty.
That's what I've got to do on my way here tomorrow, because I haven't got breakfast at the hotel, so I'm going to have to find somewhere for breakfast, of which there's plenty of choice.
Bamber into Haynes, who's forward and defends to extra cover. There's actually so much choice.
Yeah. Once I've pulled the curtains off the rail again tomorrow morning. Dear. So hopefully that'll be sorted by the time I get back to the hotel. Me hacking, that's going to take me till next week to get sorted, so I just haven't got the time to deal with it. Or, do you know what, it might even just be a case of maybe I'll retire from X now, because it's horrible.
How did it even happen? Did you just log on and realise, or try to log on and realise you couldn't?
So somebody noticed that I'd been hacked and I can't get onto my account, so such is life.
Short ball pulled away, and one bounce down to deep square leg will be the single, allowing Tom Haynes to get off the mark. But that will also conclude the end of the over as well. 5 for no loss after 2 for Sussex. But you know who gets hacked, right? Once you've made it. Once you've made it, you get hacked.
It's very interesting, because I know a couple of other people who've been hacked by the same people today, because there ends up being a tweet or post on your page about crypto.
You know what? That happened to me, but on Instagram.
Anybody less likely to be involved in crypto than me, actually there might be one in this room at least, but I'm not a chance. So people would spot that straight away, but there are other people who also report or have interest in Birmingham City Football Club who've also been hacked. So you can see where the list has come from.
All right, okay.
So it's been reported, it will get sorted, but I'm not in that much of a hurry, if I'm honest.
See it, say it's sorted.
It's this first ball of a new over from Chris Wokes is left alone outside off stump. So
You're completely stumped now.
no. There's a tremendous comedian who's based in Brighton called Andrew White, who's got a tremendous gag about that using the see it, say it sorted in. It just amused me because it reminded me of his gag. I'm not going to give it away because it's his material, but it's very funny. As Chris Wokes comes in and he's launched through the offside for 4. That's a beautiful, powerful extra cover drive. Tom Haynes not wanting to curb his natural instincts, and he strikes that powerfully for 4. His first boundary. He's 5-9 without loss in the third at Sussex. So yeah, I'll tell you the joke when we're not broadcasting.
Okay.
Or explain.
Alright, can't wait.
You see, now you're saying that sarcastically.
No, I'm not. Me, sarcastic, never.
I'm learning, Nikki, I'm learning. Wokes once more. Well, it's kind of a late, well, timely decision to leave. As we have Sports Extra with us now. It's Nicky Chowdhury and Richard Wilford here at Hove. Adrian Harms will be rolling back into this seat very soon as well. It's been a really interesting game of cricket so far today. Sussex had Warwickshire elected to bat in all sorts of bother at 22 for 3 and 117 for 6. A century stand between young wicketkeeper Kai Smith and the veteran Chris Wokes, who both made half centuries. Got the Bears to a score of respectability, but we suspect under par. As Wokes is going to be pushed through that extra cover again towards that short boundary, and once more it will get there. Second boundary of the over for Tom Haynes. It takes him to 9. 3 wickets apiece earlier for Henry Crocombe. A couple of tail-enders falling into his trap with a short ball and getting caught in the deep. 3 wickets as well for Tom Price, who has something of a history against Warwickshire. 2 each for Ollie Robinson and Finn Hudson-Prentice, both of whom bowled really well with the new ball. Bo Webster with 48 was the third highest scorer. 267 all out they made, and Sussex in reply 13 without loss as Wokes bowls once more to the left-handed Haynes. He just covers up middle and off, back through to the bowler. First session was so slow, Nicky. Second session Warwickshire
Picked up pace.
Yeah, they were more positive, and positivity seemed to be better on this surface. Well, there has been, all day has been movement. I mean, the wicket itself seems absolutely fine. It'll be interesting just to get the reaction of the two teams after play today as to what they think of it. But it has been that movement for the seamers that's been there all day, and Sussex used it really well. As Haynes comes forward in defence, pushes it up to extra cover. Barnard does the fielding. End of the third over, 13 without loss. And notionally 11 more overs today, but the floodlights are on, and it's been a day where it's been pretty overcast throughout, but that cloud has got a little bit lower in the final session, so we might just struggle to get the full overs in today.
Yeah, at the moment on the board it says 11 remaining, but we'll probably just be going with the flow as of now. And I can see that the members stand is emptied out a little bit more compared to what we saw earlier in the afternoon session, as has the shark stand. Lots of coats and layers have been brought out, rightly so.
And you've come without your coat today.
So I think my coat is in the back of my car, but then I knew I wasn't really going to be out and about, so what was the point in carrying it? As Bamba runs away from us now and is in to Hughes, who's forward in defence, plays it to extra cover.
It's not a bad thing that it's cool in the press area because the air conditioner is not working, so it's nice as it is. It's lovely.
It's a good temperature in here, but if it was a hot day and the air conditioner wasn't working, then that wouldn't be so pleasant, would it?
Tricky.
It would be a bit difficult. As Bamba's in, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Hughes, and there's an appeal, and not much interest.
No, I mean, look, over the wicket to the left-hander, he's got to get it to pitch on and then hold. For me, that's probably pitching outside leg stump. He just checks with umpire Warren, does Ethan Bamba.
We haven't got a very good positioning from where we are because we're pretty much at mid-off, apologies to the left-hander, and haven't got a very good indication. As Bamba's into Hughes, who's forward and lets this one go through to Kai Smith with the gloves. And I think he's just been told about his follow-through. I think Ethan Bamba's just being told to make sure you don't run down the middle of the wicket, because you know what happens then.
It's not necessarily a tendency with Ethan Bamba. I don't think that was an official warning.
No, I don't think it was a
I
proper
think
warning.
I think it was.
I'm just making you aware.
Yes, the unofficial heads up. Good spot.
3 slips in a gully in place as he uses forward and lets this one go through. Lifts his bat up in the air extravagantly to leave. So are you walking back then this evening, getting your steps in?
Definitely walking back to the hotel. Got to get my steps in. That's compulsory. So get a few extra in tonight, I think. Go for a wander.
Nice.
See what's going on in Brighton.
What isn't going on in Brighton?
Exactly. Give most of it a wide berth.
Bamber into Hughes, sinks back and off the back foot. Pushes this straight to point. It's hit hard, but not hard enough. 5-shot ball so far this over for Bamber.
I did find myself a very pleasant tavern last night, so
You're inclined to go back there, are you?
it depends how busy it is. But they do little thirds of beer, so you can try several different ones, which is a nice way of doing it.
Bamber into Hughes. This one straighter, clipped off the legs, and that beats mid-wicket, and that will go away for 4 runs as well. Beautiful timing, slightly over-pitched there from Bamber, and Daniel Hughes makes sure he's not missing out. End of the over. Sussex 17 for no loss, with Hughes on 8 and Haynes on 9.
Yeah, they've already made really good use of that short boundary on the pavilion side of the ground. And they're clearly targeting it. And Warwickshire just got to be a bit smarter about their lines. At the moment, they're trying to bowl quite straight because they want to take wickets, but you've also got to be conscious of just how short that boundary is. There's a few more people decide it's too chilly. It's too chilly. And a lot of them have got to get ready for the marathon on Sunday. So, I mean, they might have... By this stage, you're not doing a training run, but you might just want to get loose if you're competing in the Brighton Marathon on Sunday morning.
I wonder what people think before they sign up to the marathon. Like, if I had to... I feel like I'm very far off from a point in that.
Woke starts a new over. Haynes just defends off stump, plays it out on the offside.
Now, what's your mentality before you sign up to the marathon? There must be the sudden burst of motivation.
Something
Where
like
does that motivation come from? Where can I find it?
I mean, you're certainly asking the wrong person. I think of an endurance sport being a really, really intense game of marbles. Anything more than that, outside my comfort zone. Wokes to Haynes, driving into the covers, no run.
Yeah, but good luck to those who are partaking in the Brighton Marathon. I think it's Sunday, and then the London Marathon maybe this week after. Is it on the 16th of April, I'm not mistaken? Brighton Marathon, London Marathon.
It's making me cough just think about it. You see that? Anything strenuous, it sets me off. I've got to make way for Adrian after this ball anyway. It might be just as well.
Don't worry. We're not going to sign you up for a marathon, Rich.
That's a relief. Works it again, wraps him on the pad, and he turned round. It was just going to angle down the leg side. And it remains 17 without loss.
Rich is very quick to leave now. He's like, right, no marathon for me. Three slips in a gully. Cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg here in place for Tom Haynes, who's on 9 as he stays low in his stance and awaits Chris Wokes, who's down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, and Haynes defends to mid-on.
Just got half an eye here, Nikki, on the umpires who just had a look at each other. The light isn't great, and I think this is the first chance we could well get a light meter measurement here. There's just a bit of natter going on between... I think Sussex will be actually quite pleased to go off here, and indeed that is what is going to happen. So the players are leaving the field with Sussex 17 without loss. Daniel Hughes on 8, Tom Haynes is on 9. The floodlights are shining brightly. There's barely a breath of wind around Hove, and I would be pretty surprised at this time of the year if the players get back on. Sussex will be delighted to have reached the close, if this is the close, without losing a wicket, 17 without loss. Haynes on 9, Hughes on 8. For those of you who are just joining us earlier today, Warwickshire barred out for 267. Chris Wokes top scoring with 64. Kai Smith making 53. But Warwickshire, having won the toss at one stage, were 117 for 6. In fact, now the Warwickshire players are just hanging around on the outfield. They're just waiting for this light meter reading to be taken as the ground staff come wandering on from the far end of the ground. So eventually Warwickshire barred out for 267. 3 wickets for Tom Price, 3 for Henry Crocombe. Ollie Robinson picked up 2. He bowled an excellent spell, but probably the pick of the Sussex bowling, Finn Hudson-Prentice, whose figures of 15 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 26, really didn't pay justice to how well he bowled. Sussex 17 without loss in reply. We've still got another 9.2 overs to be bowled tonight, but with the floodlights on, and it looks as if there's very little breeze to shift this low cloud. Be pretty surprised if we get any more cricket today. However, umpires Russell Warham and Graham Lloyd are out in the middle. They'll decide whether we get any more play. I think it's been a terrific day's cricket though, Nikki.
Yeah, it has. Really good from Sussex early on that morning spell with the ball. They were really on it. Really made it difficult for Warwickshire, and then in the afternoon, Warwickshire clawing things back, building that partnership and just trying to work through the afternoon and taking it as each over came. And they managed to build themselves back up from, what was it, 117 for 6 to then 267 all out. It was a good comeback from them.
Yes, it certainly was. Now, the umpires, the stumps haven't been taken down and the ground staff are hanging around in the middle, but the umpires are wandering off in the direction of the pavilion. I would be very surprised, and I think most spectators have decided that that's probably going to be it for the day. But we'll have to wait for the official announcement. They're wandering over towards the dressing rooms. I don't know if that's a signal that says what if that is it for the day. Now the umpires are making, the ground staff are, let's see if they...
They've just picked up...
Yes, they just picked up a bowling marker, didn't they? The umpires walked over to the dressing rooms, and I wonder whether that is going to be it for the day. Either way, we shall take a little breathe. If there is any more cricket...
No further
play today.
Yeah.
That's it. We thought that was a signal from the umpires. So there we are. We finished for the day here at Hove. Sussex 17 without loss in their first innings as Bad Light has ended play with 9.2 overs remaining. Terrific day's cricket. Advantage Sussex, I think you'd have to say, haven't been asked to bowl first this morning. And a thoroughly entertaining day. Big thank you to Nikki, and thank you as well to Richard Wilford for his efforts today as well. We'll get some post-match interviews and be back with you tomorrow morning. From myself, Adrian Holmes, from Nikki Chowdhury, from Richard Wilford, thanks very much for listening, and we'll speak to you again tomorrow. Well done, Nikki. Let me just ring these.